selected.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Any momentum the Cardinals may have had heading into Seattle is certainly gone now. The Seahawks took care of the Cardinals 44-22 on Sunday, and the Cardinals were down by as many as 35 points to start the game. And here was Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon after the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
The Cardinals will be right back at it on Sunday, home for the 49ers. The Phoenix Suns had a roller coaster of a weekend. Devin Booker and company handled the Clippers in LA on Saturday night, 114-103, but they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time as he limped off the court and appeared to have re-aggravated his hamstring. Green will get some imaging done today, and the Suns will host the Pelicans tonight at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome into a non-victory Monday. It's a grab the broom in the dustpan kind of Monday. But before we get there, did everybody have a good weekend here?
I would say it was a good weekend.
Good.
Decent to good.
Okay. That's good.
Except for, I wanted to pull my hair out and commit crimes on the roadways on Saturday afternoon.
Well, explain because I think we're going to agree on this very much.
I was up in the North Valley running some errands. I was also getting ready to attend the Arizona State women's basketball game, which tipped off at 2:00 in Tempe. So I had some time to do my errands. And I figure, okay, North Phoenix to Tempe, weekend traffic?
Breeze.
25, 30 minutes.
Tops.
Easy.
Tops.
94 minutes.
What? What Vinny ran into is what I put in my top 5 of pet peeves of living in the Valley, and that is unexpected freeway closures on the weekend. Happens all the time.
Yeah, they had the 101 eastbound closed from Hayden all the way down to Shea.
And when you get caught up in it, you can't get out of it.
No.
That's the issue. And it's happened to me a couple of times, which is why I've said this a few times on this show. I have begun every Friday to check out the ADOT website just so I know going into the weekend so it never happens to me again. And it just happened to Vinny over the weekend.
Yeah.
Nothing can make your head want to explode more than that, than losing 90 minutes on a Saturday afternoon sitting in traffic.
Oh my! You should have. If there was a camera on me,
I
would have won
I've been there.
awards for funniest in-car video.
I've been there.
I was losing my mind.
I've been there. I got out of doing the GCU game Friday night, and they had just put up road closed to the Camelback entrance to I-17. I'm like, really? Did you really? Jared had a big weekend. He went out for like an anniversary dinner with Randy Johnson. Did you hear that?
What?
Wow! I didn't know you guys were so close, man.
We're both, enjoyers of delicious Italian food.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you just, you hook up in different ways.
Yeah.
But it worked. It was much better than my last encounter with a celebrity from the D-backs. So I've told the story where I sang karaoke right into Mark Grace's face, and he left the bar.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
He's just a man.
He's just a man.
He's a mere mortal, as it turns out.
I also wanted over the weekend, I came up with a brilliant idea. We were in this pre-show meeting. Dan was complaining about the coffee that they have here at the station that didn't taste right. It wasn't good, and it hasn't been good lately. And I was thinking, it was coincidentally because I was thinking about ways to get caffeine, and that if you want a caffeinated drink, you either have the hot drinks, which are coffee and tea, or the cold drinks, which are like your Red Bull or 5 Hour Energy or something like that.
Soda.
But if you don't like those kind of things, yes, like the soda types or the coffee, why aren't there savory caffeine drinks? Why can't I have caffeinated soup?
I don't know if it works like that.
Isn't this a tremendous idea?
I'm already nauseated from this coffee.
No. It's if you could just have a mug of like
caffeinated soup,
chicken noodle soup, or
for your morning coffee.
Minestrone.
I don't think not many people want to.
idea.
Not many people want to start their morning with chicken noodle soup, though.
Or minestrone. It doesn't have to be chicken noodle. I'm just talking about caffeinated soup. Something savory that you could sip, and it would give you caffeine the same, but it would be like eating a meal as well.
How do you start your day? Well, I wake up, I shave, I shower, and then I'm out the door with my mug of caffeinated soup.
My mug of caffeinated soup.
What a great idea. The caffeine doesn't have to have taste. I'm just saying that.
Are you getting paid off by Big Soup, by the way? I think you're getting a stipend from the whole industry. You talk more about soup than Mr. Campbell himself.
I'm not in the pocket of Big Soup. Don't get me in trouble.
Big Soup. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Here's the big question. Caffeinated soup, good band name or no?
I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither. Cardinals stink up the joint at Lumen Field in Seattle, falling 44-22 to the Seahawks in a game that was not that close. Seahawks did whatever they wanted on offense. They also got 2 fumble returns for touchdowns from DeMarcus Lawrence as they built a 35-0 lead in the game's first 22 minutes. Cardinals fall to 3-6 on the season. They lost several key players to injury in Seattle, most notably rookie defensive tackle Walter Nolan III, who left with a knee injury midway through the fourth quarter. Seahawks moved to 7-2, and they've won 9 times against the Cardinals. Cardinals return home after 2 straight on the road to host the San Francisco 49ers at State Farm Stadium. Yesterday, the other 2 teams in the NFC West faced each other in Santa Clara, and the Rams flexed on the Niners 42-26. Matthew Stafford throws for 280 yards and 4 touchdowns. Kyron Williams ran for 2 scores for LA, which also moved to 7-2. So it's them and the Seahawks tied atop the division. San Francisco falls to 6-4, and the Cardinals cellar dwelling at 3-6.
Yeah, the dream of them going to the playoffs, making a late rally, I think that went pop yesterday.
Yeah. Other games of note around the league, Jonathan Taylor ran 32 times for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, including the game winner in overtime as the Colts topped the Falcons 31-25 in Dublin. The Houston Texans.
Hold on, I gotta say real quick, Jonathan Taylor might be your front runner for MVP now.
I think all the
we fall for this every year.
The odds makers are saying Drake May, Stafford, and Taylor are the top 3. I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Continue.
It's going to be a quarterback.
He should be getting more consideration than he is. I agree with you. The Houston Texans stormed back with 26 points in the fourth quarter to stun Jacksonville 36-29. Jaguars led that game 29-10 heading into the fourth. Miami stunned. A lot of stunning going on. Buffalo 30-13. Devon Achane 225 scrimmage yards, 2 touchdowns. New England moves to 8-2 with a 28-23 road win at Tampa Bay. Travion Henderson with 2 long touchdown runs for the Pats of 55 and 69 yards. Detroit slammed Washington 44-22. Jared Goff threw for 320 and 2 touchdowns. And Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 142 yards and 2 scores. Week 10 wraps up tonight in the NFL with Green Bay and Philadelphia on Monday Night Football. Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue passed away over the weekend at the age of 84. Tagliabue served as the league's commissioner, had a long run, 1989 to 2006.
Wow.
He was the commissioner immediately preceding Roger Goodell, believe it or not. ASU had the weekend off, but Arizona scored a big win over Kansas in Tucson 24-20. Quincy Craig won it for the Wildcats on a 24-yard touchdown run with 39 seconds left to go. Arizona with its 6th win. Wildcats are bowl eligible. NAU crushed Northern Colorado 49-10 in Flagstaff. No change in the top 5 of the new AP Top 25 released on Sunday. Ohio State number 1, Indiana, who rallied to beat Penn State, still number 2, and then 3 SEC teams, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia, round out the top 5. Texas Tech moves up to 8th after crushing BYU. The Red Raiders once again the highest-ranked team in the Big 12. BYU falls to 12th, Utah 15th, Cincinnati is 22nd. ASU still outside the top 25. Suns back home to host the New Orleans Pelicans at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight. Suns with a thorough 114-103 win over the Clippers at Intuit Dome on Saturday to even their early season record at 5-5. The win costly, though. Jaylen Green left after playing a handful of minutes. He tweaked that right hamstring that kept him out of the first 8 games of the season. He's out tonight. Pelicans come in at 2-7 on the year. No Zion Williamson, Jordan Poole, or DeJounte Murray. They're all out for the Pels. I've been doing PA throughout the duration of Zion Williamson's career with the Pelicans. I'm not sure I've ever seen him play in person.
That's fantastic.
That's amazing.
That is fantastic.
I know I have, but it just doesn't, I don't have any memory of it. He's always out. Tip-off tonight, 7 o'clock. You can catch the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Sunday in the NBA, Rockets down the Bucks 122-115 behind Kevin Durant's 31. The Knicks 6-0 at home. They routed the Nets 134-98. Karl Anthony Towns at 28-12. Oklahoma City runs past Memphis 114-100. Golden State torching Indiana 114-83. The Pacers are 1-9.
Yeah,
they are going through it. Lenny Wilkins, who coached the Seattle Supersonics to their only NBA championship in 1979, passed away on Sunday at the age of 88. As a player, Wilkins, a 9-time All-Star and still ranks 3rd in NBA history with 1,332 wins as a head coach with Seattle, Portland, Cleveland, and Atlanta.
Retired as the all-time winner, right?
He did, yeah. ASU men's hoops moved to 2-0 in the season, 81-66 win over Utah Tech in Tempe. Freshman big Masamba Diop, 18 points to lead ASU. He looks a bit like a player. I'm pretty excited.
Hit a step-back 3.
Yeah. Mo Odom had 14 points, 6 boards, and 6 assists, and Santiago Truitt had 13 points and 10 boards for the Devils. They will host 21st-ranked Gonzaga at Desert Financial Arena on Friday. And another day and another story about gambling and arrests in sports baseball pitchers. Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz from the Cleveland Guardians charged with fraud, conspiracy, and bribery stemming from an alleged scheme to rig individual pitches that led to gamblers winning hundreds of thousands of dollars, according to an indictment unsealed by federal prosecutors. I mean, Emmanuel Clase is only one of the most unhittable pitchers in baseball, so he would need that supplemental income, I think.
Yeah, and we've known that these guys have done something wrong for some time. Now the details of it are kind of coming out, and it's really... It's just the corruption in this country now. It's just staggering.
What he said. There is your splash for this Monday, November 10th. Coming up, Cardinals went to Seattle, and any hopes for a push into the playoffs went absolutely up in flames. We'll get into the ugliness of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU.
to the house. And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've been telling you for some time why you should forego the big box stores and head on down to my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, because when you step into Waltz, you will immediately see the difference. A great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is the perfect time to put an outdoor TV in your backyard. You also get a knowledgeable staff that has the insight and wisdom and will give you the advice you'll never get from a big box store. You'll hear the difference at Waltz. They've got a great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars, and when you put that right audio component together with the right television, you will have sporting magic. You will feel the difference. I know Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do exactly the same for you and one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to also get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online. Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office, located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com, or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
No, they'll come back to work tomorrow. I was not a lot of good came out of that game. The one thing that was good that I appreciate, and I told them, is when you're down like that at half, you can quit. And they knew they had 30 minutes of ball, and I did not think we quit. I thought we kept playing hard, tried to get back in the game, but just too much of a hole there.
There you go. There's your takeaway. Jonathan Gannon talking to Paul Calvisi on the Cardinals Radio Network. The highlight of the Cardinals' trip to Seattle was that they didn't quit. Professional athletes didn't quit in the second half after being down 35 points.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of that mentality, but if you have to take a positive away from the game and you're reduced to that, that sums up how the 60 minutes of football went.
I mean, that's essentially saying they were down 35-0 and they didn't lose 70-0.
Yeah. Congratulations. Okay, listen. I got a lot of thoughts on this, but I mistakenly believed that victory Monday night in Dallas was so rewarding to Michael Bidwill that it almost guaranteed Jonathan Gannon another year here as head coach. They coached like that was the case this week. Mm-hmm. They coached like they went back on cruise control, like, okay, we got to win. We've got the Kyler situation resolved. Whew. That's what it looked like to me. I am utterly appalled at the lack of preparation, the lack of adjustments, the lack of anything to slow down that football team. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals. That was a reminder. Okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those two teams yesterday was vast and eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things. The difference in advanced strategy, the way the Seahawks sort of masked their pressures and their blitz and overloaded the line of scrimmage and made the Cardinals' offensive linemen read and react, which they didn't do very well. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. 23 pressures on Jacoby Brissett yesterday. That's, I think, the 9th highest of any team the entire year in the NFL. And this is twice now. I've seen games with Jacoby Brissett where he is getting mollywomped and they don't do anything to elevate the protection schemes. Yeah, I am not impressed at all. No, here's another stat that's going to make you go, what? The Seahawks led by double digits for nearly 55 game minutes, and because of that, they called a run play on 78% of their plays, which was the 3rd highest rate in a game since 2016. Wow. Sam Darnold threw the ball 12 times. That's the lowest number of pass attempts ever for an opponent of the Arizona Cardinals since they moved to Arizona. The fact that it was 35-0 6 minutes into the second quarter was wild. Absolutely wild. And I wondered for a minute, are we going to get a Ken Wisenhunt game here? It felt like it. That 58-0 game that cost him his job? When the Seahawks went up 35-0, there was 8 minutes and 33 seconds remaining in the second quarter. At the same point of that infamous game in 2012, Seattle only led 24-0. Now, that was an example, if you go back to 2012, that was an example of what can happen if your team doesn't keep fighting. You will lose 58-0, right? And everybody will get fired, right? But getting down 35-0 like that is eye-opening to the point where that's the type of performance that costs people jobs. It was especially in year 3. I'm not calling for anybody's job. Yeah, but that was the definition of uninspiring. Without a doubt. And to me, what'd you say? It's 9 consecutive losses to the Seattle Seahawks right now? That's what it is? Yeah, see, Jonathan Gannon is really bad in this division, and this is becoming an issue. And again, I feel a little sheepish because I was singing his praises for the way he got through the Jacoby Brissett, Kyler Murray controversy and kept that under wraps and helped engineer a victory in Dallas. But again, what happened on the field yesterday, that nullifies all of it. And if you're being honest about this, he is nowhere near in the league with the other coaches in the division. Certainly not Sean McVay, certainly not Kyle Shanahan. And this Mike McDonald cat, he is legit, obviously.
Yeah, they're in year 2 of a revamp, rebuild, and he's 17-9 to start his coaching career.
And 10-0 in the last 10 road games,
And
right?
the Cardinals are in year 3.
Yes. And the Cardinals are in year 3. So Michael Bidwill walked off the field with Monty Ossenfort yesterday, and I wonder where this thing is going to go, because the idea of atoning for that embarrassment against the Titans by beating the Cowboys and Jerry Jones in their building on Monday Night Football, I thought those two had nullified each other out. But now you've got another embarrassment on the ledger.
Yeah, but, I mean, let's face it. The Arizona Cardinals, going back to Monday when they broke that 5-game losing streak, they beat a team that stinks.
You're right.
The Cowboys are not a good football team.
You're absolutely right.
And they're a worse organization.
You're
right.
right.
You want to talk about a team that's floundering in terms of direction? They're the poster children for that.
Yep.
So this was a reminder of life in the division.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Right.
Yeah, the Cowboys were a lot more like beating the Saints and the Panthers than they were actually like beating a good team.
Yes.
And here's the other big picture thing that we're going to know how serious this organization is about winning. If this continues down this path, if the losses are no longer really all that competitive, if the plan now, which I think is a very coherent plan to get off of Kyler Murray, is to draft a quarterback, identify a quarterback, let Jacoby mentor him, and start next year and see where it goes. Most organizations would want to ally that brand new quarterback with a head coach who's got a real plan. Not just a process, a real plan. So we'll see where this is going, but yesterday was tremendously disappointing. The defense was disappointing. Marvin Harrison Jr. back to having the drops and not making contested catches.
12 targets, 3 catches. Was that what it was?
Yes. And the contested catches thing reared its ugly head again.
Yeah.
And he almost made a fantastic catch in the end zone. He didn't. But when you look at that number, 25% completions on targets to Marvin Harrison
not good.
Jr.
Not good.
The two of the pillars of professional football, blocking and tackling. Did you see any of that either way?
No. No, there wasn't any of that either.
Nope.
So it was a very poorly prepared team. It was a very poor game plan, very poor adjustments, bad look all the way around.
Tonight at 5 p.m. at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. If you win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals versus Rams tailgate, take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party, and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in Santa Clara. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. And we'll see you out there tonight. Coming up next, the highlights / many more lowlights of the Cardinals' loss in Seattle, all presented for you in the Monday Morning Huddle. That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off that house. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before he switched over to a Life Changer Loan, realized it would be year 22 of a 30-year mortgage before he actually paid more principal than interest. And by the end of it all, he was going to pay $700,000 for a $300,000 home. At Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit, all of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and you do it stress-free because you always have access to your equity. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer Loan. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T, start free as Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving TRT startup fees. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, my buddy Dish to Santa Bod with TRT plus a GLP, less fat, more muscle, better sleep. You want to accelerate results? Add a GLP for as low as $149 a month. Skip the gimmicks, nothing. Boost testosterone like real testosterone from Red Mountain. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial #250, keyword Red Mountain.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Exclude TVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Before you could sit down to really try and enjoy the Cardinals game on Sunday, they were already down 21-0 in Seattle. The Seahawks jumped the Cards from the start and never looked back. They rolled to a 44-22 win, and the Cardinals moved to 3-6 on the season. The Suns, over the weekend, went to LA and took care of the Clippers Saturday night, 114-103 in what felt like a complete team win. The downside, they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time. Green appeared to re-injure his hamstring as he limped off the floor on Saturday, and here was his head coach, Jordan Ott.
Yeah, you just feel for him. You know, he worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. The highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, you know, there'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
The Suns will be in action tonight at 7 against the Pelicans right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And finally, Bobby Hurley and his guys moved to 2-0 to start the season. They beat Utah Tech 81-66 on Sunday night. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now, in-store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. We'll apologize for this highlight montage of the Seahawks dominating win in Seattle, but here you go with Dave Pasch and AQ Shipley.
Darnold under center, single setback. Here's Walker. Darnold takes its play action, a boot to the left. Darnold looking deep, airing it out, far side, and it is pulled in for a touchdown. Smith and Jigba with a catch. Brissett, who takes, drops back to throw, gets hit, the ball flutters out of his hand, it's picked up at the 30-yard line. It's DeMarcus Lawrence returning it left to right, 20-10 touchdown. Brissett's hand may have been going forward when he was hit and the ball came out. 3rd down and 1 on their 45-yard line. Heavy personnel in the game with 2 tight ends to the left and 1 to the right. They hand it off and Knight is blown up. He's absolutely hammered. by Drake Thomas back at the 40-yard line. Charbonnet, the running back, and Darnold will take and hand it to him running right. He's at the 5, breaks a tackle, and is into the end zone for a touchdown. A missed tackle by Burke at the 5-yard line. And it's 20-0 Seattle with 1:23 to go in the first quarter. Brissett takes the shotgun snap. Blitz coming. Brissett hit. The ball's out again. It's picked up by Lawrence again at the 20. To the 10. Touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence with 2 fumble recoveries returned for touchdowns in the first half. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Darnold in the pocket. Steps up. Rolling right and throws right, wide open on the far side of the field. The ball's caught at the 50 into Cardinal territory. At the 40 is Cup. He's loose at the 30, at the 20, at the 10, the 5, and tackled at about the 4-yard line. Darnold takes, hands it off, up the middle. Charbonnet inside the 5, goes high into the air as Jalen Thompson grabs him, but he's able to cross the plane for another Seattle touchdown. It is 34-0. Now it's 4th and goal from inside the 1. John Gaines, an offensive lineman, is in at fullback. Beecham is in as an offensive lineman. Brissett under center. Takes the snap. Handoff, Knight right side, hit at the 2 and tackled at the 1. Darnold under center. Again, Charbonnet the back. Smith and Jigba wide left. And they fumble the exchange. The football is loose at the 3-yard line. The officials have not signaled yet. The Cardinals are saying they have the ball. They do. The Cardinals come up with the ball. A turnover on a bad exchange. Brissett is lined up wide to the right. It's a snap to Dortch, the Wildcat quarterback running left. And Dortch is into the end zone for the touchdown. Trickery for the Cardinals there inside the 5. Greg Dortch lined up as the Wildcat quarterback, and he gets into the end zone for the first points of the day. 4th and goal from the 2. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Shotgun set for Brissett. To his left is Bam Knight. Snap to Brissett. Drops back to pass. Looking left. Now backing up. Throws left side, incomplete. In the end zone. Broken up. And so the Cardinals turn it over on downs at the 2-yard line. Darnold back to throw from his end zone. The pass is tipped near side, and it's intercepted by Burke at the 23. Gets up and runs at the 20 and is pushed out there. So the Cardinals get another takeaway after they turn it over on downs, and they go right back to work on offense in the red zone. Harrison and Higgins are wide left. Fehoko split right. Bam Knight, the running back. Shotgun snap to Brissett. Back to throw. Pass left side. Caught by McBride. Breaks a tackle at the 5. And into the end zone for the Cardinal touchdown. 3 receivers to the right. Snap to Brissett, throwing a fade left side into the end zone for Harrison. And Harrison able to secure it for 2 points. Snap it and throw it. Darnold from the pocket. Ball flutters out of his hand. It's picked up. It's picked up by the Cardinals. Josh Sweat at the 25-yard line. He forced the fumble and recovers it. Another Cardinal takeaway deep in Seattle territory. DeMercado leaves the backfield to the far side. Snap to Brissett. Back to throw. Passes end zone. And Marvin Harrison Jr. goes up high to stab it. And it's incomplete. He couldn't come down with it. It took a while for the officials to make a ruling with Pritchett and covered, but it's an incomplete pass, and the Cardinals turn it over on downs. Snap, ball is down, and the kick splits the uprights. It's good. 11:54 remaining. 41-15 Seattle. Running to the right and a big hole. DeMercado at the 40, at the 30, and out of bounds inside the 25 at the 20. A run of 55 yards that time for DeMercado, the best play of the day offensively for the Cardinals. Shotgun set for Brissett on 2nd and goal at the 9. Back to throw, sends a pass to the left side on a back shoulder throw, caught for a touchdown by Marvin Harrison. Beautiful throw and catch. Here's the final snap. Locke has it, and he takes a knee, and this game is over. Cardinals fall to 3-6 and 0-3 in the NFC West. They'll play the 49ers at home next week, the first of 2 straight at State Farm Stadium. Seattle 44, Arizona 22.
Yeah, the back half of that montage from Dave Pasch kind of made it sound like it was competitive. It wasn't.
No, it was not competitive at all. It was 35-0 with like 9:30 left in the second quarter. And just like the first quarter of the ASU-Texas game in the Peach Bowl, I thought to myself, if I could unplug this game right now, I would. because this thing might be 77-0 before it's all over. It didn't turn out that way, but it was, I think, an indictment of a lot of things with this program, and real disheartening day. I never expected this.
No, I mean, we had talked last week about the subject, who the best team in the NFL was. And you and I were in agreement that in that snapshot when we were having that discussion, it appeared to us that the Seattle Seahawks are the best team in the NFL. They did nothing to dissuade me from that thinking. I think I could say the same for you.
Yeah.
But again, the harrowing part of this from the Cardinals side is the separation between the two.
How about
they
it?
were uncompetitive on both lines.
Yes, on both lines. And the ferocity in which Seattle played with yesterday, the Cardinals didn't come close to matching it. The intensity that each team brought to the field, Cardinals didn't come close to matching what the Seattle team brought. And you know where that was real evident? In some of the third and short, the short, crucial run attempts for first downs.
Yes.
Seahawks treated them with absolute contempt. They blew up every last one of them. 3rd and 1 to Greg Dortch, blew them up. And there was any number of those. The Seahawks were letting the Cardinals know at every opportunity, you are not us. And they weren't.
No. And big picture, yes, the loss is embarrassing. I think it reduces the Cardinals to be in evaluation mode the rest of the way, which is a nice way of saying extended periods of zombie football, because they got no chance. And, like, the only chance they have, and it still wouldn't guarantee them a spot in the playoffs, would be to win their remaining games. And let's face it, that's not happening.
That's not going to happen.
But the biggest picture and the thing that I can't figure out, and I think this is probably a struggle to figure out within the walls of their facility in Tempe, what has happened to that offensive line? That offensive line was a strength last year.
Yeah.
And people will talk about the pass blocking, and I know you have a different quarterback back there. We're going to get into that later on. But I'm talking about the run blocking. And yet, when you fall behind 35-0, run blocking is not that big of a factor because you can't run the ball that much. But in those situations that you talked about, when it's 4th and 1 and you need to bow up and dominate the guy in front of you, that's not happening. And I look at it, you want to argue the Cardinals need 4 offensive linemen for next year to revamp that line? I'll listen. I'd be willing to give Yelda Froholt another opportunity at center, and Paris Johnson Jr. is your left tackle, but at least 60% of that offensive line needs to be replaced.
Yeah, and this has been a recurring issue for 10 years now. When was the last time they had a really good functioning offensive line? Maybe the
1988 when they moved to town.
Yeah, it's depressing. There was a lot of defeats. The rookies, Garrett Williams didn't play well. Denzel Burke was toast most of the afternoon. The defense, for all the resources allocated to it, yeah, they had injuries. Don't want to hear it.
Yeah, Walter Nolan got injured again.
Well, the injuries, that was the real depressing part, too, was the number of injuries during the game. When you go in without 3 key defensive starters, I'm with you. Deal with it. Every team goes through this. But you're losing as badly as you're losing, and then losing players on every other game and every other play in the second half, it seemed. That just becomes... It was just, what a gross Sunday afternoon of football. Enter the football family and flavor giveaway for the chance to win a prize package worth over, let me read this again, a prize package worth $1,650, including 2 Cardinals Club seats at the December 7th game against the Rams, 2 pregame passes for the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion, free parking in Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. Coming up next on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Morning, Suns finally got a win on the road, but it came with a loss, too. We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic, and if you're on your way to work already, congratulations, you have got a fantastic work ethic. And a few hours, you're going to be hungry for lunch when you are. Head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. I'm a big fan of Sonic for a couple of different reasons. Love their lineup of burgers, obviously, and I also love the experience at Sonic. You pull into a canopied parking spot, you've got this great menu outside your driver's side window, you place your order, you sit back, you don't have to leave your vehicle, you're being served curbside by an iconic car hop. It's as cool as it gets. At Sonic, you're going to get that experience. You're also going to get a diverse menu and meals that are packed with flavor. I mentioned that all-star lineup of burgers. They also have iconic classics like tater tots, onion rings, cherry limeades, a ton of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. When you get hungry, roll on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and the good news is the Suns have won 4 or 5. The bad news, it's back to the injured list for Jaylen Green. We're talking about all of it on today's Burns Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, Arizonasports.com, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Green dribbling just inside the timeline. Now Booker sets a screen. Green to his right. Gives it to Dunn. Right corner 3 on the way. Off the back iron, no. Rebound tapped out to Booker, and a fresh 14 for the Suns.
Uh-oh.
Jaylen Green getting helped off of the court right now, and that is certainly not good news, as he is going to head into the locker room. Jaylen took a drive into the lane. It was a non-contact injury. Looks like that hamstring potentially that kept him out for the first 8 games.
That's John Bloom and Tim Kempton on the call Saturday night in Los Angeles. The Suns beat the Clippers. They get their first road win of the year, but it comes at a price because Jaylen Green did leave, clutching that hamstring, walked right off the court afterwards, was able to only play 6 minutes and 48 seconds in that game, which was only his second game since coming back from that hamstring injury. It was a good win for the Suns, a real good performance. I think a sturdy performance, top to bottom, even with some frustration in there with officiating. We'll get into that in a second. But that's the key talking point. That's the takeaway from that game is Jaylen Green, who had a magnificent debut.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be an extended period of time without him.
You and I were discussing this in real time as it happened, and I think the fact that Jaylen Green has been so sturdy to this point and has had such difficulty putting his first injury behind him, he re-aggravated this in China, and then second game out, it goes twang on him like that. I think it's going to be a couple of months before we see him. I know Gambo said 4 to 6 weeks. I'd be surprised if it's less than 8.
Yeah, because every time you re-aggravate that, the plan for recovery has got to involve more time, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
They're not going to plug in the same timetable. And we just saw a 4-week absence, basically.
Yep, exactly.
I'm with you. And look, we're not doctors, obviously.
What? Why were you telling me to turn my head and cough before the show?
That was
gross.
That was worse than caffeinated soup.
Yeah, that was gross, Ferret. So I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as disrespectful to Jaylen Green. I think the Suns are going to be just fine without him. And I say that for 2 reasons. I say that because when he got injured, the team did not pout or whine like a lot of sports fans in the Valley were doing in real time. They actually played harder when he went down, and which was very encouraging to see. And I like the idea of having Colin Gillespie in your lineup. And I think that this is going to give this team and that dynamic a chance to grow. I know it sounds counterintuitive because everybody saw the best of Jaylen Green on his opening night.
Yes.
Well, we're seeing exactly what we were promised so far with this team, that they are going to play hard and tough and gritty and with heart and never give up, and players are going to step up. We're seeing that a lot. My counter to your thing was we also saw that we've seen this season that there are games when the role players just can't be that second scorer, third scorer.
Yeah, no.
And that's going to come up too.
And again, I'm not saying they were going to be a playoff team with Jaylen Green, and now I don't know if they are. I never had them as a playoff team. Okay, no. So my goals or my expectations are remaining what they are. I'm just saying in the last 5 games, the Suns have won 4 of 5 games. That alone is very, very encouraging, but there's real growth. They're 9th in the NBA in defensive rating over their past 5 games. That's a dramatic improvement.
Absolutely.
From their first 5 games.
They've figured some things out. I'm bummed about the Jaylen Green injury, yes, but I do agree with you. I think Colin Gillespie is a very important component to this team. And Colin Gillespie in the game where Jaylen Green came back against the Clippers had probably his worst game of the year.
He did.
If you fast forward to Saturday night, getting extended minutes, he had a stretch where he hit 2 threes in a very crucial spot back-to-back. Here was Colin Gillespie talking about the team stepping up when Jaylen Green went down with the hamstring.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about picking him up and just playing for our brother. Obviously, he went down, and it's tough to see after trying to fight his way back for that many days, weeks. So it was a good win for us. Obviously, we feel for JG just coming back. But other guys stepped up. Royce hit a bunch of big shots down the stretch, Grayson, and some other guys. So it was good that everybody stepped up.
Yeah, here was Jordan Knott, too, talking about, hey, no excuses going forward.
Every night's something new. It's going to test our depth just like it has with them out to start the season. But we have great faith, and it's the next man up. And it's just 82 games. It's hard to be healthy, your full unit healthy for 82 games. We'll get tested again, but there's no excuses. We started the preseason in China, coming back, playing the game 48 hours later. This group will have no excuses. We lace them up, go out, play. We're playing almost every other day. We got multiple back-to-backs to end the month. Whoever we put out there, we know will play as hard as they possibly can. The goal is to find a way to beat the other team by 1 point. So no matter who we throw it out there, we know that they'll lace them up and compete there as hard as they can.
Yeah, and we've seen that. I was having a discussion with a buddy, and through this point of the season, we're only 10 games in, but that has been, obviously, the promise has been fulfilled. about a team that really cares what they're putting out there when they step over the white lines. And it's nice to not be shocked when a Suns player comes up with a loose ball or crashes the boards for an offensive rebound. These are such refreshing changes that it doesn't mean it's a constant going forward, but the seed's been planted. And obviously the messaging has gotten through to this group of Phoenix Suns. And losing Jaylen Green sucks, but if you look at their schedule, they're in a pretty manageable part of the schedule right now, too. They got New Orleans coming in way shorthanded. They're not any good anyway. Then they go on the road at Dallas. They've really struggled. The Indiana Pacers,
they're on the struggle bus.
They don't have any of their players.
No.
Then they're home against Atlanta, at Portland, home against Minnesota. So, yeah, the Portland and Minnesota, both pretty good basketball teams right now, but
they might be 5 games over 500 before too long.
I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but it's the way they're playing. And lost in all of this, too, was the return of Dillon Brooks on Saturday night. And he had his most efficient game of the year.
Okay.
16 points. He only shot the ball 6 times. And the Dillon Brooks aura, if you will, was certainly evident.
I was texting you this in real time on Saturday night as well. Okay, you go back to their first meeting in Phoenix. James Harden blew up the Suns in the second quarter, and after the game was over, he credited Dillon Brooks for motivating him. You woke me up, so now you're going to have to deal with it. Poking the bear, as Vinny likes to call it. Dillon Brooks.
Poking the beard in that.
Oh, that poking the beard. I like it. Dillon Brooks, his energy was wild. He was all into James Harden again from the very beginning of that game, and it made Harden very uncomfortable. And it just gave you a window into this dude and how seriously he takes his job. And I know we've talked about this, but when you continue to see it and you see the depths of how he became who he is and what that looks like on a basketball court, wild. And wild energy. And it's great for his team. And it's fantastic for his teammates.
It's nightly. It's not one every 3 games.
Right.
Dillon Brooks brings it. It's every single time, ball in the air, tip off, he will be in the case of James Harden, he'll be in his beard. The next game, he'll be in whoever he's in front of tonight against New Orleans. It's night in and night out.
It's wild.
Yeah, the guy's got a switch and it's always on. Which is you may really not like the guy, but you have to respect it. He brings it every single night.
And so as somebody who covered Dennis Rodman, I got to see this up close and personal for a couple of years in Chicago, and I saw the effect he could bring to the game. Dillon Brooks is a good offensive player on top of it.
Yeah, he is.
So, I'm very, very encouraged. You wouldn't believe it. I know the same is true with you. How many people I've seen out and about who ask me about this basketball team because they're very interested. Is this real? Keep in mind, this is the NBA, where the teams that know they're good, they're not rolling hot right now. They're not playing with the kind of intentionality that the Suns are, because the Suns are trying to build something.
Except for Oklahoma City.
Right? But you know what I'm saying? So the Suns are bringing more heat than almost every team they're playing right now, and there's going to be some catch-up to that. But as of right now, this is trending in a very good direction.
Totally agree. Coming up next, did yesterday's blowout loss make us re-examine how we look at this Cardinals team? Spoiler alert, yes. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I want to reiterate my stance with Kyler Murray. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I really don't. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. But
sometimes the system does not fit the quarterback.
No, and that is pretty clear with how quickly Jacoby Brissett stepped in, and it fits Jacoby Brissett.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Murata here, and I got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler's got Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen, his entire team have discounted nearly every remaining 2025 Ford vehicle on the lot. Like on award-winning Ford Super Duties with the all with the torque and horsepower you'll ever need. And now you can own it for just 1.9% APR financing. That is just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas, hybrid, and electric models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and priced to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end December 1st, 2025. Just stop in. See for yourself. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. Tell them I sent you. And with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best, family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Any momentum the Cardinals may have had heading into Seattle is certainly gone now. The Seahawks took care of the Cardinals 44-22 on Sunday, as the Cardinals were down by as many as 35 points to start the game. And here was Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon after the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
The Cardinals will be right back at it next Sunday home for the San Francisco 49ers. The Phoenix Suns had a roller coaster of a weekend. Devin Booker and company handled the Clippers in LA on Saturday night, 114-103, but they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time as he limped off the court and appeared to re-aggravate his hamstring. Green will get some imaging done today, and the Suns will be home for the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall. Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I mean, that's everybody has to do it, so it's not an excuse. You know, where I look at first is myself, you know, and I obviously we didn't have good enough plans going into this game and didn't execute them well enough, and you know, it falls on me. You know, we got to play better than that coming out of a win in Dallas on a short week. We got to play better than that, especially against a good team, because if you don't play well in 3 phases, you're going to get whooped.
It's Jonathan Gannon talking with Paul Calvisi on the Cardinals Radio Network. After the Cardinals lose to the Seahawks 44-22, there's one little schedule rarity. There was 3 games in the late window yesterday.
Yeah.
The winning team in all 3 games scored at least 44 points.
How about that?
It was a tough late window.
It was a really tough late window. Although I guess the San Francisco Rams game was probably a little bit more fun to watch because you had 2 quarterbacks going back and forth. But there's a lot of familiar terminology in that soundbite from Jonathan Gannon. We didn't have a good enough plan. We need to play better. These are themes and phrases that are used quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it wears thin after a while about, we got to play and coach better. Do you have the answers verbally? We know it's, coach speak is a fascinating topic because, a lot of coaches feel whatever I say in the media, it's just whatever I say in the media. But you got to prove that you've got those answers on game day.
Yeah.
And yesterday was a 60-minute advertisement of not having any answers.
Yeah, that's the way it looked to me. It really, really did. The football team was poorly prepared. They executed poorly. The intensity didn't match what was coming from the other sideline. And the sad reality of it is, if you were going to rank the head coaches in the NFC West, Jonathan Gannon is in last place by a long shot. And I didn't think that gap was as big as it is because I didn't know that Mike Macdonald is as good as he is in Seattle. We all know Sean McVay and his status among NFL head coaches. Kyle Shanahan is excellent. Might be, some people have thought what he's done this year with all the injuries warrants and merits Coach of the Year consideration. So that's what you're dealing with here. And it's tremendously disappointing to me, especially personally, because I went out of my way to be very I went heavy on the praise for Jonathan Gannon after that Monday Night Football game because from my perspective, dealing with all the Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett stuff, that could have been something that splintered a team, and they responded really well in Dallas. And I gave everybody too much credit for that because they did not follow up with a good performance in a must-have division game on the road. And that's difficult. And as you said, the Dallas Cowboys, you need to look at that victory in a different light. They're not a very good football team. Cardinals went up against a very buttoned-down, excellent football team and got smoked.
Yeah, Elijah Higgins talked about that very thing, coming off a win on Monday night and then losing the way they did yesterday in Seattle.
I mean, it's part of being a competitor. You know, you face, especially at this level, you face great teams every week, and sometimes things don't go your way, and that's what happened today. We didn't play our best ball, didn't execute the way we needed to, and when you do that against a good team, that's what happens. You dig yourself in a hole, and it was just a little too deep that we weren't able to climb back out of it.
So the question going into the break was, is this the type of game that makes you re-examine things? Absolutely. We didn't. There was a glimmer of hope. It wasn't like everybody was standing on a platform saying, "Oh, the Cardinals are back. They beat the Cowboys. Look out. Time for them to run the table and make the playoffs." Nobody was saying that. I know the extreme nature of fan reaction would indicate otherwise, but this is a total re-examination because this becomes evaluation period now. Is Jonathan Gannon going to have a job next year? That's the question.
And this doesn't.
How many of these players are going to be back next year? How involved is this rebuild going to be? Because year 3 of a rebuild should not look like this.
Absolutely not.
And it doesn't seem unfair to ask these questions if Jonathan Gannon goes to the podium after the game and takes total blame for it and says, I didn't have the team ready. This is my fault. I have to do better. Well, if he's telling the truth, then you have to examine him as a head coach, right?
Yeah,
2.5 years in.
absolutely. Especially if you're going to go now and shift into the lane of we're going to draft a young quarterback and hopefully get a new franchise quarterback and have Jacoby Brissett be the bridge and the mentor. If that's the case, you might want to go get yourself a good offensive-minded head coach or a new voice or somebody who has got a different, more substantial kind of plan. This would be the time to do it. And again, I think, as you said, it's just this football team is they're starting to fall back into the organization they have always been, stacking non-competitive years, and they need to get out of this cycle. They haven't won a playoff game in 10 years.
Mm-hmm. They've only played one in 10 years.
Yeah. It was they were just overwhelmed so quickly yesterday that you just immediately felt like, wow, the difference between these teams is so vast.
That's what it was. Seahawks scored touchdowns on the first 3 possessions and on 2 of the Cardinals' first 4 possessions.
And even if you say,
we're going to get into Jacoby Brissett's performance next, but he's not at the top of the list of people who are to blame for this loss.
And even if you say, okay, those 2 defensive touchdowns were fluky because the balls bounced right to the defenders and they went into the touchdown, that's still 21-0 you're down by.
Mm-hmm.
With and just getting dominated on both lines and looking like you're not ready.
Okay, let's go down that road. Were they fluky? Yeah, there's always a fluke when a football bounces in the right direction is always fluky, and it happened twice with the same player, which was historic, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 3 other players that have had 2 fumble recoveries for touchdowns in the same game in the history of the league. And I think DeMarcus Lawrence is the only one to do it with recoveries and returns of 20 yards or more twice.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous stuff.
Well, you saw this. Yeah.
If the ball's not dropped there, it still shines the light on what the problem was yesterday. There was no resistance on the offensive line.
No.
They could do whatever they wanted.
They got
Whether they
blown
wanted
up.
to rush straight up or they wanted to come up with some complex blitz scheme, which the Seahawks don't even blitz that much. But, man, did they feast on blitzes yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Did they ever? And that was when I talk about not making adjustments. The Seahawks came into this game having generated a good deal of pressure without blitzing. Their blitz rate was very low, as Vinny just said. So you as a coaching staff, you probably go in there thinking, okay, they're not blitzing. But when they started bringing different-looking blitzes, that's when you really have to go into, okay, let's get the quarterback protected and reassess what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And it just takes too long for that to kind of happen. And maybe it's a function of the talent, and maybe it's the offensive line. But again, it's for year 3. This is I had really thought that game in Dallas was going to be a good pivot point for this team. Not in the framework of they're going to rally and make the postseason, but more into the fact that, okay, listen, we got our legs underneath us now. We've got a reliable quarterback. We got a guy we can trust, a guy who's going to fight for us. And then they just laid down yesterday. It's brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal.
And the pivot point is the Dallas Cowboys on their bye week, watching that game going, we lost to
them? Right. It's true.
Starting tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m., we're giving you the chance to see the Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jaguars. Be ready to call in and win once you hear your chance. Once again, that's 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30 p.m. Coming up next, were we encouraged or discouraged by Jacoby Brissett's performance in yesterday's blowout? We'll get into that and more quarterback talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Struck down in Seattle.
Brissett who takes, drops back to throw, gets hit, the ball flutters out of his hand, is picked up at the 30-yard line. It's DeMarcus Lawrence returning it left to right, 2010 touchdown.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. And speaking of affordable, natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and community growth. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Why let a traditional mortgage keep you in debt for 30 years? With a Life Changer loan, you use your income to crush principal first, paying off your home in just a fraction of the time. That means less interest, faster freedom, and more money to invest, save, and build real wealth. Plus, you keep 24/7 access to your equity for the next 30 years. It's not magic. It's just math. So take control today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535. Or online at cbrothers.com.
Not sure what to get him this holiday? You can't go wrong with a gift from Untuck It. Every guy wants to unwrap our best-selling, wrinkle-free, and performance styles. From polished shirts for holiday parties to cozy layers for family photos, you'll find everything he needs to look sharp and feel comfortable all day and night. So, get a head start on your holiday gift list. Early holiday sale happening now. Find the perfect gift for everyone on your list at untuckit.com and more than 80 stores worldwide. Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
That Big Red Monday continues here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I want to send a shout out to our listeners in Laveen this morning. Laveen, on the south part of the valley.
There you go.
Appreciate you listening and watching.
Home of Zach.
No, he does not live there. No, he does not. Cardinals get the doors blown off in Seattle. 44-22, Jacoby Brissett. He took the podium yesterday after the game, talked about the difference between this game and his first 3 starts at quarterback.
I think it really started on third down. I don't think we're really good on third down, where we've been excelling at to prolong drives and run a lot of plays on our terms, I would say. I think it really was third down, and then you play against a team like that, you get behind the sticks and you kind of got to play a game early that you don't really come into the game planning on playing. I think that's where it really started. It was on third down. I think you got to, find ways and to, stay on the field. I think the last 3 weeks we've been tops in the league on third downs, and today that was the difference. Third down and turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to dig, I think you can get to third down. Cardinals were 6 of 16 on third down. As Jacoby Brissett talked about, a far cry from what it had been in his first 3 starts. That was a big difference. But I have so much frustration about this quarterback situation. Yesterday, obviously, 2 incredibly pivotal plays were the fumbles returned for touchdowns by DeMarcus Lawrence.
Right.
And those were plays where Jacoby Brissett, it was strange how similar the 2 plays were. It was really strange that the Seahawks also had a play like that where a quarterback's arm was hit and an empty hand comes forward, and the Cardinals recovered that fumble in the second half of that game. But I heard so much talk on the post-game shows and a lot of talk on social media. The same people that were applauding and lauding Jacoby Brissett for being willing to stand in the pocket till the very last second to deliver the football had an about face. Oh, he held onto the ball too long.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
You can't have it both ways.
Including the head coach. In fact, one of the things that Jonathan Gannon... Now, let's backtrack real quick because I don't want to get off Jacoby Brissett just a second. Does a quarterback have the obligation to get down and not try to attempt to pass when the pocket has collapsed? You watch both of those individual plays, and I don't think either play Jacoby Brissett can be accused of or convicted of holding on to the football too long. We know what that looks like. There's many quarterbacks in the NFL who do that. Caleb Williams does that. There's a lot of guys who hold on to the football too long, and then when that happens, you go, that's on you, bud. I didn't feel that way on either of those plays from Jacoby Brissett. It was a massive, massive collapse of the offensive line. And so they are fumbles, so he does bear some responsibility. So I'm not going to say he played great, even though he had a better quarterback rating for the game than Sam Darnold did and made any number of very good passes. And he had many dropped by Marvin Harrison Jr., one on an easy 9-yard slant where he was wide open. He dropped it before he had a touchdown pass knocked away from him by a really good defensive play. He dropped another one in the end zone. So the bad Marvin Harrison Jr. came back on the field yesterday.
Certainly.
And I think a lot of it had to do with he was up against a big boy secondary. He might have gotten comfortable against that secondary he faced in Dallas. And he was up against a secondary that was looking to cause some real damage yesterday.
Well, to a man, the Seahawks defense had ill intentions yesterday. The way that they were hitting, the way they were pursuing, the way they were tackling, all of it.
That's it. That's the attitude, and that's an attitude that this Cardinals team doesn't have compared to the last couple of years. They just don't.
Can we get on to the other?
Let me finish one last thing I want to say. Jonathan Gannon, after the game, said, quote, "We've got to protect better and get it out of his hands more," end quote. I was offended by that quote from Jonathan Gannon because everything about this offense and everything about people viewing this coaching staff and this organization in a much friendlier light has happened because of his Jacoby Brissett's ability to stand in the pocket. And now you, as the head coach, you're going to say you need to get the ball back out of your hands? You want him to turn into captain checkdown like the previous dude? I thought that was disappointing. That to me is not an accurate depiction of what happened.
Can't have it both ways.
No.
And I don't think Jacoby Brissett was great, but there wasn't a whole lot of help going on either.
No.
For the people on the other on the other track of quarterback talk with the Cardinals, the people, and we'll call them Kyler stans, who came out of the woodwork yesterday. Kyler stans had their best day of the year, and their quarterback was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, they did. They had a good time with it.
Because it would have been different had he played, obviously. Oh, it was Kyler's fault. It was all Kyler's fault. Look, I follow this situation pretty closely on a daily basis. Can you name anybody that's pinned all of the Cardinals' problems this year on Kyler Murray?
Of course not.
How many times have we prefaced a statement by saying, not pinning it on Kyler Murray, he's just
This is the problem with stands, Vinny. They come at you with results. They had Jacoby Brissett lit it up yesterday, you would not have heard a word from them.
No. But to say it would have been different or to suggest it would have been different, yeah, Kyler Murray on a couple of those plays. Jacoby Brissett got sacked 5 times. Is Kyler Murray getting sacked on those same pressures 5 times? Probably not. He's probably getting out of some of those. Or it could have been 8 sacks.
Right.
Because Kyler Murray, unlike any other quarterback we've ever seen in the history of the NFL, has a propensity to sit down. Literally sit down when the pressure engulfs him.
Yeah. And that kind of pressure, we've seen Kyler Murray against that kind of pressure yesterday. He doesn't handle that very well. There would, like you said it very accurately, there would have been 2, maybe 3 plays where he would have gotten out and maybe created some havoc, some good kind of chaos. But he doesn't respond well to those kind. That was a jailbreak by the Cardinals defense yesterday.
Yes.
Kyler Murray does not respond well to that.
The polarization of reaction on Kyler, we talked about him being a polarizing force. I'm just talking about the reactors to the Kyler Murray experience. It's reached embarrassing levels on both sides. If you're pinning everything on Kyler Murray or the guy can do no wrong, you're not seeing it right. If you're defending Kyler Murray vehemently based on the results, you're seeing it wrong. The truth is somewhere in the middle, as it usually is. There is so much embarrassment going on social media.
Yeah.
And I'm talking from people who used to be paid to be part of this media too.
Yeah, no, listen, I know it's part of it. It's the tribe-like mentality that has engulfed this country, and part of it is we're gonna come at you and troll you when you're wrong, and look. The fact of the matter is, as we have kind of discussed, the Kyler Murray relationship with the Cardinals, it's hit a dead end. As we have speculated, I don't think Kyler has any interest whatsoever in coming back to this team as either a backup or even reinstated. That's my gut feeling on this. That there was reporting all over the weekend from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport that the Cardinals are in the process of kind of working this out, negotiating an end to this whole thing with Kyler Murray. Yeah. And so, look, he needs a fresh start, and so do we as a football town. That's the way it is.
Yeah, but it's because of that. If you come to that reality, somehow it becomes an indictment on. It's all his fault. Can Kyler Murray turn this around somewhere else? I think it's going to be a fascinating journey for him.
Yeah.
When he gets somewhere else, is there going to be a coach that he can connect with? Is he going to be willing to do the things that he's been uncomfortable doing as the quarterback of the Cardinals?
No.
If he can do that, we're talking about one of the more talented quarterbacks in the game in terms of athleticism. But I agree with you. This is at the point now where it's like a marriage. 2 good people just not vibing anymore.
No.
They can both find happiness elsewhere.
That's what it's going to be. That's the way it's got to be. Now, so the Cardinals, again, they're going to have to go get in the business of finding and identifying a franchise quarterback.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to speed on all the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Because everybody's praising Jacoby so effusively, that in itself is a knock of Kyler. You know, like everybody, man, Jacoby's such a leader, and he's and what's unspoken is this idea that Kyler's not. Jacoby's everything that Kyler's not, you know, and that might be pushing us along this path that we're along.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things like warping and condensation and spiking energy bills. And if that's the case with you, I've got great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products, they've rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November. You will now get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year. together. And as a customer of Advanced Window Products myself, I can tell you, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The whole process from installation to cleanup was so professional and so impressive. Couldn't believe it. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. And that guarantee, by the way, that warranty, it is transferable, and with great financing options, now's a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Ready to ditch the Santa bod, guys? Give yourself a leaner holiday. Paul Calvese here. Red Mountain's testosterone for men has helped hundreds of guys revive their gym life, sleep, bedroom. Stack TRT with a GLP. Burn fat, build muscle. Buddy did it right. More energy, more confidence. Limited time. GLPs right now from $149 a month. And TRT startup fees are waived. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Before you could sit down to really try and enjoy the Cardinals game on Sunday, they were already down 21-0 in Seattle. The Seahawks jumped the Cards from the start and never looked back. They rolled to a 44-22 win, and the Cardinals moved to 3-6 on the season. The Suns over the weekend went to LA and took care of the Clippers Saturday night, 114-103 in what felt like a complete team win. The downside, they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time. Green appeared to have re-injured his hamstring as he limped off the floor. And here was his head coach, Jordan Knott.
Yeah, you just feel for him. You know, he worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. The highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, you know, there'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix. But, yeah, feel for him right now.
The Suns will be in action tonight at 7 o'clock against the New Orleans Pelicans right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Bobby Hurley and his guys moved to 2-0 to start the year. They beat Utah Tech 81-66 on Sunday night. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Sammy taking the wheel to drive us through the big stories on this Monday morning. It's the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy.
Yes.
Sammy.
Good morning. Good morning. Want to start by giving a quick shout out to those watching on our YouTube. We're at Arizona Sports. 300 of you guys are tuned in, so appreciate that.
Can I just elaborate on that real quick?
Yeah.
And it kind of goes along with that. After a game like yesterday, where everything goes wrong and it's just not competitive and it's a dumpster fire, I bet you get this too. People saying, I can't wait for your show tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, I get it. Yeah,
Nobody ever
definitely.
says that after a win.
No.
All right, but
I'd like to try, though. I'd like to see how that plays out after a win. For God's sakes, any team in the Valley.
100%. I do want to quickly start with one Suns question. We're talking Suns after this segment, but they got a 114-103. Bang. Got a 114-103 win, but they lost Jaylen Green. On a scale of just 1 to 10, how bad is the Green injury for the Suns' success?
Well, I think had we seen more from Jaylen Green other than one really, really good game, I think the number would be higher. And I don't want to sound disrespectful to Jaylen Green, but he hasn't really gotten out of the gates yet. So
that's it.
I think the number is probably 5 or lower right now. And hopefully the Suns, in this absence, can get to a point where they're rolling to a point where he just comes in and supplements things and then can do what he does. But it can't be that high a number right now, I don't think.
I think this is actually going to benefit the team. I know that sounds ludicrous and borderline disrespectful to the people who saw Jaylen Green, his brilliant debut in Phoenix. But Jaylen Green is an up and down, occasionally frustrating player, and you know how I feel about Colin Gillespie, and you know how I feel about Devin Booker sort of dedicating himself to being shooting guard. I think this is actually going to help the team in the short term.
Okay, fair enough. So let's now talk about the Cardinals, who were jumped from the start on Sunday. It was a rough one, and here was their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, after the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
So they're 3-6 now. Where do they go from here? What do they do as they're staring down the Niners on Sunday? Where do they go from here?
I don't know. But they don't know either. So
well, listen, I think that they're going to still continue to try to win football games, because I think the embarrassment, they're wearing it again, just like they did after the Tennessee game. That was visually disgusting. How many football fans do you think turned off the game 35-0? We're 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the second quarter, and you are down by 35 points.
Yeah.
Fan bases don't play with that stuff.
Yeah.
So to me, I think the coaching staff is feeling it. I think they're going to do what they do and stress process, and we'll see what happens. But if they start stringing losses, again, there's going to come a time when it's going to be, forget the winning thing. Right. Let's get the highest draft pick possible.
Yeah. And so I asked this question last week, given the Brissett moving to starting quarterback, but now the circumstances are a little different. Is this coaching staff still going to be given the chance to draft, quote, their quarterback, or does a new quarterback go along with a new staff?
I think there's so much uncertainty here, because it seems like, I mean, you can make an argument for either way, but when it comes into the discussion of quality of quarterbacks available in this draft class, it's not a great draft class for quarterbacks. Now, does that skew the thinking from the organization? I don't know. So I think you can even extend that, are they going to be able to identify their guy? Maybe it's a veteran. Maybe it's somebody out there who fits the mold of a Daniel Jones or a Sam Darnold, a guy who's floated around that they see something in. I honestly don't know what to expect.
Dan, same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, to me, I think they do have to identify a quarterback in the draft, and the way things are going, they might get a shot at a really good one, maybe the second or the third best quarterback out there, and it's you've just got to find the right guy.
Yeah.
Because the right guy isn't always who everyone says it is.
Okay. So another unique NFL weekend. We've wondered, at least for the past 3 weeks, who the best teams are in each league. Does the NFC run through either the Rams or the Seahawks, or the winner of tonight's game between the Packers and Eagles?
I'm leaning towards the two teams in the West. They look really, really strong right now. Matthew Stafford is arguably playing his best quarterback ever.
Yeah, he's sick.
In a season
no
where
look pass last night, he's just
3 straight games with 4 or more touchdown passes and no picks.
He's incredible. Yeah, the Rams, the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Eagles right now. I don't put the Packers in that category.
I don't either.
The Packers have lost to the Panthers, and the Packers have lost to what was that other terrible
The Browns,
team?
I think, right?
Yeah, I ain't buying them. I was optimistic for them, but I'm not buying them now.
And do you believe the AFC actually runs through New England, Denver, or LA, the Chargers, or is it someone else?
No,
I can't buy into those teams either.
I think it does, but I think that because of that, this is going to be a year where you're going to see Denver host a home playoff game, and Indianapolis is going to host a home playoff game, and they're both going to lose in the first round. Buffalo will go to one of those places. Kansas City will go to one of those places.
Of those
and
teams that you mentioned, I'm a believer in Indianapolis more than the others.
Yeah, me too.
And something happened yesterday because, last week we had Daniel Jones is turning into Daniel Jones performance again. Yesterday, he fumbled a bunch of times, lost one, threw a pick. But when that game got tight and the Colts tied the game to send it to overtime, they had a 3rd and 21, and he ripped off like a 19-yard run and then made a really studly 4th down pass to Warren. That led to the field goal. He made the plays that needed to. That's why I have more belief in them, and they have Jonathan Taylor to lean on. The Broncos have to... The record looks great.
Yeah.
But my goodness.
Backyard Bo Nix back there.
Last week we did the exercise where we said who was the best team in the NFL, and I picked the Bills. Dude. And boy, did I look like Schmuckman Jones yesterday.
Yeah. I would put more belief in Kansas City than any of those teams.
Yeah. And so we have crosstalk at 9:45, so we're not going to be able to revisit the checklist there. So I want to do it real quick. Not our best outing from the fellas.
No. We all got the Seahawks winning.
Yes, we all had the Seahawks winning. Dan, you had Texas Tech winning 34-33. It was a little not as
blowout.
close.
No, it was but blowout.
The real question is to try to give you a point here. Did Whiskey's Quicker destroy this weekend?
Yes, they did.
Yes, we did. Yeah, big shout out to everybody. We did Champagne Supernova at an event at the Polo Party that is just champagne fueled, right? But it's always difficult when you're setting up in the middle of a big gigantic field. You don't know how the acoustics are going to come off. The production company that they hired, I believe it was Mark's Productions, they were just fantastic. Because we had to go out there, you only have a real finite amount of time to get you out there and get set up because you got to go, and they made you feel like rock stars.
Did you play in between chuckers?
Very well done, Vinny. We played at halftime of a chucker.
I'm very cultured.
Right. Wow, there you go.
Yes, you are.
And then, Vinny, BYU didn't beat Tech.
No, they did not.
And then MHJ and JSN didn't even get to 150 yards. You had 250.
If the game wasn't 100-0, it would have been closer for that.
And then,
or if Marvin Harrison Jr. decided to catch a ball, it would have been closer.
And then, sadly, no one other than Book scored 20 points on Saturday night. Mark Williams had 19. Jarrett Tech did indeed beat BYU by more than 10 or more points. Koa Pete, no 30-piece, and the Falcons close, but no cigar against the Colts. And for mine, Amari DiMercado had a rush over 20 yards, but not for a touchdown. Chad Ryland had 0 field goals. And I'm doubtful the Eagles-Packers game will combine for 80-plus points tonight. So, not looking good for the weekend.
I think the high total on combined points was 68 this week. Yeah.
Wow. So, there you guys go. The weekend checklist and all rebooted.
Thank you, Sammy.
Monday morning. Yes.
All right, all rebooted. Thank you to Sammy. Coming up next, can the Suns get over another injury and get over 500 tonight. We'll get into some Suns talk straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And nagging joint pain comes from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis, sometimes it's years of hard work, sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. No matter where it comes from, it's a horrible deal if it limits your everyday life. Good news is QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use advanced regenerative medicine, talking about advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damaged tissue in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting results. And I can tell you, folks, this stuff really works. Patient satisfaction reports are a staggering 92% at QC Kinetics. That includes me. I've leaned on him twice. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with his joint pain after a long career in the NFL. So if you're dealing with that, understand this is an all organic process, no surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Go check out these cutting-edge options and what they can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National. November 21st through the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 of the country's coolest classics. Good Guys Autocross racing action and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Arizona's biggest swap meet at Huge Vendor Midway. Free family fun zone, live music, and more. November 21st through the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dave Burns here to tell you about the huge Thanksgiving savings happening all month long at Liberty GMC. Right now, you can lease an all-new 2026 Terrain for just $279 a month or purchase and get $4,250 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily, so this season is a great time to consider a new SUV. For the best Thanksgiving savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Hey, it's Luke. How will the Suns match up against another young athletic team in the New Orleans Pelicans? We'll discuss today at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, a little bit at halftime. I checked in on him. He's in good spirits. I mean, it sucks to see him, go down again with the, hamstring. But, we just going to hold it down, make sure he get right, and then, just take the precaution when he come back, and, that way he stay healthy.
That is Royce O'Neal talking about his teammate, Jaylen Green, going down with another hamstring injury, a re-aggravation of that hamstring injury that kept him out for the first 8 games. He played in Game 9 and Game 10. Tweaks it again, and that is life for the Phoenix Suns. They're going to be without Jaylen Green for a while. We don't have a timetable on it yet or the severity of it. But as we discussed earlier, it just makes sense to take more time when you're dealing with a nagging injury like this. And the first ramp up back to action for Jaylen Green was a pretty long one. And it lasted, I think, like 29, 30 minutes of actual basketball action before he tweaked it again. So it makes sense to take more time.
And listen, and I know as a traumatized sports town, I know the initial inclination is to lament and whine and complain that, man, okay, great, this year's team got 11 minutes together before it got broken apart due to injury. Take a cue from the Suns, because when Jaylen Green went down, they reacted with even more fury than they had played with prior. And I thought that was very, very impressive. And I think they're going to be okay, is my gut feeling. And I don't want to be disrespectful to the offensive talent that Jaylen Green brings to a basketball court, but this is an opportunity for Colin Gillespie and others to help kind of further this try hard, fight hard all the time kind of mentality. There will definitely be nights where you will miss Jaylen Green scoring in his output, and there will definitely be nights when the Suns don't seem to have enough offense to compete with really, really good teams. But if you don't see their ascendance on defense right now, you're not paying attention. 5 games into the year, they ranked 28th in the league. They're 9th in the last 5 games. That's real growth. Their points given up off of turnovers, they were once the worst in the league at it. They've gotten much better at that.
Yeah, even the other night, only 12 turnovers, 14 team turnovers led to 18 points. But
right.
Once they got a lead, I mean, they never gave that lead up against the Clippers after they grabbed the lead in the first half, and that was through, the uncertainty with the Jaylen Green situation. There was a stretch. I have to say this, and I know you don't like when I bring this up.
Go ahead.
But you watched the game.
Yeah.
The stretch of officiating in the third quarter.
It's pretty brutal.
It was beyond brutal. It was curious to the point of, what the hell is happening?
What has happened to our league? Are they rigging this game? Are they helping the Clippers get back in?
Somebody call Pablo Torre right now.
Right.
Devin Booker has been in this league for 11 years. For most of that time, he's been considered an above-average to star player. How does he never get a call?
Never.
Ever. Those calls that went against him on review were 2 of the worst applications of the instant replay rule I've ever seen. And then a technical foul on top of it for flopping? It was a ridiculous stretch of officiating. And credit to the Suns, because they overcame that too.
Yeah, yes. I'm going to agree with everything you said. I'm going to revert to this because I know you don't like this when I bring this up, that Devin Booker does not really engage in loving up the refs and playing that game. He doesn't and I respect him for that. I don't think that should be part of your job as a basketball player, is to create pseudo relationships with officials just so they don't bone you all the time.
Yeah, Derrick Jones Jr. was getting superstar treatment over Devin Booker.
No,
let that sink in.
Listen, I do acknowledge that for the level Devin Booker has been at, it doesn't look the same way as it does for others. But again, I hate the victim mentality, and I think you know how I feel about the Suns broadcast. They just get consumed with this. So I don't like engaging in it, but I am acknowledging what you're saying.
I have and it's been a little overboard at times, but I have no problem with them being consumed by it on Saturday, because that was a terrible stretch of officiating.
It was, and it's something that Devin Booker should just put that in the stove, use that as fuel.
But I will also say this, because not too long ago, a certain somebody on the radio was trying to run Devin Booker out of town. And since that time,
Devin
Booker.
Was that certain somebody fired or no?
Well, it wasn't. It was me and Kellen Olson, and we all noticed it. We had conversations.
Nobody was trying to run him out of town.
No,
it was an observation. For goodness sakes.
You brought up on air a friend who said the Olympics might have ruined Devin Booker. There was something off with him early. We all saw it.
I don't think there's anything off with him right now.
No. In fact, he just said after the Clippers game on Saturday, "I'm vibing with this team."
Mm-hmm.
But that's the problem with Stans. That's exactly everything is so black and white. You're with us, you're not.
Can I bring up another thing that surfaced over the weekend? It actually came out on Friday. We didn't get a chance to get to it. Law Murray, who covers the Clippers for The Athletic, had a story on Bradley Beal, which was apropos because the Suns had back-to-back games against the Clippers. And Bradley Beal, God bless him, he was atrocious in his return to Phoenix. But again, just some head-shaking comments coming out of Bradley Beal in this column. You read this, right?
I did. The fact that he claims that Phoenix didn't let him be the guy that he is. What a
Beal
joke.
told The Athletic, quote, "When you allow me to be that guy, I'll be that. But when you have two coaches that want you to set screens and play in the dunker spot, you're not Brad Beal. You're somebody else."
And that would be the Brad Beal who smoked the first layup of the night on Saturday?
To me, it wasn't about get back, he said about his return to Phoenix. We all whooped you all a couple weeks ago, so it wasn't like, I don't think it's about that. For me, it was no disrespect to Phoenix, but it was more meaningful for me to go back to D.C., as it should have been, and play after being there for 11 years. That's my franchise, I feel like I was more geeked about that than coming back here. There's no disrespect, but they have their way, how they feel. Law Murray writes, Beal has played 586 regular season games in which he has attempted at least 14 field goals, which is the number of attempts he had in his return to Phoenix. He made 2 of them. Beal was happy to get 14 shots to work with on Thursday night. Quote, "When's the last time I shot 14 shots for the Suns?" Beal asked The Athletic. Well, 52 times in 106 games that you played with them, you shot 14 or more times. I mean...
So he's clearly delusional.
Yes.
Clearly.
And, look, there was a stretch in the first half, and I texted a friend this. Bradley Beal does nothing right on the court. After halftime, he had that little stretch where he had 8 points real quick, and then that was immediately followed up with, "I can't do no more. My hip. My hip.
My
it's
hip.
sore."
Right. That's...
There might be buyer's remorse on a bargain basement deal for the Clippers.
There might be.
They moved on from Norm Powell for this.
Which is a dreadful move. Dreadful.
I don't want to dislike Bradley Beal. I said that throughout his time here.
Yeah, but it's hard not to.
He seemingly said the right things and did the wrong things.
Yeah, that's it. And he always thought he always was perfectly fine with his performances. I mean, look, good riddance. And I understand that a lot of that is self-preservation, that, a player who was once an NBA All-Star was basically paid to go away. But, yeah.
And look, it's also...
Think about the difference coming off this basketball team compared to the Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant era.
Well, what I was going to say, that last year's team was such a mess, from the coaching to the vibes to everything, that it's very easy for Bradley Beal just to say it's all their fault and for people not to really question it, because things were so bad. But having lived through it and
again,
his
the
full time
reality
here.
let's say things went great and everybody played 82 games. Let's just play in fantasy world for a second. Bradley Beal joined a team that had Devin Booker and Kevin Durant still in their primes, at different points of their primes, but in their primes as scorers in this league. Did he expect to get more than 14 shots per game?
Again, delusional.
Yes.
I hate to break it to people, but if all of those people played 82 games, we'd still be in the same spot.
How do you mean?
Like
it wouldn't have worked no matter what. Is what
Right.
he's
They
saying.
still would have. Maybe the wins would have been 3 or 4 or 5 more, but the output on the court would have still been the same.
Probably, especially last year.
Yeah.
Tonight at 5 p.m. at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals versus Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details, and we'll see you tonight. Coming up next, it's 8 o'clock on a Monday after a 22-point loss.
Oh,
My
boy.
advice to you is,
oh boy,
grab your flame-resistant clothing and sit back and enjoy the Bickley blast.
Fire!
It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals coach Jonathan Gannon is not eyeing changes after a loss to the Seahawks, but the Cardinals season has taken a hard left turn, writes Dan Bickley, and Suns guard Jaylen Green is out against the Pelicans after re-aggravating his hamstring strain. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know for over half a century, Spinato's has been a Valley favorite. Spinato's has always been family-owned, but now that family has grown. Spinato's giving their team members a slice of the pie through an employee stock ownership plan. So they're celebrating the same great people now with even more pride in ownership. And there's also something cool that you can be a part of going on at Spinato's, too. The Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, where the perks are as delicious as the pizza. You can earn points every visit, turn those points into Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. You can join the Secret Sauce Society at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Of course, Spinato's 6 Valley locations to serve you: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert, and they are the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Any momentum the Cardinals may have had heading into Seattle is certainly gone now. The Seahawks took care of the Cardinals 44-22 on Sunday, as the Cardinals were down by as many as 35 points to start the game. And here was their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, after the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
The Phoenix Suns had a roller coaster of a weekend. Devin Booker and company handled the Clippers in LA on Saturday night, 114-103, but they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time as he limped off the court and appeared to have re-aggravated his hamstring. Green will get some imaging done today, and the Suns will host the Pelicans tonight at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything in store or online. Head to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Type the word Brissett into your phone and it will likely autocorrect into brisket, and that's what the Cardinals' new incumbent quarterback was on Sunday. Jacoby was brisket, and the Seahawks were ferociously hungry birds, which is to say the Cardinals' embarrassing, dream-busting road loss in Seattle wasn't all Brissett's fault. This was an organizational debacle, from bad coaching to poor blocking, from bad tackling to poor execution. It was the kind of loss that nullifies their dramatic win on Monday Night Football, and the kind of loss that illuminates how inferior they are to the rest of the teams in the NFC West. And from preparation to adjustments, Jonathan Gannon was horribly outcoached on Sunday and remains the worst in the division by a mile. And personally, I feel kind of embarrassed. I raved about Gannon's performance in navigating the Kyler Murray dilemma and the national stage in Dallas. Now, I think he's back on a hot seat, or at least he should be. Remember how Napoleon had his Waterloo? Well, Gannon just had his Whisenhunt, an embarrassing loss in Seattle that changes the calculus entirely moving forward. After the game, Gannon was usually and again on auto repeat. He said, quote, "That falls on me." And as one Cardinal fan noted, how many times does he get to say that? My answer is never again. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
Now, was Jonathan Gannon yesterday when asked about the sloppiness, immediately went to what Bick just brought up. Got to play better, got to coach better. That's been repeated a lot after losses, as well as, what Jonathan Gannon told Paul Calvisi about the short week and being maybe caught up by that.
Yeah, I mean, that's everybody has to do it, so it's not an excuse. Where I look at first is myself, and I obviously we didn't have good enough plans going into this game and didn't execute them well enough. And it falls on me. We got to play better than that coming out of a win in Dallas on a short week. We got to play better than that, especially against a good team. Because if you don't play well in 3 phases, you're going to get whooped.
Yeah, repetition of message can work in 2 different ways. We joke about this all the time. If you continue, and it was a running joke on this, it kind of still is a running joke on this show. We refer to this show as the greatest radio show that's ever existed. And it's because if you repeat that message, people will believe you.
Right. That was the whole impetus of that joke.
Yes, repetition of message can work the other way too.
Yep.
When after getting your head handed to you by a division opponent and you fall back on the same refrains that you always do, people will start to believe you.
Yeah.
We didn't have a good enough plan. Okay, let's explore that. Whose job is it to come up with the plan? The head coach and the coaching staff. And that's repeated after every single loss. You're basically advertising that you're not doing your job to the fullest it can be done.
That's exactly right.
I get it. So many coaches do that because they don't want to go into the specifics of what happened. And they want to fall on it. And they want to show the leadership of falling on the sword for the team.
Right.
It's not that easy.
Certainly not. By comparison, Dan Campbell in Detroit, who's had a very difficult season himself in terms of adversity, he just took over the play calling for the Lions and did real well at it, and the Lions blew up. And somebody asked him about that. He said, I've got a million ideas. I got a million things going through my head about what we can do. Don't worry about it. We're going to get there. That's reassuring to me. If you're a Lions fan, you're like, yeah.
Let's fight some kneecaps.
Exactly.
That's kind of the frustrating thing is that as this season has gone downward, nothing has really changed. Then the whole quarterback thing was sort of its own thing. But going into the bye, I remember Kellen was filling in for you that week, Vince, I think. And he was saying, like, okay, if they lose again, something has to happen. They have to do something just to sort of reassure the fan base that they're still trying, and nothing changed with the coaching staff, with anything, play calling, anything.
Gannon was asked that question yesterday, too, in his media session. Lineup or staff changes need to be made after something like this?
No.
Okay. Yeah, very dismissive of it. But again, what's he going to say, right? But
you could say we're going to reevaluate everything, or something like that.
Yeah. So again, I think that it's difficult for this fan base, and you mentioned it. They've been in Arizona for 37, 38 years now, going into year 38, and they're still struggling with just finding a consistent foundation for winning, and it's difficult. It's difficult being a fan of this franchise. I ain't gonna lie. This is partly why this market has remained so divided, is that they just can't get anything going and keep it going consistently. They had it with Bruce Arians for a minute. They had it with Ken Wisenhunt for a minute, and that was it. That's been it. So, all right, but let's just narrow down into the moment and not get too crazy here, even though I'm kind of feeling that way.
You're in crazy mode?
Kind of in a crazy mode a little bit. But it's just the little things. So they're down 28-0, barely 16 minutes into the game. They come out, and it's like, okay, you gotta get something going here. A perfect pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. right in his hands. He's wide open. He just drops it. Second down, Jacoby Brissett scrambles for 9 yards. He actually is somewhat mobile, even though Jared Carlin was slandering him earlier today. On 3rd and 1, Greg Dortch just got blown up on almost every short yardage run down in pivotal situations yesterday. The Seahawks not only stopped the Cardinals, they embarrassed them. They came at them with intensity and heat, and almost every single time the ball carrier was hit behind the line of scrimmage and hit very hard.
Yeah.
They overwhelmed them.
That's a good word.
It wasn't just the offensive line, and I know in blocking schemes, tight ends are an extension of the offensive line. The tight ends, and Jonathan Gannon said, no, we're not going to throw this film away. We're going to watch this, and we're going to learn from it. The tight ends are really not going to enjoy having their blocking picked apart because it was non-existent. That first 4th down play, that was very instrumental in this game because it did set that. It continued the setting of the tone for Seattle.
Yep.
When there was 2 tight ends that or actually it was Higgins got absolutely blown up and just missed his block, but the play got blown up, and at that point you're like, this team has no hope. And it followed suit.
You brought it up earlier, and I keep bringing up the name Clayton Adams, that if Michael Bidwell needs to go shopping for a new head coach after this year, you might want to look back into that, because it's amazing how random the running game has become in his absence.
Well, the Cardinals last offseason did not find it necessary or prudent to bump up Clayton Adams' responsibilities on the coaching staff that he was already a part of, to make him a coordinator.
Yeah.
I would really, really... and look, Clayton Adams, obviously, his absence has been felt. It's been talked about a lot.
Yeah.
What the Cowboys are doing with him as offensive coordinator, they're having a really good year offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make him qualified to be a head coach?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But again, if you are going to go and draft a quarterback this year to be the franchise guy, then you need to get everything in, to quote Brian Gregory, alignment. But you can't make fun of that now because the Suns seemingly have things in alignment.
Well, go back to, and I'm not pinning this on Kyler Murray, I would say that the Cardinals might have been more aligned in 2019 than ever before, when Steve Keim, Cliff Kingsbury, and Kyler Murray were the triumvirate. They hired Cliff Kingsbury. They went and they made the out-of-the-box selection of Kyler Murray at number one.
Mm-hmm.
There was alignment there. Did that work out well?
Well, they got to a playoff. They got to the playoffs.
They did.
Okay.
Eventually, it did not work out.
That's true.
For year three, they were further ahead than this current regime.
Okay, fair and accurate.
But then the defense too also has to deserve the brunt of this. How many times were defenders getting stiff-armed out of the way? The Seahawks just treated them with disdain and disrespect all day, and every corner of the football field.
They little brothered them.
Yeah, yes. and it's again, this was Marvin Harrison Jr.'s issue as a rookie. It's when he got on the field against real violent, super physical teams, it was no mas.
Yeah, we'll get more into MHJ's performance because it was another step back in my opinion. Also, I want to open up the phone lines on this Monday to let you vent on what you're seeing from the Cardinals or what you saw from the Cardinals or what you want to see from the Cardinals. 602-260-9870 is the phone number, 602-260-9870. Your phone calls next on this big red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals got the smackdown in Seattle.
Takes the shotgun snap, blitz coming, Brissett hit, the ball's out again, it's picked up by Lawrence again at the 20, to the 10, touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence with 2 fumble recoveries returned for touchdowns in the first half.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.99% 60-month financing. Or get low 0.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $14.31 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted Best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I'd like to send a shout out and a thank you to our listeners in Chandler this morning. We appreciate you listening, watching on YouTube or the Arizona Sports Watch channel out in Chandler this morning. 602-260-9870, the phone number. We've given a lot of thoughts on what we saw from the Cardinals and didn't see, more to the point. Want to hear what you have to say as well. Let's start in Tempe and talk to Robbie up first here on Arizona Sports. What's up, Robbie?
Morning, guys. All right, so all week, the previous week, I was thinking the Cardinals need a scheme for an aggressive defense that's going to come after them. And at the start of the game, I was like, oh, it's the exact same offense. No scheming for, like, taking the aggressiveness that defense gives you and trying to take advantage of it with quicker passing, anything. None of that. Number two, they didn't make any investment on this offensive line in the offseason, and I think that's really come into bear right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, I agree with that. Teams that know another team is going to come get after your quarterback, you're exactly right. You run some back screens. There are any number of little tricks you can do to turn aggression and use it against the opponent. And there was none of that yesterday.
In terms of the improvement, that's something we've talked about during the course of the season on this show anyway, is that the Cardinals chose not to make any investments or improvements on the offensive side of the ball outside of bringing in Jacoby Brissett. And that's paid off to a degree, but I can also almost defend them for not spending a lot of money on the offensive line because that offensive line was a strength last year.
Yeah.
And with the same guys and a different coach, it looks like a different line altogether.
That's so true.
602-260-9870, the phone number out to Phoenix. Tom is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, Bick, you are not crazy. It is just brutal being a fan of this team. I mean, let's just put it in perspective. Since our appearance in the Super Bowl 16 years ago, we've had 2 playoff wins. A lot of the franchises, if they don't get 2 wins in one season, they're unhappy. I mean, the fact is we've lost to Seattle 9 times in a row. We're not even a rival. We're a joke to them. I mean, just a pathetic joke. I mean, I feel like I'm going crazy. I mean, I might have to try to figure out get Jacoby Brissett's therapist's number. I mean, because apparently he's got a therapist according to the guys on the TV yesterday, but I don't know who's got it worse, the Cardinals fans or the guy I just saw sleeping on the sidewalk driving down the street. So
thank you, Tom.
It's brutal
Appreciate you.
being a Cardinals fans, and I'm getting close to giving up.
Yeah, listen, it's hitting me hard because I felt all this regeneration and new life after that Monday Night Football win. I did. I thought, okay, cool. We got a guy, a bridge quarterback. We've got resolution on the Kyler Murray situation. We got a guy who can play the position while you go and get the next franchise quarterback. And who knows where this thing is going. Then you go out and you play that game.
Yeah. Look, on the subject of fandom and being a fan of certain teams is not for the faint of heart. And I'm not going to sit here and advocate what you do with your time or your investment or your love or your passion or support. But I will, as I often do, I'll go to a movie that I like, and I'll give you a movie line. You ever see the movie Fever Pitch? Jimmy Fallon?
No.
He's obsessed with the Boston Red Sox. And there's a scene where he's talking to a kid who plays on the JV baseball team. And he says, I know you love the Red Sox, but let me ask you this. Have they ever loved you back?
Yeah, that's it. Have they ever loved you back? That's funny.
Think about that.
That's funny.
And then, of course, the Red Sox responded with multiple World Series titles right after that. Brian and Gilbert is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, Brian, on this Big Red Monday?
Hey, fantastic. Thanks for having me. Just sitting back and just trying to figure out, like, what's going on with the offensive line. I mean, I don't care what quarterback you put back there. If you put Kyler, Jacoby, Tom Brady can come back there. If you don't have anybody blocking and really locking in, it's just not going to work. Sorry. I just want to say, I just want to know what the regime is going to do about addressing that issue. That is important in a football team, is the trenches.
Absolutely. Brian, appreciate the phone call. And I'm not calling you out by saying this, Bick, because this is something that is going to burn even hotter as we get closer to the draft for this team.
Okay.
Especially if it goes down this road. Quarterback's going to be talked about in the draft or some sort of acquisition. The Arizona Cardinals need to invest some draft capital, high draft capital, in the offensive line and build some continuity there.
Yeah, they do.
I am shocked at how big the step back the offensive line took this year.
We all are.
And I thought, and I don't want to throw this all on Isaiah Adams, who I thought got an opportunity at right guard earlier in the season to start. I thought maybe that was the issue. That was not the issue. I thought Will Hernandez would have a bigger impact. Maybe that wasn't fair to expect him coming off of an injury the way that he was, but this is not nearly the same offensive line
and
that we
it's
saw
pass protection and run blocking.
Yes. Jonesy and Gilbert is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, Jonesy?
Hey, boys. The issue is that we keep getting hoodwinked every season. Same thing over and over. And I want to congratulate the team. That's the earliest I've ever turned off a Cardinals game. And I think at this point, it's beyond, like, I'm no longer pissed. It's like apathy for this team. And I think that's the scariest point to be at with a fan base is I see a lot of season ticket holders being like, what are we paying for at this point? I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people did exactly what you did. Unfortunately, Vinny and I, we don't have that option. We can't turn the TV off and go enjoy the rest of the Sunday.
I did have because Monday night, I think I showed you my packet of just stupid notes that I took. I sat down yesterday to watch the game, and I was like, I'm not going to be that involved today. I'm going to watch with a different viewpoint. Thank goodness. Because I would have given up in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, the last note would have said, this is an ass-kicking.
Right.
That would have been the end of the notes.
That's funny.
Thanks for the phone calls. Good thoughts on the phone lines today. We'll continue our Big Red Monday with our weekly discussion with A.Q. Shipley, the color commentator for the Cardinals Radio Network. The center of the Cardinals is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall is descending on the valley, but unlike the changing of the leaves, unfortunately, our money does not grow on trees, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Go get a game plan that will assure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. Now, I met with Trajan Wealth. I was super impressed at their approach. And when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you'll see it all begins with relationships, talking about customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them, 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Low T, start free as Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving TRT startup fees. Yep, Paul Calvise here, my buddy Dish of Santa Bod with TRT plus a GLP. Less fat, more muscle, better sleep. You want to accelerate results? Add a GLP for as low as $149 a month. Skip the gimmicks. Nothing. Boost testosterone like real testosterone from Red Mountain. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 Premium Plug-in Hybrid with a 304 net combined horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Before you could sit down to really try and enjoy the Cardinals game on Sunday, they were already down 21-0 in Seattle. The Seahawks jumped the Cardinals from the start and never looked back. They rolled to a 44-22 win, and the Cardinals moved to 3-6 on the season. The Suns over the weekend went to LA and took care of the Clippers Saturday night, 114-103, in what felt like a complete team win. The downside, they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time. Green appeared to have re-injured his hamstring as he limped off the floor, and here was his head coach, Jordan Knott.
Yeah, you just feel for him. You know, he worked so hard to get back. I had such a great night the other night. The highs and lows of sports. in 48 hours. So, there'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
The Suns will be in action tonight at 7 against the New Orleans Pelicans right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Bobby Hurley and ASU moved to 2-0 to start their basketball season. They beat Utah Tech 81-66 on Sunday night. And this report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Yeah, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, following every Cardinals game, we get to chop it up with A.Q. Shipley, who does the color commentary on the Cardinals radio network, and that happens right now as A.Q. joins us via video. A.Q., Tuesday, there was so much optimism. What happened?
What
happened, man?
Ugly it was.
Yes.
I mean, that was... when you dig yourself a hole like that on the road, in that place, in that environment, in that atmosphere, there's no coming back. I mean, there just really isn't. I mean, the minute it was 7-0, I said it right on the broadcast. I was like, they have to answer right now, because the minute it goes 14 or 10, it's a nightmare up there. Those fans are crazy. The atmosphere's crazy. It gets louder. It's harder to communicate. And with the defense that they have now, that was like the defense they had of yesteryear, they can just pin their ears back and just tee off on you as a lineman. It's an absolute nightmare, and that's exactly what it was.
In the grand scheme, AQ, we've talked about this, and I know Wolf has been he's kind of been panicky about the offensive line from very early on. What has happened to the offensive line? What has happened from last year to this year that's made things look so dramatically different?
I think it's a combination of things. I just don't. I don't think they're blocking very well right now. I mean, I think. Last week they looked really good, but again, it was against one of the worst defenses in the league, right? And so, but even that, like I don't think they cracked 100 yards rushing last week, right? So, whenever have they had a 100-yard rusher this year? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so. So, I think whenever you look at that, they're just not blocking it really well. They're on edges. It just doesn't look nearly as smooth as last year. And I'm curious whether it's the running back that, James Conner was able to kind of cover up some of the things last year, if it was Clayton Adams scheming up things, if that was able to cover up some of the inadequacies. But, just right now, they are not blocking real well. They're getting on edges. They're trying to run this constant pull scheme that worked for them in previous years that's not working right now. And so it's just, I mean, it's a mess in terms of the run game.
A.Q. Shipley, our guest, as he is after every Cardinals game here on Bickley and Murata mornings. I heard you say on the broadcast, in the aftermath of the broadcast yesterday, A.Q., hey, this game was ugly enough to where you take the film, you don't even look at it, you throw it away, and you move on from it. Jonathan Gannon had a different tact after the game when talking with Paul Calvisi. He said, absolutely, we're going to watch this, and we're going to learn from it. What good can come from that in a game that was this lopsided? I mean, 22 points doesn't tell the story of how lopsided this game was.
No, it was. I mean, there's a point where it was 35-0.
Yeah.
I mean, this was over halfway through the second quarter, and everybody knew it. I mean, there was glimpses of hope because they started turning the ball over, and Seattle looked like they started sleepwalking. But you're right, it was over. It was ugly. Yeah, you can obviously always learn from something, but I think sometimes there's also a good message in the fact that, hey, let's just forget about this one. Let's just keep this one moving. I know Bruce Arians would do that every once in a while. He's like, listen, that was so ugly. That was not who we are. We are not even going to take a peek at that, right? Let's go dig a hole out back. We'll bury that one. We'll keep it moving, and we're on to the next because, that was ugly. Obviously, there is going to be something that you're going to be able to learn from that. There's always something. Anytime you do anything, there's a teaching moment, right? And so I think from that aspect, they'll find plenty to be able to do that, and you can probably walk through some corrections or whatnot, but it is not going to be a pretty film session.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious in the NFL what quarterbacks and when quarterbacks hold on the ball too long. Caleb Williams does it a lot. There's a lot of young guys who do it. I'm curious your assessment of Jacoby Brissett yesterday, and how much responsibility does the quarterback bear on getting the ball knocked away in the motion of passing when you're facing a jailbreak defense like Seattle's?
So both of those plays were blitzes, right? They brought 6 on the first. I think they brought 5 on the second. I mean, first of all, I said it a couple times yesterday, and I've seen some blitzes in my 12 years. I felt like I saw everything. There's times where I turn on Mike McDonald in Seattle, and I'm like, never seen that before.
Right.
That is wild. So he's an absolute madman when he's designing defenses and schemes and blitzes and things of that nature. But the two that came were pretty, normal stuff that in his case, there were 5-man blitz, 6-man blitz. One was a pick. The problem was it wasn't Jacoby. I mean, those were play action passes. It's going to take a long time. You know that up front. You know that as a quarterback. It's a 7-step, back foot hit the ground at 11 yards, one hitch, and let that thing go. And as he takes the one hitch, it's ready to come out. Mm-hmm. It's just they're on him at that point. And both of the plays, identical. I mean, that was insane to see that it was the same linebacker hitting the hand at the exact same time, about a second before it's going. I mean, it was crazy to see.
Yeah, you never see that, but it's insane.
AQ Shipley, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The roller coaster continues for Marvin Harrison Jr. And when we talked on Tuesday, and one of the feelings coming out of the win over the Cowboys game was, all right, the light bulb went on. He looked like a confident number one receiver throughout that game. And then yesterday happens, 12 targets, 3 catches, a lot of contested catches were not made. I mean, what do you make of this roller coaster for Marvin Harrison Jr. again? Because it looks like he needs another confidence boost.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I thought we were there. I thought last week was it. I thought last week was going to be that step to send him to superstardom, right? And I think yesterday he just didn't look comfortable from the start. I mean, he was fighting it again. Everything was trying to catch with his stomach. And, when you do that and you're running as fast as you are and the ball's on you as fast as it is, it's tough. I mean, it is tough to make those catches. And, he just even the 2-point conversion, which, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go back and review that, because he puts that on his shoulder. It's moving a little bit, and then he goes out of bounds, right? So, he just wasn't catching with his hands yesterday like we saw last week. He wasn't confident. It just looked like there was some uncomfortableness, and there was, it looked like he was fighting it early on and just never got comfortable in that game yesterday.
All right, so I'm curious. There was some reporting over the weekend that the Cardinals and Kyler Murray are looking to find a mutual divorce, if you will, or an ending to the relationship. I've had a lot of Cardinal fans reach out. Why won't Kyler just come back and be a backup? Why won't he play in the back half of the season? As a guy who's been in the locker room, and you've seen these kind of stories over the years, is this the best path forward for both parties?
I think probably at this point. I think it has to be, right? I think when I don't know what's going on over there right now. I don't know how injured he is. I mean, they haven't let anything out, right? Like there really isn't anything getting leaked. How injured he is, and then Gannon makes the comment about, well, we would have went with Jacoby, and then kind of that whole little thing last week, and then Schefter makes the report, and then there's all of the things that kind of went on last week, and I just think, I think the best thing is it's probably, hey, let's just kind of go our separate ways. Kyler's a dynamic quarterback. There's no doubt about it. It's just, it seems as if that has kind of worn out its welcome a little bit here. And that's okay. I mean, it happens plenty of places, and guys go, look at Sam Darnold, right? I mean, Sam Darnold's king of the castle right now. He's worn out his welcome a few different places. Right. And so, that's probably what it looks like it's going to be coming. And, based on the reports, I mean, I read something that said sources say it's imminent and could be happening. So I'm curious to see. I'm very fascinated to see where this thing goes. But to answer your question, as a guy in the locker room, it's the most ego-driven position in the National Football League. It's the quarterback position, right? Like, it's very hard that once you're the guy and you've been in the spotlight for a very, very, very long time, to swallow that pride and sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm just going to go and just be a great teammate. It's hard to do that. I will say that. Now, having said that, when you see guys do that, got a lot of respect for it.
Yeah, absolutely. AQ, in a game where mostly everything went wrong for the Cardinals, I don't know how much you and Dave talked about this, or Paul even on the broadcast, but something I noticed was, especially in the first half, the Cardinals were playing like they were on ice skates. A lot of slipping and sliding on that turf. And it was weird. I thought it was weird to watch a game in Seattle where the sun was shining in dry conditions.
Yeah.
Did you notice that? I've had other fans contact me on social media and say this has been an issue that they've noticed throughout the season. I don't mean to put you on the spot if you didn't notice it or you haven't talked about it, but it was just something that stood out to me yesterday. It was weird to see that type of lack of footing for the Cardinals players.
So I did make mention at one point that I remember playing up there, and it is a slick surface. It is probably the shortest turf I played on in the whole NFL. Like, it's a very short turf. And I think because of that, there's not a ton of rubber underneath it. There's not a ton of whatever. So it's tough to grip in and grab, right? Now, you know, having said that, like, I know Bruce Arians' answer was always, you're the professional. You figure it out. You make sure you got the right footwork on, right? Like, and that's that, or footwear on. And that's like his big thing. And I kind of agree. I mean, it's like, hey, you go out and test it pregame. Nobody else knows what you're feeling on your feet, you know? And so I think from that standpoint, you just kind of have to, and once you feel it a couple times, because I did see, I mean, even early Jacoby slipped on when he was trying to push off his back foot and climb the pocket a little bit. There was another time where he was scrambling and fell down. It's definitely a slicker surface up there. I mean, I went up there with a hoodie on yesterday. I was sweating, boys. That was the warmest warmest I've ever been in Seattle.
You know, it's funny you talk about BA. Remember how BA was? He was the same way about stretching. AQ. We're not gonna practice stretching, baby. You do that on your own, baby.
Hey, does a cheetah ever stretch? Nope. He just goes.
That's great, man.
Thank you,
Thank you, brother.
Stuff as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Always, boys. Take care.
Thank you, Shipley, the center of the Cardinals.
Does a cheetah ever stretch?
I do remember that quote.
Yeah.
That was one of the big early camp storylines. Remember that? One year with BA?
That was great.
He was one of a kind. Coming up next, can vibes and culture carry the Suns team as they begin life without Jaylen Green again? We'll get into that and more Suns talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cool things going on at Chapman BMW with Veterans Day just around the corner. They're helping out those that help us. So all first responders, military members, military veterans, Chapman BMW believes your service deserves to be rewarded. You are going to get up to a $4,000 rebate on a new BMW. Go check that out at Chapman BMW. Also, the Road Home sales event going on, which means you can get 0.9% APR financing on select models. That is a good deal as well. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They're a family-run business for nearly 6 decades. They do everything different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive industry. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling, great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in they've got something for everybody, and with those 2 great locations, guarantees you the best selection you are going to find no matter what you're looking for. Finally, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Take advantage of the hookup. Find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has honestly and literally hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and the good news is the Suns have won 4 or 5. The bad news, it's back to the injured list for Jaylen Green. We're talking about all of it on today's Burns Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, Arizonasports.com, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone felt there initially, as soon as you see him go out. You just feel for him. He worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. Highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, no real update right now. Dwayne will take him back. There'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix. But, feel for him right now.
That was Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns. Saturday night in L.A., Suns notched their first road victory of the year. Pretty solid win over the Clippers, 114-103, but that was one of the talking points coming out of it was that Jaylen Green, hurt in the first quarter of that game, re-aggravates the hamstring injury. Haven't talked about this, but hey, it's kind of the Arizona sports fan experience. What was a bigger bummer on the injury front this weekend? Watching Jaylen Green re-aggravate the hamstring or watching Walter Nolan go down in the fourth quarter? I mean, 2 athletes that we've barely seen play for their respective teams at this point.
Yeah.
Which one affected you more? Which one's a bigger bummer?
Probably, again, I think the Jaylen Green thing for now, even though I think the Suns are going to be fine without him. And again, I think to the contrary, I think they're going to take this vibe they have and continue to grow it with Colin Gillespie. But that being said, I don't know what Walter Nolan's status is.
That's true.
And there were reports that he was walking without a limp. I think Teo Mackey from AZ Central reported that he was walking without a limp afterwards. I'm going to go back and double check to make sure I read that properly. Mm-hmm. But if that's the case, then maybe he avoided serious downtime. But
hopefully.
But you're right. That is a bummer, especially how well he played the previous week. Yeah, it's you're right. It's kind of the follow. It's kind of the encore for each player. And where it kind of happened to him.
Yeah. It never ends, does it?
No.
The Suns, though, do get that win. They're at 5-5 through 10 games. They got a date with the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. The Pelicans, one of the worst teams in basketball and one of the most shorthanded teams in basketball on top of it. I didn't think we would be using this phrase, especially early in the season for the Suns. This is a game they should win tonight.
How about it? No Zion Williamson. They basically don't have anybody healthy.
No DeJounte Murray.
This is a game they should win.
It is, and what we've seen from the Suns over the last several appearances from them is kind of this meshing together. I think you can lump the first 3 losses together. That loss at the Clippers, at Denver, at Utah. All of those were plagued by really bad first half defense. And in some cases, bad defense throughout the game. Certainly that was the case in LA and the case in Denver. But really, since that Memphis game, when they came back, they lose that game by 1 point. They've kind of had a different focus. And you talked about the defensive metrics changing pretty drastically over the last 5 games, was it?
Yeah.
9th in overall defensive rating, right?
Over the past 5 games, the Suns ranked 9th in defensive rating, and they were 28th after their first 5 games. So that's a dramatic improvement.
Yeah. And, how much more room do they have to grow in that area? We shall see. I really, really like what I'm seeing from Mark Williams.
You and me both.
The minutes are getting ramped up very slowly. I don't know if he's never going to be a 35-minute guy, but closer to 30 minutes. Thought it was interesting that Saturday, Oso Ighodaro at one of the backup center positions, played only 4 minutes in that game. So it looks like it's going to be the Mark Williams and Nick Richards show at center, and as long as they stay healthy. Jordan Knott has, I think he's zigged pretty fast after what was a weird beginning for this basketball team. He's impressed me over the last week and a half.
Yeah,
2
listen,
weeks.
so you and me both. The fact that, and again, you cite these defensive metrics. They after 5 games, they were last in the league in points allowed off turnovers. They were averaging 23.5 per game. They've moved up to 19th. They're 19.6. So that's trending in the right direction. And the proof came in these 2 games against the Clippers. When the Clippers beat them here at Mortgage Matchup Center, it was they 24 points off 18 Phoenix turnovers. This last game, it was 18 off of 14. Now, so it's not a dramatic increase, but they're going in the right direction.
I remember after the first few games, I was making the joke, Bill Simmons, call your bookie.
Yeah.
Because the defense looked terrible. They was averaging like 130 points a game or something.
Yeah.
But they're slowly looking more and more like the team that we were sold, that was advertised. This is what we were told this team was going to look like.
Well, we know each of the past 2 years. This happened under Frank Vogel, who was actively coaching the Suns, and it happened under Mike Budenholzer, who might not have actively been coaching the Suns. Inactively coaching the Suns. In both cases, the previous 2 coaches, their defensive plans were not well received by the team. I remember under Frank Vogel, Kevin Durant at one point in time, like, what are we doing? What do you want me to do? There's none of that with this team.
Well, and you mentioned the defensive rating being in the top 10 in the last 5 games. It's only a 5-game sample size, but they're also in the top 10 offensively in offensive rating. And you can look and see and make judgments on teams many different ways. I do like to use net rating. I think it's pretty good. And the Suns being in the top 10 in both offense and defense is why they're 4-5 in their or why they're won 4 out of their last 5.
They've also shot the 3 ball very well in the last 5 games.
Exactly where I was going.
They're 41%.
For the season, they are number 5 in attempts per game at 42.7, but the percentage is just a shade under 38%, which for that number of attempts to be in the high 30s like that, you'll take that. They've shot the 3 ball very well and consistently so far.
Which you have to do in today's game, clearly. And the last couple of teams, they were very reticent or resistant to it. Remember that weird game last year where they put up like 50 and it was almost sort of an act of defiance to the coaching staff? Like, okay, you want to see us shoot a lot of threes? Check this out. Tell me how you like this.
Yeah, that felt forced. The way they're playing now, the way they're playing now, especially with Grayson and Royce, they're getting them in the flow of the offense, and that's not something you've seen with Budenholzer or Vogel. Like Coach Ott, it must be like a point of emphasis. If it's there, take it. But we're playing in the flow of our offense.
I've been very impressed with Royce O'Neal this year.
Exactly
obviously.
where I was going again. He has been remarkable this year. It seems like every game, and there was a game 2 games ago where I was thinking, okay, Royce. It was the first half. Royce's magic has run out. You know, he's been a streaky shooter in his time with the Suns, and you're like, okay, this hot streak's over. Let's see what happens. Kind of the Jay Crowder experience. Jay would go through those stretches where he couldn't miss, and then he'd go through stretches where he couldn't make anything. And then in the second half, Royce O'Neal hit like 3 or 4 threes, and you're like, okay, he's back.
Yeah.
He's been one of the leading three-point shooters in terms of makes and volume so far this year, coming off the bench for a good part of it.
And I've said this before. It really feels to me like Royce O'Neal's game fits much smoother, much more smoothly in an up-tempo offense. The catch-and-shoot nature of Royce O'Neal, it really seems to fit in this offense.
Yep. Suns and Pelicans tonight, 7 o'clock from Mortgage Matchup Center. Of course, you can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. Tonight at 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals versus Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs, watch party, and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. And again, that's tonight, 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Monday. Big Red Monday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility the Cardinals still get into the postseason. Jacoby Brissett is going to play like what we saw him play like in these last 3 games, and this defense, which is starting to get healthy. That combination is working for the Rams. That combination is also working for the Seattle Seahawks as well.
It is possible they have figured something out. That's what keeps the very faint playoff hopes alive in my mind, is if you can shut Dallas down, you can shut anybody on your schedule down.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there's things you cannot control in life. Nobody prepares for an automobile accident. They can cause a lot of damage spiritually, physically. Your car might be broken, your body might be broken, you might have a hard time getting your way back to work. Who do you call in a situation like that when all accident attorneys seem to be saying the same things? Well, I'm here to tell you they're not all the same, and this is why you call Sweet James. And think about it in basketball terms. There are over 450 players in the NBA. They're all good, they all play basketball, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in an elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There's a ton of them out there. Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which gives them a great deal of leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James, and remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. Call 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey folks, it's AQ Shipley inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters, today more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, then you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their no-bull way of doing business. Take my word for it, their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display in their beautiful and spacious showroom, complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award. Located at 8th Street and Camelback, and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, that's EarnhardtLexus.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Any momentum the Cardinals may have had heading into Seattle is certainly gone now. The Seahawks took care of the Cardinals 44-22 on Sunday, and the Cardinals were down by as many as 35 points to start the game, and here was their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, after the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
The Cardinals will be right back at it this Sunday, home for the San Francisco 49ers. The Phoenix Suns had a roller coaster of a weekend. Devin Booker and company handled the Clippers in LA on Saturday night, 114-103, but they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time as he limped off the court and appeared to have re-aggravated his hamstring. Green will get some imaging done today, and the Suns will host the Pelicans tonight at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now, in-store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time sure flies when you're talking about not having fun. Isn't that the old saying?
Something like that.
Kind of. Sort of.
Something like
9
that.
o'clock is here. It's time for some social studies with Sammy.
Yes.
Sammy.
Good morning. 9 o'clock means social studies. If you're wondering where you can find us, Vinny, did you know you can find us anywhere?
What?
Yes. We're at Bickley_Murata on X. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you want to watch us every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports, we're there every single day. So our first question for all you guys is for Cardinal fans. What did you learn about the team during their 44-22 loss to the Seahawks, and why?
That they are woefully behind the best teams in their own division.
Perfectly said.
Yeah.
Succinct, to the point, accurate, right on.
I'd agree. I'm sitting there with my dad, and we're down 28-0. I go, what do we do from here? And I started looking up Gannon's record in his first 3 years, and then I looked up Mike McDonald's, and I brought it up earlier. He's 17-9 in what was supposed to be a rebuild, reboot, and they have things humming, and the oppositely.
Did you notice during the broadcast too, and it was Kevin Harlan and Trent Green, And maybe it might have been in the aftermath of, I think it was Dave Pash who brought it up.
Okay.
In how strong that the Seahawks look. How well they've drafted.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hitting on draft picks seems to accelerate your growth curve.
Imagine that, right?
that concept is proven in the NFL.
And I was thinking about the other 3 teams in the division, that they're all succeeding in different ways, too. Yes. The Rams won the division last year, and they're following it up with another really great year. Mm-hmm. The 49ers are dealing with tons and tons of injuries, and they're still winning games despite that. And the Seahawks are in year 2 of a total rebuild with a new quarterback, and they're succeeding.
Real quick, I do think it's kind of interesting, too, and I don't know how loud it is in San Francisco, but there's a little bit of a similar situation going on at the quarterback position.
Mac Jones, Brock Purdy.
There's a quarterback controversy now between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and that is not a surprise to me.
That's interesting. Brock Purdy's still pretty dang good. A couple of the responses on the somewhat positive, I guess, side. Adam Wald said that they should be glad the door to this season was shut for good. There was false hope, but a competent leadership needs to start planning the future for the Cardinals, and that Trey McBride is, in all caps, that dude. If there was any positives, Trey McBride is just as good as advertised. A couple other ones is that Matthew pointed out that Michael Bidwell might be paying 3 general managers, 3 head coaches, and 2 starting quarterbacks for several years. That's not a good recipe for success. All right, so Suns fans, Jaylen Green, a game and 5 minutes into his Suns career.
648. Let's give him a little longevity credit.
Okay, sure. He re-aggravated his hamstring, therefore bringing back this, quote, curse, I guess. So, Suns fans, what was the moment as a fan that you realized this franchise might be cursed, and why?
It hasn't happened recently. It goes way, way back. The moment, I mean, for me, I still remember making plans where I was going to watch Game 7 of the 93 finals.
Mm-hmm.
And, that happened. So I'll go back to June of 93.
Yeah,
everything had lined up almost perfectly for that team all season long. It was just a magical season, and then boom.
As somebody who got here in 98 and saw the beginning of the Steve Nash era, there were many things that the trade of Joe Johnson, the bloody nose to Steve Nash, there were many things along the way that made you feel that way, but it wasn't until Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire got suspended for leaving the bench, and the victims were penalized harder than the perpetrators.
That's what I was going to say, because as someone, I'm 26, didn't get to experience the 93 Suns. Mm-hmm. As someone that's done research, the coin flip for Kareem was, as cursed as it could be. But when Amari and Diaw got suspended, I was like, I was still kind of young. And even when Giannis had 50 in the finals and made just seemingly free throw after free throw.
Mm-hmm. In game 6.
Which was the story of the season until then, that he couldn't hit free throws.
Yep.
When that happened and the Suns were up 2-1 in that, or up 2-0 in that series, I started to question the curse. And all of which we just mentioned had been mentioned in the responses.
See, it doesn't matter what generation you're in. Everybody's got a Suns.
Everybody. That's even more to the point. Everyone kind of has their own version of the Suns curse.
Game 6 in Boston.
Yes. Yeah. All right, so our last, I guess, question or concept here. Jarrett Carlin, our own, this morning mentioned caffeinated soup as a great, brilliant idea.
Yeah, he's
disgusting.
Let me reset. I'll just set this up.
Set the stage.
We cut off the curse question for a follow-up on caffeinated soup. What are we doing here?
I don't know. Sammy's in charge of this. I have to follow what he does.
You posted the question.
But he runs it really when you think about it. But if you're looking for an early morning pick-me-up, or even a midday pick-me-up, you usually have 2 choices. You have a hot beverage, a coffee or a tea, or you have a cold beverage like a soda or an energy drink. Mm-hmm. But what if you want something savory? What if you want something a little more toothsome?
What if you want your sodium to spike dramatically?
What if?
Have soup. Yeah, that's
what
a good
if,
idea.
Dan? Well, there's lots of sodium in those energy drinks and stuff too. So why not caffeinated soup? If you're looking for a beverage, a mug of gumbo with a little jolt in it.
I'll say no, but
beef barley.
Oh. So, brilliant idea or dumb idea? What do you think the poll results are?
I'm going to say 99.9% dumb idea.
It's shockingly only 79.
The worst idea you've had since giving Kyler Murray 6-inch platform heels.
That was a great idea until you rightfully pointed out, well, then every defender can just wear 6-inch platform heels too, and it would, yeah.
Yes, a couple of the responses.
It's almost like that first thought wasn't thought through.
Well, but caffeinated soup.
A couple
strong
of
response. 21%.
Eddie V says, call it buzz broth. Don't feed into it. Andy Bryant.
Don't.
Andy Bryant said, dumb idea, just drink coffee black like a middle-aged man. And then Tom Foss said, if you need caffeine, just get a soda with caffeine or take a pill with caffeine. You don't need soup with caffeine, you stupid schlep. I think he's talking to Jared over there.
Steven Ruiz had a good response, too.
Oh, yeah.
This is the wrong direction for this fusion. What about a latte, but instead of milk, it's New England clam chowder.
Oh.
Call it Clamate.
Oh my goodness.
Do you guys like
Clamato?
Do you guys like Clamato?
No.
What an odd beverage.
Get out of here. No.
What an odd beverage. You know what would be refreshing right now? Some cold Manhattan clam chowder. Who thought of that? And I love it. Yeah.
Oh, terrible. I think this is the bigger question of there's got to be different ways to get your caffeine. I think that's where Jarrett was stemming the question or concept from. So
that's the dumbest idea. Have you ever heard, Sammy, of the meat spoon?
No.
That was a tremendous idea. That took the country by storm.
I mean,
the meat
idea of having a spoon made of meat to drink, to have your soup, and then you can just eat the spoon when you're done.
You denied that you're in the pocket of Big Soup. I disagree.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm not even the bit. Jackie the Jet is the biggest soup fan I know. I just think though. I think of stuff like that.
How much is Campbell and Tabachnik paying you?
Jared, it is like
you're in the pocket of Big Soup.
It's soup season.
Come
Jared.
clean, man.
There you go. 9 o'clock every morning, where you never know what you're gonna get. Social studies, soup questions. We talk.
I kind of do know what you're gonna get.
Sometimes.
And if Tyler Drake is Tyler Boom Drake,
Yeah.
Jarrett, it's now Jarrett Big Soup Carlin.
I love it.
Yeah. Nice.
I love it.
Nice.
Jarrett Slurp Carlin.
Cardinals fans, thank you, Sammy. Starting tomorrow at 7:45, and then at 11:30 and 4:30, we're giving you the chance to see your Cardinals take on the 49ers or Jaguars. Be ready to call in and win. Once again, tomorrow, 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30. Coming up next, what is the deal with Marvin Harrison Jr.? We're going to do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Shellacked in Seattle.
Seattle 44, Arizona 22. Seattle and the Rams both at 7-2. Seattle a better division record right now at 2-1. The Rams at 1-1, and the Cardinals in real trouble of missing the postseason at 3-6 with 8 games to go.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
From Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City, Turf Monsters landscapers ready to turn your backyard into an oasis you can enjoy every day of the fall. Their landscapers have been serving the greater Phoenix area since 2018. Their range is incredible, from landscape lighting to outdoor lighting to traditional landscaping to outdoor pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green sparkling lawn without the mess and the hassle of installing real sod. They can build you patios and sidewalks, customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills. If you're a golfer, they are fantastic at state-of-the-art putting greens. And now they are in the pickleball business. They can put a pickleball court in your backyard. No matter what project you want, Turf Monsters can make that happen. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out their work. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Today at Burns Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Burns Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Burns Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BurgsSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Marotta.
I want to send a shout out to our listeners this morning, way out west in Sun City. We appreciate you listening, watching, supporting in any way you do out in Sun City today.
I got to go back and watch the film and be able to assess what I could have did better.
That was Jacoby Brissett's answer when he was asked in his post-game press conference. What happened? What happened?
What happened?
With Marvin Harrison Jr. getting 12 targets and 3 catches yesterday. He did have a touchdown. Wipe away the touchdown. It was completely cosmetic in nature.
Yeah.
Made the score look a little bit better at the end.
Yeah. He had a rough day.
It was a very, very rough day for Marvin Harrison Jr. So much so, Bick, that it was the 52nd time this year that a wide receiver or a target of any kind had 12 or more targets in a single game. It's the first time anybody's had as little as 3 catches on those 12
That's
targets.
1 out of every 4. That is not good.
That's 25% completion percentage.
Meanwhile, former Buckeye Jackson Smith in Jigma became the 23rd dude to reach 1,000 receiving yards in 9 games. So, which means he's on pace to set the all-time record for receiving yards if this continues. And again, it's a 17-game season, which is why he'd be able to pass the all-time record. But still, that's quite a juxtaposition.
Well, let's face it, too. He would have blown well past 1,000 yards. They threw the ball 1 time in the second half. When was the last time we saw that happen on any level? When Arizona beat ASU down in Tucson that year?
Oh, yeah.
When they ran for 9,000 yards against Todd Graham's Sun Devils?
That's right.
That was the best.
That doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen.
You would have told me at the beginning of the game that Sam Darnold would commit 3 turnovers. I'd be like, sign me up.
Listen,
Sam Darnold had 3 turnovers.
I know he did. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that bothered me as well. It's that Monday Night Football game when Marvin Harrison Jr. just metaphorically and figuratively undressed Deron Bland with that little slow starting juke move, and I thought, okay, there's his superstar moment. That's going to announce his arrival. That's the play that's going to not only buffer his confidence, but send a message to everybody else in the NFL that this kid might embarrass you. Okay? They got on the field yesterday, and once again, this was one of those high-impact, very violent games that seems to unnerve Marvin Harrison Jr. because he was not right from the very beginning.
No.
The drops, as A.Q. Shipley said, trying to catch the ball with his chest, not his hands. He was just, and credit the Seahawks defense for doing that, but that's what the Cardinals used to do to teams. They used to punch back and punch up, and it was just demoralizing in so many ways for me.
That almost feels like square one again.
Kind of does.
Because I mentioned it and used the term roller coaster to describe what the path has been for Marvin Harrison Jr. as a pro receiver so far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he let us know right away. Week 1 last year, his first game in the NFL against Buffalo, non-existent. They didn't use him. I think he had 1 catch in that game. The next game, they overcorrected in a big way. He lit up the Rams in that game. That has been the pattern. Up, down, up, down. And I thought, and I agree with AQ when he said it looked like last week every light bulb was turned on.
Yeah.
Because he looked confident. He was abusing Deron Bland, as you said, not just beating him. What he did to Deron Bland on the goal line should be investigated. It was so cruel. And then yesterday, it looked like he just didn't want to play football. I mean, he's not alone.
No. And again, I think maybe it's the nature of the way that game began, but I think it was really the heat. The Seahawks, they were tackling with malice. You could see it.
They were.
And you can see how that kind of attitude as a defense affects teams.
And AQ said this, too. Seattle's defense is like their defense used to be in their heyday. Legion of Boom. That was the secondary. Their entire when they had Bobby Wagner roaming the middle of the field, and they had Michael Bennett up front, that defense was fierce. That's what that looked like yesterday.
Very much so.
I don't want to crown them just now, but my goodness. For as bad as the Cardinals were, they were made to look bad by a superior football team in every way. And
there's no doubt about it.
That's demoralizing.
Yeah, exactly. And so where do you get up and go from here? Well, you got to play the 49ers at home. And so you've got to, again, you're going to have to play competitive football because if you start stacking embarrassments, then there is going to, could you imagine how the fans are going to feel about this coaching staff? The public perception is going to be pretty bad.
I said this last week when the whole quarterback thing happened, that Jacoby Brissett could play good enough, okay, fine, the rest of the way, and it still might not matter. They still might get a ton of losses, and they still might not look that well. And it might leave you feeling not that good about this season.
Yeah, again, there's been a hyper-focus, as there always will be, at the quarterback position. I think Kyler Murray was average while he was in there. Certainly was not the reason for their start. I think Jacoby Brissett has been a hair above average since he's been in there. Certainly not the reason for what happened yesterday. I know he'll take the blame for the 2 fumbles, and it's hard to absolve somebody from 2 fumbles. But again, what Seattle was doing defensively, and that was a big gist of the conversation afterwards was, they're known for not blitzing that much, but Mike McDonald, when he does dial something up, it's usually pretty complex. And Jonathan Gannon was asked about that very thing.
Yeah, they did. Like I said, they did a good job. They outcoached us and outplayed us today.
Yeah, there's that phrase again. Here's more on the Seattle blitz schemes.
Well, the one was on 2nd and pass, and I think they ended up bringing 6. And then I think on the 3rd down, I thought that was just 4-man rush. I honestly do. Just 2 sack fumbles, unfortunate.
Again, if you walk away with anything, and there's a lot of different ingredients that went into this loss for the Cardinals, but I have a hard time not hearing those thoughts. We got to coach better, we got to play better. They had a better plan than us. Just the repeated phrase.
Yeah.
That's kind of
because when you keep repeating it, it just loses all meaning.
Mm-hmm.
When nothing ever does change and these games keep happening, then it just becomes blah 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 blah. I'm trying to take responsibility by saying the same things I always say. And what you need to do is you need to affect the outcome of the next football game, and that's why I never expected. I'd heard good things about Mike Macdonald when he was in Baltimore. I never expected he'd be this good as a head coach.
This fast.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals did go in shorthanded defensively. No Will Johnson, no Max Melton, no Mac Wilson Sr.
Yeah.
Then you add in the injuries: Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, Bam Knight, Semi Fehoko, Jonah Williams, Rabbit Taylor, Demerson's Zay Jones. Now you have that weight of the list of injuries following a loss like that. I think the Cardinals do have fight in them. They didn't show it yesterday. They have showed it a lot this year. But you got to wonder, that combination of a beatdown like that plus the physicality of the game that led to 7 players being injured in the game.
Plus the fact they know they're, 4 or 5 games out of first. Yeah, everything I think is conspiring for this football team to kind of.
Not in a good way.
No.
Yeah. Coming up next, we will hand out some Monday hardware. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Big Red Monday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I want to reiterate my stance with Kyler Murray. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I really don't. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. But
sometimes the system does not fit the quarterback.
No, and that is pretty clear with how quickly Jacoby Brissett stepped in, and it fits Jacoby Brissett.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details. Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice
veneers. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
I'm Sammy Savolka with What's Trending Now, brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Before you could sit down to really enjoy the Cardinals game on Sunday, they were already down 21-0 in Seattle. The Seahawks jumped the Cards from the start and never looked back. They rolled to a 44-22 win, and the Cardinals moved to 3-6 on the season. The Suns over the weekend went to LA and took care of the Clippers on Saturday night, 114-103, in what felt like a complete team win. The downside, they may have lost Jaylen Green for some extended time. The Green appeared to re-injure his hamstring as he limped off the floor, and here was his head coach, Jordan Knott.
Yeah, you just feel for him. You know, he worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. Highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, you know, there'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
The Suns will be in action tonight at 7 against the New Orleans Pelicans right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports poll question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what was the biggest issue in the Cardinals' loss to the Seahawks? Was it the offensive line play, run defense, injuries, or third down inefficiency? I think that one's pretty clear.
Choices for me, it's offensive line play. Would you agree, Ben?
I would agree.
Yeah, 79% of the vote. Offensive line play, 9% run defense, 8 injuries, 3 third down inefficiency.
How many of those 79% that said offensive line play think there should be caffeinated soup, though? That's what I really want to know.
Somebody brought up a good point. How about, why not nicotine soup?
Dude, not.
Yum.
Got to be better than cigarettes, right? If you're looking for your fix.
There's
other ways to get...
How about soup can just stay soup?
Yeah. I'm with you, Sammy.
That.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show, except we don't do tuxedos. Way too dressy. We'll each hand out a couple of awards based on what we saw over the weekend. Could be anything, Bick. What do you got?
The People Are the Worst Award. Giving to the Seahawks fan who was heckling the Cardinals players as they were coming out of the tunnel. There's video of it online if you want to check it out. This fan first looks at Darren Hall and says, "Hey, man, your do-rag smells. I can smell it from here, man." And then he looks at Dante Stills, who's right in front of Darren Hall, and goes, "You must be his girlfriend, man. You're his girlfriend." And then he looks over to Geno Smith and goes, "Oh," I'm sorry, he looks at Jacoby Brissett and he goes, "Hey, Geno, knock off Geno." That's what he calls Jacoby Brissett, knock off Geno. Jacoby smiled at the guy, but it occurred to me that that guy in Seattle and many guys online, they are the way they are because they've never had their backsides handed to them for running their mouth. All right, Vinny and I grew up, because it happened to me, all right? We come from a generation, you run your mouth, you might get hit in your mouth. And that's the way you learn to stop running your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's so many anonymous online warriors yapping.
Even at, it doesn't matter what age you are, and even at the ages that we are now, it's very easy to pick out the guys that never got their ass kicked.
Exactly. That's my
Such
point.
lame trash talk, too.
Really
and
bad.
So
not clever, not...
So disrespectful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would be like, if I were one of those giant football players, I'd be like, oh, hello. Please, security, please allow him to come down here and say it to my face. Yeah, please, let's have a
that would be
let's have a
fantastic.
conversation.
That's the problem.
Security, please bring him down here.
Let's go.
Right. These guys that are due a good thrashing, you can't do it because.
Right, because many of them want you to swing at it, swing at them, so they can sue you.
Exactly. It's all out of balance. My first award is the "It Was Bound to Happen Sooner or Later" award. And I'm giving it to Eastern Washington quarterback Jake Skackle. Did you see this play? The Eagles are playing at Montana. They're trailing 29-24, facing a 3rd and 1 at the Montana 5-yard line. Clock running. Ewash has got no timeouts. So to set up a final, go home or lose or convert or go home play, they got to spike the ball. And this happened.
Clock's running. Yep, it's running, and they can't stop it. It's at 12 seconds.
They're going to have time for one more play here after they spike it.
Skackle will spike it.
He fumbles
lost the ball. He lost the ball at the 10.
That's game over.
They can't stop it.
He goes to spike the ball, and the ball falls out of his hands.
That's brutal.
It doesn't even matter who recovered. The clock ran out. Montana wins 29-24, and they stay undefeated on the season.
I did see that play. When I heard the audio, I did see that.
Isn't that amazing?
It's
We've
unbelievable.
never seen that before.
The fumbled spike.
It's brutal.
Brutal.
That is brutal. Oh, God, that's what it's called. I forgot what it was called. My first award is called the Tap It In Award. And it goes to Omar Cooper Jr.'s toes.
Oh.
I'm not exaggerating when I say one of the best catches I've ever seen in real time. This is the Indiana receiver with 30 seconds left. They were trailing versus Penn State on the road. Throws a ball that no way that I think he possibly could have been inbounds in the back of the end zone, but drags his foot actually in real time, pulls his foot back to tap it in the end zone, and all you need is one toe in college. Amazing. Indiana stays undefeated, and Penn State stays defeated, I guess is the word, have 0 wins in the Big Ten. Penn State, who was number 1 in the country.
There's an idiot on some radio show somewhere that picked them to win the national championship.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Me too.
But this is the difference when one team has a magical season and one team has a season where nothing can go right. That amazing play.
Yeah, it's past starting to feel like Indiana's having a magical season. They're having a magical season.
They are. And so, same game, but different award. My Hope He's Okay, want to check in on him award goes to Gus Johnson. Did you guys hear the call?
Of that very play we were just talking about.
Can I play that? Or?
Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. Omar Cooper. Unbelievable. Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
So Gus Johnson has a lot of calls, but that one, I just want to check in, see if he's doing okay.
Yay or nay on Gus Johnson?
I'm a yay.
Okay.
He didn't.
Normally, normally, yes. I'm in.
Same.
Sometimes, not so much.
That was
a little over the top sometimes.
top.
But that play called for it, I suppose.
I hope he's doing all right.
All right, so my last word is the Judge Smales, what has this buffoon done now? Award's going to Phil Mickelson.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you people have seen this, but Phil Mickelson is at the center of something right now that could get very, very interesting. He's in Pablo Torre's crosshairs, if you will, which is not a good place to be. If you've been following Phil on Twitter, for some reason he has been just ripping the California governor constantly, and I'm thinking, What does he care? When did he become so political? Well, there's allegations that Phil Mickelson is involved in this offshore drilling firm that wants to reopen a pipeline off the California beaches, okay? And he's an investor in this. Pablo and somebody else have got some materials, some text messages that would maybe point to allegations of more insider trading, a very vile reference. There's just a lot of weirdness in this. And Phil is kind of back in a very weird place.
It is.
I don't know how somebody who's made that much money in his career could be wrapped up in something like this. Oh, wait. I guess I do know.
It's also a guy who, during their heyday, felt so wholesome. And in reality, is such a shady character.
Oh, my goodness.
Example after example, you know?
This guy could have been the modern-day Arnold Palmer. And he blew it.
Wait, remind me when he felt wholesome?
No,
I thought his image was very wholesome when he was a player, sort of in his prime.
He was the people's choice. And Tiger was the guy that was ew.
And he was like this kind of like pudgy guy. He looked like an everyman and like left-handed guy. Odd, yeah. Wasn't a super athlete like Tiger was.
Yeah. My last award is the Lame Coaching Move of the Week award, and I'm giving it to Lincoln Riley, the head coach of USC. Did you see what they pulled in their win over Northwestern?
Yes. I still don't understand how.
So there's a punting situation going on. Punter comes on. They run a fake punt. On the Fox broadcast, they're marveling. Wow, look at the arm on that punter.
Oh, that's right.
It turns out it wasn't a punter at all. It was former five-star quarterback recruit Sam Heward, who a couple weeks ago, USC changed his number to number 80, which is the same number as USC's punter. Yeah. All to set up a fake punt. And they use it early in a game against Northwestern, a game they won by 21 points. It turns out the Big Ten said they should have been penalized for it. USC coach Lincoln Riley said the team made Heward's number change several weeks ago and joked with reporters following the Northwestern game. You guys have got to pay attention. I'm glad none of you put that out on Twitter. All for one play. They did.
I don't know. Change it to the same number as the punter. What does that mean? There was two players that had the same number?
Yes.
That's allowed?
Yes, in college football.
You can't have the same number at the same position.
Oh, yes.
And he lined up at punter.
Oh.
Wow.
I didn't even know you could have the same number on the team. That's a stupid-ass rule. How dumb is that?
There was a year not long ago where it was when Manny Wilkins was on the team, Zane Gonzalez was on the team. ASU had 4 different number 5s.
That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. What a nightmare for the broadcasters.
Well, you could kind of figure it out. If they're on offense, you know who it is. If they're on special teams, you know who it is. But
that's why you couldn't figure it out this time.
It was so Lincoln Riley sucks.
Cheesy. Yep. Lincoln Riley sucks.
Congrats on your win over Northwestern there, Coach. That's going to do it for Hardware. Coming up next, some Big Red Monday crosstalk, continuing to pick apart the Cardinals' loss in Seattle. We'll be joined by Wolf and Luke next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And I'm talking about my real-life story. A few months ago while I was asleep, my son knocks on the door. Hey, Dad, the toilet downstairs is leaking. I get up, I get out of bed, go downstairs. Sure enough, I had a small leak in my downstairs bathroom. I had to get off to work, so I called Parker & Sons from my car at 4:30 in the morning, and a real person answered the phone. That blew my mind, but I have later learned that a real person will always answer the phone at Parker & Sons. By 8 o'clock that same day, they were at my home. When I got home from radio, they were gone, and my issue was fixed and done. That was beyond impressive to me, but that's what Parker & Sons does. They will come to your rescue in your time of need. Remember, Parker & Sons have been serving the Valley for 50-plus years. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. They're trustworthy and credible. They've got an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and are the most awarded firm in Arizona. And after after my debacle, I can see why better than ever. They will help you stay cool in the scorching hot summer. They'll help you stay cozy in the winters. And in times of emergency, they'll be there in minutes when you need them the most. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP, AIR for Parker & Sons.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona sports fans, Just Pickle Courts is here to play. From backyard retreats to large resort-quality builds, we handle it all from design to install. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play. Pop, pop, pop every day.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday, Crosstalk.
44-22, the final score from Lumen Field in Seattle yesterday. Seahawks flexing all over the Cardinals, 35-0 midway through the second quarter of that game. The rest was just statistical filler. We've spent the last 4 hours breaking it down. Wolf and Luke are going to spend the next 4 hours breaking it down. We're going to get a little sneak preview taste, if you will, as Wolf and Luke join us in studio now for a little Big Red Crosstalk.
And Luke, I can see that you don't have your phone there on the counter because last time when Wolf was
when it moved like 3 feet.
Yeah, I talk with my head.
No, I love it. I love it.
Honestly,
I love it.
I'm ready to knock this microphone over. As a matter of fact,
you have been you were on this very, very early in the season. You just saw an offensive line that was not playing with the physicality we've seen the last couple of years. You saw it real early on. It really resurfaced yesterday.
Yeah, it sure did. The line of scrimmage, this game was about the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And, of course, Crazy Carl showing up. We'll talk about that momentarily.
For the wrong team,
I never saw anything in my life like that. Yet at the same time, they did lose this game on the line of scrimmage, not being able to run the ball effectively, consistently enough. To keep Jacoby Brissett in the type of offense that he needs to be in, which is a very balanced offense. I know Amari DiMercato, if you look at the stats, all of a sudden it really skewed the rushing attempts. He had a 52-yard run, an excellent run by Amari, and he held on to it at the end of it as well, which was kind of cool. And then Jacoby Brissett also had a 15. It just skewed the rushing attempts. And the look of the ability to run the ball for the Cardinals, it really skewed it. And the Seattle Seahawks could run the ball. Sam Darnold threw the ball 12 times in this game. Yeah. Are you kidding me? What a blight that is on that front seven.
Well, since the Cardinals moved to the Valley in 1988, that's the lowest number of passing attempts an opponent's ever had against them. And that was, we were joking about it, Luke. It was like the U of A game against ASU where they didn't throw the ball in the second half. They just ran it right through. Yeah. It kind of felt like that on the pro level. And look, Wolf's talking about the offensive line, and it's absolutely true. The defensive line and the lack of tackling in this game, there was a lot of just coming up with air when trying to tackle Seattle running backs or ball carriers. That was one of the things that stood out to me. What was the thing that stood out to you?
Well, yeah, there's two things that really stood out to me other than the offensive line. What you just said, because the offensive line has kind of struggled all year. I expect more from the defensive line, even though everybody is now getting hurt again. But I still, going into that game, I don't know how many of us thought Arizona on a short week was going to go in and beat Seattle. But you would have expected a much better showing. Like, you can lose a respectable game, and 35-0 with 9 minutes left in the second quarter is not respectable. That stood out to me, and the bigger thing, and I know this is more broad, but just how far behind they're falling in this division, and I don't mean for the playoffs this year. I mean, Seattle is getting better.
That's it.
Seattle's really good and getting better. The Rams are always there. I know San Francisco's kind of back and forth right now. They're beat up, but they're always tough. I mean, you're 0-3 in the division. At least the first time they played Seattle, it was close. And that's not, in my mind, because of who was playing quarterback. It just seemed like the Cardinals are, I don't know what that was yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And Wolf, you can make an argument, not only what Luke put out there, maybe the best two teams in football are residing in this division, in the Rams and Seahawks.
Yeah, honestly, right now, from what I've seen in the NFC, there's no doubt about it. Very, very physical, the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. And they're physical on the line of scrimmage. They run the ball. The biggest misnomer about the Los Angeles Rams is they're, Matthew Stafford, and that's all they basically do. And they throw the ball. And look, everybody, it's Puka Nacua. They run the ball as well. And their defense is really, really young and really, really good. The Seattle Seahawks, the same thing, man. It's about Sam Darnold playing at the level he's playing at right now and how good that defense is. It's a scary combination to have an excellent defense and a very good quarterback, top 5 quarterback. And Sam Darnold, guys, has become a top 5 quarterback.
It's unbelievable.
Even though he was only 10 of 12 in the game.
All right, let's talk about the crazy Carl moment because, you, I have never seen the same guy knock a football away from a passer and then the same guy pick it up and score a touchdown.
Danny, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's impossible. It is. I'm sitting there. I saw it and I was like, there's no way that just happened.
It was so bad when they showed a replay later. I was like, did it just happen for a third time? Like, what's going on?
I shoot Tyrese Knight with the strip sack. The ball's on the ground. It's the same kind of throw, too, coming from Jacoby Brissett, where it was right there. They had to review the thing, of course, and both times for them to come down on the side. Nope, it was called right out on the field. That blew my mind in and of itself because it was right at the point of coming forward. You could build an argument. And yet they said, no, it was called that way on the field, and we're going to go with it. And then to have the same guy, DeMarcus Lawrence, pick the ball up and run it back for a touchdown. I've never seen anything like it before in my life.
And it's so amazing because, like you said, I have seen plays that look just like that be called incomplete passes.
Yes, absolutely, Danny.
And then once they called one a fumble, they had to call the second a fumble because it was the same play.
It was the same.
And look, the Cardinals were the recipients of a similar play on the other end where Sam Darnold's arm was hit and they got the fumble. I've never seen that 3 times in one game.
Okay,
ever.
well,
and 2 for touchdowns is ridiculous.
2 for touchdowns. Guess what? The NFL's never seen that either since the merger.
And DeMarcus Lawrence showed good hands on the second one. It took a nice bounce for him, but he scooped it up with one hand. Somebody who didn't show great hands yesterday. How about that for a segue?
Look at that. Smooth.
Marvin Harrison Jr., 12 targets, 3 catches, on the heels of what we saw in Dallas, where it was, all right, he's arrived. This is it. This is the real, consistent, week-to-week Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a lot of makeable plays for him yesterday that didn't get made.
Yeah, I mean, and I will say as the caveat, he nearly had a touchdown, and that Seattle defensive back made an absurd play. But still, that would have been 4 catches on 12 targets. I'm with you, Vinny. Every time you feel like you're getting any sort of rhythm right now with this team or anything to build on, you just end up resetting to, well, Trey McBride's great. That's basically what you have that you can lean on.
And we can do that again this week.
That's all we got, man.
Fantastic.
The thing that was incredible about that, though, I just want to say this quickly, is there was one drop. I mean, there were contested throws out there. They weren't easy.
No, but as a number one guy,
drop, I would say.
as a number one guy, you come up with contested catches.
The quarterback's also going to make a throw, too.
Absolutely.
All right, fellas.
Yeah,
have fun with that.
Yeah, have fun picking this one apart.
Appreciate
as
it, guys.
we just did. Wolf and Luke are up next, 10 to 2 here on Arizona Sports. Then Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6. I'd like to thank AQ Shipley. Thanks to you for listening as well. We appreciate it. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? Just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts? A reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Any momentum the Cardinals may have had heading into Seattle is certainly gone now. The Seahawks took care of the Cardinals 44-22 on Sunday, and the Cardinals were down by as many as 35 points to start the game. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the loss.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
The Cardinals will be right back at it this Sunday home for the 49ers. The Phoenix Suns had a roller coaster of a weekend. Devin Booker and company handled the Clippers in LA on Saturday night, 114-103, but they may have lost Jaylen Green for an extended period of time as he limped off the court and appeared to have re-aggravated his hamstring. Green will get some imaging done today, and the Suns will host the Pelicans tonight at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Oh, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Well, so it's funny you ask, okay?
Yeah.
I have this plan I concocted on the way in today, all right? And really, by on the way in, I mean like walking into the studio 5 seconds ago. I understand the importance of being honest.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, I'm just going to start making stuff up. So how about these headlines, okay? I was listening to Sammy's update, and I was like, none of this. How about we go, it's a great update, except the content is brutal.
Well, I wouldn't say great, but
well,
I mean, it was the bull.
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
So this is my update, okay? I have Jaylen Green coming back today. I have the Cardinals ending their.
Sammy, you know I'm ripping you because I love you, buddy. You know, I don't rip those I do not love.
Just attacking the bull on his way out. He's been here since midnight. In my update, Jaylen Green's back.
Yeah.
The Cardinals ended their 8-game losing streak to Seattle. Let's see, the Diamondbacks get Shohei, and the Coyotes are back in Phoenix. How about that?
Okay, yeah.
How about the exact opposite of everything that's happening?
Yeah, okay, so you're walking into the sports complex today, and you're just pointing to I'll take you. Is that what you're doing?
I need the disappointments room, except it's becoming the size of the city right now.
Yeah, where is the disappointments room? We might want to play that because how disappointing was that game? Once again, did I think the Arizona Cardinals were going to go up and win that game? No. As a matter of fact, our predictions, right? Don't call them predictions. For me, it was a guess. Okay, Basinonians? I don't make predictions, of course. I make guesses that are out there. And could they have won the game? Yeah, I believe they could have won the game. Were they likely to win the game? No, they were not. And the Seattle Seahawks, I think, showed just how good they really are as a football team.
They look better than they did the first time the Cardinals. And I don't just mean by the score. Like, they just look better. They look
better in all three phases. And you have to start with this. It was the start of the game that did the Arizona Cardinals in. It was. And I hate admitting this and saying it. You know me, though. I'm big on how you start halves and how you finish halves. Think about this, Basinonians, right now. There were 7 possessions, the first 7 possessions of the game. The Seattle Seahawks had 3 of them. The Arizona Cardinals had 4 of them.
Okay.
Of those 7 possessions in the game from both teams to start this game out, the Seattle Seahawks scored a touchdown on 5 of them.
And they didn't even have the ball in 2 of them.
The first 3 possessions, down the field, touchdown for the Seattle Seahawks. The Arizona Cardinals, 2 of their 4 possessions, the exact same thing happened. We all understand the strip sack, the fumble recovered, and DeMarcus Lawrence returns it for 34 yards and 22 yards, touchdown. Unbelievable. When you talk about starts, 5 of the first 7 possessions resulted in a Seattle Seahawk touchdown. You can't overcome that.
When you put it that way, when you say it like that Seattle had 3 of the first 7 possessions and scored 5 touchdowns on their 3 possessions, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a worse start in NFL history.
Okay, let's just walk into the disappointment room, shall we? I mean, honestly, right now, where do you want to start on this? Just how the Arizona Cardinals were blown away on the line of scrimmage, man. I know you can look at the stats, Luke. You look at the stats, they don't sound really bad, do they? The Arizona Cardinals had 21 first downs to the Seattle Seahawks 22 first downs. You know, third down efficiency was not ridiculous for the Arizona Cardinals. 6 of 16, it wasn't that bad. They ran 14 more plays than the Seattle Seahawks ran. Sam Darnold, give me the ball bat. Where is Sam? Where's the mannequin of Sam? Okay, I'm saying it as a joke.
I found myself during that game yesterday, and I get it. The Sam Darnold story, you go big picture, is a good story. I mean, you don't often see guys that their career looks like they're done, and I found myself actively rooting against Sam Darnold, not just in yesterday's game, but like halfway through that game. Like I hope he has a bad rest of the season. Yeah. No injuries, but like I hope he goes back to being old Sam Darnold. That's where I was.
Sam Darnold threw the ball 12 times in this game. 12.
For like 700 yards. When's the last time you saw
that, Basinonians? When's the last time you saw that?
During a Navy football game.
Okay.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba still had 93 yards and a touchdown.
Okay. We get it. You know, back in the COVID, whatever it was, the Patriots, they ran it 3 times. Remember that game?
Oh, yeah, where Belichick ran it like 46 times or something.
I'm just saying. You just don't see it in the modern era very often. And then Crazy Carl showed up as well.
We needed the Crazy Carl to show up.
We needed him.
He went the wrong direction.
He had a Seattle Seahawks hat on.
Yeah, what are you doing, Carl?
Crazy Carl. Tyrese Knight. Not 1, 2 sacks. strip sacks. Where the arm is going forward, and you could have, oh my goodness, you could have gone either way on that. And both times, the referee called it. His arm was not moving. It was a fumble.
Well, you knew you were screwed
both times
on the second one, because the second one, you couldn't argue it because they could say, well, we already have precedent. And you would have been
exactly
like, when?
Like the first.
10 minutes ago. That's when our precedent's from.
When have you seen that combination? Tyrese Knight, everybody, look. There's a strip sack. And by the way, the ball is right in the pocket. Did you notice it never left the pocket? It never did. There's the pig rolling around the pocket. Look, everyone. It's DeMarcus Lawrence.
No, it just bounced right into his hands.
I'll pick it up and I'll scoop it. Now run. I've never seen it before in my life. People were, yes, you have. You've seen this before. What about 58-0? It's not just the what happened. It's the how it happened. Are you kidding me, Basinonians?
Who are you hanging around that talks like that?
The ball, strip sack, there it is. The same guy gets the strip sack, and the same guy picks it up, and the same guy runs it back for a touchdown.
I told you, and I wasn't joking when we were on with Bickley and Murata this morning. You know how sometimes during a game they'll show a replay, and you're like, oh, okay, they're showing a replay. You know, sometimes you'll get caught up. Like, they showed a replay of one of them in the fourth quarter yesterday, and I was like, I had to stop. Like, did this just happen for a third time?
Listen, I don't want to laugh because this is my big red, ladies and gentlemen, but it's all I can do. I saw that, and I just turned to my kids, and I went, what did we just see?
You know,
impossibility is what we saw.
I thought about this during the game because of what you just said at the start of this segment of, you know, they probably weren't. Wow. And then I turned into the LukeBot 3000.
He's talking to a straw.
I was trying to think what we said on Friday about this game. And I remembered word for word, Wolf. And I knew this wasn't a good sign in retrospect when my path to the Cardinals' victory, and this I'm quoting myself, was stranger things have happened around the NFL.
Yeah, stranger things.
I was like, you know, the Browns beating Green Bay, that was strange. I don't know that anybody truly expected the Cardinals to go in there, short week,
yes,
especially with the news that you were playing without Mac Wilson and Will Johnson and Max Melton, and for them to beat Seattle.
Yep.
Totally get it. But dude, 35-0, 6 minutes into the second quarter. What was that?
Honestly, not since the merger. Not since the merger has a player come up with 2 strip sacks, the same player, and then the same player recovered it and took it back for a touchdown.
Even Lawrence Taylor didn't do that.
1970, the merger. Okay, not since then. Okay, so when I go ahead and I get on X and I'm going to tweet this out or exit out, and I say never, and all of a sudden I got hit up. Don't ever say never. It's happened before. 58-0. I'm not talking about the score. I'm talking about the impossibility of what I saw.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right.
Disappointments room. I'm done with it.
Can we do a 3 hour and 45-minute Pantera call out? Is that possible?
I'm done with it until we talk about Jaylen Green. Then we'll have to step back inside the disappointments room.
Well, tonight at 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs. Watch party in the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details, and we'll see you tonight. When we come back, we're going to take you through the biggest moments from that loss to the Seahawks yesterday with our Monday Audible. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah. All right, Basinonians, on behalf of my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, I want to say thank you to all the veterans, of course, who served our great country, who serve our country right now. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online to 30% for you, Basinonians. That's right, 30% for you. And now through November 11th, that's right, through November 11th, there's 30% for you and 35% off for members of the military, past and present. That's right, members of the military, past and present, 35% off. Walk into any Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roasts are on sale for only $5.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, thank you to everybody listening in Casa Grande right now. Thank you, Casa Grande.
Yeah, Casa Grande, go ahead and lean into it. You and Kevin White down in Casa Grande, Judge Kevin White, lean into it.
You know, Wolf, and I'm not even joking, as brutal as 2025 has been, if you are a Valley sports fan, doing this show is somewhat cathartic
Yeah.
Hopefully it is for people listening too, to just like you were saying this last segment kind of, I don't know if you meant it or not, but you kind of stumbled into it. It hasn't been a great year for the sports teams here, so you may as well just lean into it.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, well, but if they win out, then they could do this. And then, if the Cardinals, if they just go 9-0 the rest of the way, and this, like, let's just lean into the fact that this sucks. It sucks that Jaylen Green's hurt. It sucks that Sam Levitt's hurt. Like, this is just brutal. Diamondbacks missed the playoffs in a year where they had a chance to go really deep. And I guess along those lines, let's just lean right into the Monday Audible from yesterday.
No!
Arizona Sports.
180!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Darnold under center, single set back. Is Walker. Darnold takes its play action, a boot to the left. Darnold looking deep, airing it out, far side, and it is pulled in for a touchdown. Smith and Jigba with a catch. Brissett, who takes, drops back to throw, gets hit, the ball flutters out of his hand, it's picked up at the 30-yard line. It's DeMarcus Lawrence returning it left to right, 20-10, touchdown. Takes the shotgun snap, blitz coming, Brissett hit, the ball's out again, and picked up by Lawrence again at the 20, to the 10, touchdown. Shotgun snap, four-man rush, Darnold in the pocket, steps up, rolling right, and throws right, wide open on the far side of the field. The ball's caught at the 50 into Cardinal territory, at the 40 is Cup, he's loose at the 30, at the 20, at the 10, the 5, and tackled at about the 4-yard line. Darnold takes, hands it off, up the middle. Charbonnet inside the 5, goes high into the air as Jalen Thompson grabs him, but he's able to cross the plane for another Seattle touchdown. It is 34-0. Now it's 4th and goal from inside the 1. John Gaines, an offensive lineman, is in at fullback. Beecham is in as an offensive lineman. Brissett under center. Takes the snap. Handoff, Knight right side, hit at the 2 and tackled at the 1. Darnold under center, again Charbonnet the back, Smith and Jigba wide left, and they fumble the exchange. The football is loose at the 3-yard line. The officials have not signaled yet. The Cardinals are saying they have the ball. They do. The Cardinals come up with the ball. A turnover on a bad exchange. Brissett is lined up wide to the right. It's a snap to Dortch, the Wildcat quarterback running left, and Dortch is into the end zone for the touchdown. Snap, spot, the kick on the way. And the kick is good. Snap to Brissett, drops back to pass, looking left, now backing up, throws left side, incomplete. In the end zone, broken up. And so the Cardinals turn it over on downs at the 2-yard line. Darnold back to throw from his end zone. The pass is tipped near side, and it's intercepted by Burke at the 23. Gets up and runs at the 20 and is pushed out there. Shotgun snap to Brissett. Back to throw. Pass left side. Caught by McBride. Breaks a tackle at the 5. And into the end zone for the Cardinal touchdown. Snap to Brissett, throwing a fade left side into the end zone for Harrison. And Harrison able to secure it for 2 points. Darnold from the pocket. Ball flutters out of his hand. It's picked up. It's picked up by the Cardinals. Josh Sweat at the 25-yard line. He forced the fumble and recovers it. Snap to Brissett. Back to throw. Passes end zone. And Marvin Harrison Jr. goes up high to stab it. And it's incomplete. He couldn't come down with it. It took a while for the officials to make a ruling with Pritchett and covered, but it's an incomplete pass, and the Cardinals turn it over on downs. Snap. Ball is down, and the kick splits the uprights. It's good. 11:54 remaining. 41-15 Seattle. Running to the right and a big hole. DeMercado at the 40, at the 30, and out of bounds inside the 25 at the 20. A run of 55 yards that time for DeMercado, the best play of the day offensively for the Cardinals. Shotgun set for Brissett on 2nd and goal at the 9. Back to throw. Sends a pass to the left side on a back shoulder throw. Caught for a touchdown by Marvin Harrison. Beautiful throw and catch. Myers on for a 34-yard field goal try. Just made a 32-yarder earlier in the quarter. The snap is good. Holder puts it down, and the kick is up, and it's good.
All right, well, there's that.
Appreciate it, David.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Wolf, I know I said this when we were on with Bickley and Murata too, so you're going to have to hear it for a second time, but I think this is really something we'll get into later on the show, and it's probably, unfortunately, going to be a theme here going forward for a little bit. Part of my reason for optimism coming into this season for the Cardinals, and I went back and looked, and I gave a vague prediction before the season of 8 or 9 wins, which isn't really a prediction, but it's definitely better than what they are on pace for right now. So it looks like I probably overshot that a little bit. But part of my reason for optimism, part of my reason for optimism is because they looked decent in the division last year. You know what I mean? And now we'll go into detail in all of these different areas, and we got this show and plenty more to do that. But my biggest concern in the back of my head right now is it's not like you switch divisions next year. You know what I mean? Like, you are in a division. Seattle has clearly gotten better as the season has gone on. Matthew Stafford, that back injury that was supposed to maybe limit him at the start of the year, he's the favorite for MVP right now in the NFL. And San Francisco's always tough. I mean, the Cardinals in the division last year were 3-3. This year they are a now resounding 0-3 after that loss yesterday.
Yeah, for me, it really starts on the line of scrimmage. This is where I start, Luke. Just listening to the highlights, of course. Dave Pasch, he's still really, really good at his job, is he not, ladies and gentlemen? Just fantastic. A.Q. Shipley's killing it as well. But to me, just listening to it, man, it brings back the memory of the line of scrimmage and how bad it got on the line of scrimmage for the Arizona Cardinals. The fact that the Seattle Seahawks handed the ball off 35 times to a running back, and gained 181 yards. That is 5.17 yards per carry. Every time they handed it off to a running back, which is your running game based on it. The quarterback running the ball, that's, to me, I don't count that. I really don't. When you hand the ball off to a wide receiver, I don't count that. I'm talking about when you get up, you're under center, or you're in the shotgun, and you hand the ball off to a running back, what happens? Because that is your rushing attack. And the Seattle Seahawks ran the ball 35 times to a running back, and they gained 181 yards. And if you watch the game, it wasn't like there was just this 76-yard run for a touchdown. There wasn't. Hey, listen, Zach Charbonnet, he had a 30-yard run. Yeah, he did. Kenneth Walker III, he had a 24-yard run. But for the most part, they lined up and they just hammered the line of scrimmage, where your quarterback only had to throw the ball 12 times in a game. That's an embarrassment, bro. That's an embarrassment.
Yeah, it is. It's something you've talked about in the past, not specific to the Cardinals. It's something that...
Well, their offensive line, I've been talking about their offensive line all
you have.
long from the beginning.
But I'm saying that a game where you just get pushed around, where the other team can run all over is so demoralizing. And
on both sides of the ball, that's where they lost this game.
If you want to go specifics of what's most concerning about this team, it is the line of scrimmage. And I would still say the offensive side of it. The defensive line of scrimmage did not play well yesterday, but we've seen good things from them. The offensive line of scrimmage, the O-line, I don't know what's going on there, because it doesn't matter if your quarterback is Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, or you go out and draft somebody in the draft this offseason and you get the right guy. If your offensive line can't protect, it doesn't really matter. All right, when we come back, let's talk some basketball. The Phoenix Suns have won 4 of 5. They're already back to 500. Have your expectations for this team changed at all through the first 10 games? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns Gambo today at 3. And the Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your fingers for me.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals coach Jonathan Gannon is not eyeing changes after a loss to the Seahawks, but the Cardinals season has taken a hard left turn, writes Dan Bickley. And Suns guard Jaylen Green is out against the Pelicans after re-aggravating his hamstring strain. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
right, well, Wolf, do you want to start with the good news or the bad news with the Phoenix Suns?
I think you know where I want to start. I want to start with the bad news.
Yeah. So the Jaylen Green injury on Saturday, I think we probably all had the same reaction. That's I don't know. That's just one of those things. I was doing that show over on Channel 15, the college football show, but we had the basketball game on all the TVs in the corner, and as right as we were going on, and the Suns are winning, and you're looking over there, and you're like, hey, there's a chance to get 500 here. Like this is impressive what they're doing, and we'll get to that in a second. And then you see somebody, because you're not watching it straight on, right? It's just on a bunch of TVs in the corner. You see somebody pull up, and you're like, oh, man, that's a hamstring. That's Jaylen Green. And then all the air just goes right out of the room.
How many minutes was that? 7? Was it 7 minutes that he actually played?
I don't even know.
And suddenly his hamstring was tweaked. And I think all of our patience was tweaked. A little bit of that. But you've got to be kidding me. Just play it again, Rick. Give me the disappointments room. Just play it again.
I know we
Go
ever left
into
the
it
disappointments
right
room.
now. I mean, are you kidding me, Basinonians? You've got Jaylen Green. Would you say Jaylen Green had a very impressive debut?
Yeah, and that's all we get for a while. That's all he gets. I mean, I felt bad for the guy because you're obviously a hamstring. That sort of injury, like you're just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then you're finally like, oh, okay, I'm good. And you go out there, and he played in that first game back like a guy who had just been waiting and waiting and waiting, and 7 minutes into the second game, he's out, and that didn't look great.
Okay, so we're starting with the bad news here, Basinonians, with the Phoenix Suns. Okay, we are. That's why we're walking back into the disappointments room. Look, Luke is just picking up a ball bat right now.
Where did you get these sound effects?
The guy played 7 minutes! Luke, do you have anything you want to say about this?
We can stay in here for the next week and a half if you want. How many times have we seen a team in this city go out and get a good player, and when they get here, they're instantly hurts? And in the case of Jaylen Green, let me put it this way, because every time I say this, somebody's like, wait, really? Here's how many games he missed over the last 2 years, Wolf.
Okay.
0. Here's how many more games Mikal Bridges played than Jaylen Green over the last 2 years. Mikal Bridges, who never misses a game.
Okay.
This is how many more he played than Jaylen Green over the last 2 years with Houston. 0. But he gets here, and he's missed 8.5 of the first 10. And I know the official report right now is probably not going to play tonight. Man, that felt like he's going to be out for a while.
He played 7 minutes. Okay. I feel better right now.
Do you?
Just walking out of the disappointments room and okay, what's the good news?
I would feel better if we had like a rough segment in the disappointments room and they were like, coming up next, something good happened. But instead, it's coming up next. Let's go deeper into the disappointments room.
Well, I mean, we have the good news. What is the good news, Luke?
All right, the good news is the Phoenix Suns, a 114-103 win over the Clippers on Saturday. Road game. I know Kawhi didn't play, but James Harden did.
Yeah.
And I don't really care who does and doesn't play for the other team right now. It's not like we're in a playoff series. The Phoenix Suns have won 4 of their last 5. The 2 teams that they have played multiple times, they've won the second game, and in the case of the Clippers, the third game. Like I mentioned, that's their first road win. This does not look anywhere near like one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the NBA to me, as they were widely projected to be. They look like, I mean, right now they look like a middle of the pack team. Which if they finished 41-41, I'll take it.
All right, command and control, let's go. Come on, round of applause. Right now. They've won 4 of their last 5 games. That's the good news. Forget about Jaylen Green, ladies and gentlemen. Walking into the disappointments room. Give me the bat again. No, don't. Walking in there, forget about that. The fact that they have won 4 of their last 5 games. 5-5 on the season right now. 8-2 in terms of competitive, non-competitive games. 8-2.
And 7 straight.
7 straight.
Competitive games.
Man, I have to tell you, I am very, very encouraged as to what we're seeing. And yet, here's the record, brothers, at 5-5. And yet, this is exactly what we were talking about. I just wanted to see them be competitive. I wanted to see them go out and compete defensively. Offensively, be ready to go. Do your job. Go out there and be intense. Have we seen that? Yes, we have. I love what I'm seeing from the Phoenix Suns right now.
I know this sounds simple, but they're doing what I wanted to see them do over the course of 82 games pretty noticeably through the first 10 games, and it's just get better as the season goes. Now, I mean, I hope they continue to get better as the season goes, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm expecting them to win 7 out of every 10 games. I think we know it when we see it. We finally, I don't know what we're complaining about, Wolf. We got to see a whole quarter nearly of Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jaylen Green on the floor at the same time. Why would we get greedy and expect more than one quarter of basketball from their top 3 players? But the fact that they are getting better, to put it in football terms for a second, that's what's so frustrating about that Cardinals game to me yesterday. That was a rematch with Seattle. Seattle has clearly gotten better since the first game. The Cardinals, I think yesterday was a little exaggerated, but just kind of seemed to be scuffling.
Because of the injuries?
Yeah. The Suns are getting better, and the progress is much faster than I thought it was going to be.
There are only 2 teams in the association-based earnings that have a better record than the San Antonio Spurs, and that victory over the San Antonio Spurs, I think the marquee victory of the season so far. The marquee game where they actually went out and not only competed, but won the game against the San Antonio Spurs. I just really like what I'm seeing right now, and a lot of it has got to do with the fact that, when they played them the second time, how many games have they played a team the second time?
Well, it's weird because they've played the Clippers now 3 times. 3 times. So they've had, 3 rematches with teams this season, 1 with Utah and 2 with the Clippers.
Yes.
And they're 3-0.
And they're 3-0 in those rematches. I kind of like that. That bodes well for Jordan Ott.
It does.
And his coaching staff. You still have to go out and execute what it is that you want, what it is that your game plan is, of course. But I think the Suns have done that.
Well, it's interesting what you say there, too. It bodes well for Jordan Ott, because if you were to rank the most important people in the Suns organization right now, Devin Booker's going to be number 1, and probably Jaylen Green is number 2. I'm setting aside front office and ownership, obviously, but I would say Jordan Ott's probably about number 3 or 4, because when you're looking big picture, you can't keep starting over with a new coach. You just can't. So you really need Jordan Ott to be the right guy. And nobody wins Coach of the Year for going 5-5 in their first 10 games. I get it. But it's been encouraging. And it's been little things like that. Or maybe not so little things, like having a plan against Victor Wembanyama. Or, all 3 of your rematches with teams this season, you're 3-0 in those games. Or you are clearly getting better. Or you're nearly undefeated at home. You're 1 missed shot away from being undefeated at home. And now you've won a road game, too. In fact, here's Colin Gillespie on the fact the Suns did pick up their first road win of the year.
It feels good. Obviously, we got to continue to learn from it, grow from it. Obviously, we went on the road a few times before. Didn't feel as great after, but it was good for us to get that under our belt. Obviously, we could learn a lot from tonight in terms of the adversity we faced down the stretch, just trying to grow from that and continue to try to put wins together when we're on the road.
Not sure what their ceiling is yet, but I feel like they're raising their floor.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good way of putting it right now. And the expectation, nice. I love what I'm seeing. They are a competitive team after 10 games of the season. I know it's still early, but they are a competitive team. If they could just get healthy, my goodness.
Cardinals fans, starting tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., then 11:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to see your Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Once again, that's tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. When we come back, well, you knew this was going to be a conversation. What'd you make of Jacoby Brissett's performance in Seattle yesterday, and did it change your opinion on the quarterback position at all? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns Gambo, afternoons.
Can you convince me that Kyler Murray would be a sought-after commodity? Maybe. You might be able to convince me that teams would look at him and go, honestly, guys, he's our best option. He's the best. For us to do a reset at quarterback, he's the best we can do between the draft and this awful free agency class that's out there. And maybe that puts the Cardinals
well, it takes
in a position of strength.
One team to be like, he was just in a bad situation. We change the environment, we give him a new lease on life, and he'll be fine.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons. Afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now's a great time to get a new Toyota, like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or an all-hybrid 2025 Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now. Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Cardinals lose to Seattle 44-22. I think we would all agree the game was more lopsided than that score indicates. Quickly, before we jump into this topic, which is going to make people angry no matter what we say, Wolf, the Giants just fired Brian Daboll. So, wow. New York at 2-8. I'm not going to pretend to know all the inner workings of Giants football right now, but I don't know how many coaches would be winning right now without Malik Neighbors or Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, that was a big blow. There's no doubt about it, to the New York Giants, who were building a little bit of an identity and a vibe with Cam Scatterbo, and that has dissipated. Let's put it that way. And I think it's one of the reasons why Brian Daboll did not go for it. yesterday. He had a 4th down situation on the 1-yard line, and instead of going up by 2 touchdowns, he kicked the field goal. Then all of a sudden there was a penalty, 13 men on the field. 13.
Well,
Can you imagine
it's
that?
not great.
13 men on the field, and it moved it to the half-yard line. And instead of going for it in that situation, he did the same thing.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it came back to bite him. And I think that move, that decision, a 4th down on the half-yard line, you know, tell me he's not going to go for it if he's got Cam Scadaboo?
Oh,
yeah.
You fire him during the
does.
game if he doesn't go for it with Cam Scadaboo right now. They've blown 4 double-digit leads in their 4 road losses, so that's not great, obviously. But it is kind of a reminder of how quickly things can flip for a coach in the NFL. A couple weeks ago, everybody was having a great time in New York with the Giants. There were no expectations for that team to make the playoffs this year, not from realistic people, but they were moving in the right direction. And you had Scadaboo, and even without Neighbors, you're starting to pull together some wins, but you give up 33 points in the 4th quarter against Denver, and you lose that game yesterday. All of a sudden, he's out. And if you want an even bigger example of how quickly things flip, that's your NFL Coach of the Year 2.5 years ago. It's like
incredible.
I'll go back to what you've been saying for the last few weeks, Wolf. Nothing's guaranteed in the NFL. You don't get to rest on something you did even 2.5 years ago if you're Brian Daboll. All right, so to this Cardinals quarterback conversation. Here's Jacoby Brissett after the game yesterday on the 2 sack fumbles that were returned for touchdowns, basically the same exact play twice.
Bang, bang plays. Got to do a better job in those situations of protecting the ball and, if anything, just take the sack. And it's really what it was. It just happened like so fast. That moment happened so fast that, I have to go back and watch the film and see what I can do better.
Yeah, bang, bang, indeed. He's got a longer release, Jacoby Brissett. It's not like he's got a Matthew Stafford, bam, at the shoulder, gone. He's got a longer release, and I think that was apparent, yet at the same time, he was trying to throw the ball down the field. And his arm got hit, and you could have gone either way on both of the strip sacks by Tyrese Knight. You could have gone either way on that, the call on the field. Either his arm was moving forward or it was not moving forward, and it was a fumble. You could have gone either way with the call on the field, and nobody would have blinked an eye. And then you went and looked at it both times, and it was not overturned, the call. That's how close that was.
Yeah, it's you take those 2 plays out, I still think they lose, but those 2 plays ended it quickly. And there was like 3 quarters of, we still have football to play. The question, and you could see this coming up, and we said this on Friday, there's going to be people the second Jacoby Brissett has a bad game or the Cardinals have a bad game, and they're going to say, see, Kyler wasn't the issue. If that's your opinion, that's fine. I don't feel like Kyler was the only issue on this team, but I'll just keep coming back to this, Wolf, and I said this before the game, and I'll keep saying it. Jacoby Brissett could go out there and struggle the rest of the season. I don't think he will, but he could. It doesn't change the fact that he immediately came in and the offense looked better than Kyler Murray. My stance on this has never been Jacoby Brissett's your guy now going forward. My stance on this has been you got some questions to answer because your backup quarterback came in and the offense immediately looked better for more than 1 game and more than 2 games. And I know people point and say, well, yeah, he's not playing Dallas anymore. He wasn't playing Dallas when he played Green Bay or Indianapolis either, and the offense looked better. To me, that was more of there's a quarterback out there that can do this better than Kyler was doing it. And Jacoby Brissett going out there and struggling yesterday doesn't change that.
Yeah. Once again, I don't think the Arizona Cardinals lost this game because of Jacoby Brissett. As a matter of fact, this game reminded me an awful lot of a game that Kyler Murray would have, minus the fact that Jacoby Brissett actually threw for 258 yards. Once again, Kyler rarely would surpass 258 yards in a start for the most part.
Especially this year. And because of that, again, Jacoby Brissett wasn't the reason why they lost the game. And at the same time, he wasn't the answer for them. And that reminded me a lot about Kyler Murray and what Kyler Murray has done this year for the Arizona Cardinals. Look, it's not just about this year either. It was year 3 coming into this season.
year 3 for Kyler Murray coming into this offense. 2.5 years, whatever you want to say, 2.5 years of him actually playing. Year 3 to me in this offense. And this was going to be a make or break season for Kyler Murray. And you know what? It could be a make or break season for Monty Ossenfort and JG as well. And this is just the way the NFL goes, Basinonians. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I don't think that it should right now. I think it's too early to do that. For me, though, this is the NFL. And this is the way that it goes. And this is why you are a mercenary. I'm sorry. You may, the whole team concept, you've got to learn how to be a good teammate. There's no denying that. And I was. I can look back and I can say in my heart of hearts, Basinonians, I was a good teammate. Yet at the same time, you can never lose perspective. This is not about we when you're trying to support your family and earn a living. It's about you. Making sure you go out and do your job. You want to be a great teammate? You want to be a part of a team? Go out and do your job. That's how you can be a great teammate and be part of a team mentality. Do your job. That's what Belichick taught all the time.
Keep going. Well, he really did, because I can't tell you how many people I've heard that either worked with him or played for him that bring up the do your job.
Do your job.
The game, I go back to the loss to Tennessee and Jonathan Gannon after that game saying, I went in there and I told them the clock's ticking for everybody now. And that was so spot on what he said, because my belief coming into this season was if they don't make the playoffs, you don't make the playoffs now and it's year 3 of this regime, things start to get a little hotter. And, again, this is my belief back in August. They don't make the playoffs, there's a good chance Kyler's out in the offseason. There's a good chance. I didn't think JG would be on the hot seat, but if you don't make the playoffs, you're probably going into next year on the hot seat. I don't think you do anything with Monty. I think Monty, in a lot of ways, has done a good job. I mean, I think Monty, you really have to account for the injuries. But,
I'm just saying, nothing is guaranteed.
Well, and that's
depending on what happens the rest of the way, nothing is guaranteed. And you know who knows that, Basinonians? Monty Ossenfort and JG. They know.
That's the biggest thing with football is every game's like 10 games. I mean, to be fair, yesterday was their first bad loss of the season where they just got beat. You know what I mean? Every other game was close down to the wire. Every other game. But a loss in the NFL is like 10 losses in baseball. It's like 5 losses in basketball. I mean, just because you only play 17 of these, and they've still got 8 games left.
Right.
So if you have more games like that, it's going to start to really eat away at everybody's job security. You can have one. If they go out and beat San Francisco this week, fine. I mean, no matter what, it seems like they're not going to make the playoffs, so the clock is ticking, like JG said. But losses like yesterday or that loss to Tennessee speed things up because it feels like a lot of losses at once.
Yes. No, it does. And, again, this is a situation where I believe Monty Ossenfort has done a good job as a general manager. I do believe that. I believe JG is the right coach for this team. They're going through a quarterback controversy. You can call it whatever you want. They're going through a quarterback change inside that locker room. And the injuries that they've suffered is substantial. Now, again, this was going to be year 3, and this is year 3 of this rebuild. And that's the reason why anything could happen, depending on what happens over the last 8 games.
Well, yeah, because year 3 makes it kind of sheds light on how you judge year 1 and year 2. Year 1 and year 2, to me, perfect progress, great timeline as long as you take the next step in year 3. They're not taking it right now. All right, when we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals. How much was yesterday's game a step back for Marvin Harrison Jr.? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say, Basinonians. And right now, you're probably thinking, man, it's cooled down. It's really nice. You still don't want to try to move yourself. You want the professionals to move you. You need Moving Team 6 because moving is a difficult proposition. And Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad you went with the pros, Basinonians, whether it's a local move, you're just going to move across town, or maybe it's long distance, whether it's your residence or it's your business. Yeah, commercial. They do commercial moves with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right in Phoenix as well. You can actually store some of your belongings in between moves. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, everybody, Dave Burns for Liberty GMC. They make buying and service fast and stress-free. You can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and you'll be back on the road by the next morning. Plus, buy 2 tires and get 2 tires for just $2. And to celebrate Thanksgiving savings, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 36 months, or purchase and save $42.50. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo today at 3. And the Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Looking to boost your testosterone and lose the excess fat? Start TRT for free and add a GLP for as low as $149 a month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Wolf, how'd you spend your break? Because I spent my break talking to Jarrett Carlin about how there should be a caffeinated soup available to the public.
Okay, you just meant the last break.
Yeah, it's like the last 4
break.
minutes.
We don't call them breaks.
Or whatever it was.
Kidding me? Not so beautiful parts of the program.
Would you eat caffeinated soup?
Oh my goodness, no way.
Well, yeah, give you one guess which one of us had that idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's probably a way you can do that. Like, you know how some barbecue sauce is made with like cola? Like, there's probably some soup that has like a cola ingredient in it that you can taste very faintly.
Or
and
you could,
there you go.
You could just put soda in a pot and boil it and eat that.
Yeah,
for
Yeah,
lunch,
that
I
sounds
guess.
less appealing.
Yeah, it does.
I'll tell you what sounds less appealing is pumpkin pie. I'm not going to talk to you about this now. Rick.
Delicious. Best pie in the world.
Yes.
It's so bad that they have pecan pie in the newsroom right now, which I like. And it's too close to the pumpkin pie, so I'm not even going to eat it.
Yes.
Because it's like, I don't want your pumpkin pie stink all over this good pie.
Here's a brown bag. By the way, it looks like pumpkin pie.
Here's a brown bag for your pumpkin pie. We can't tell if you already threw up
That's
or
right.
if you're just putting pumpkin pie in the bag.
That was a good one.
All right. Speaking of, I don't even know. There's not a transition. That game yesterday was brutal for a lot of different reasons. I needed a brown bag for that game yesterday. How's that?
Soiled the silks.
The other part of that game that I don't want to overreact to this, but I do think it's worth talking about. Marvin Harrison Jr., 3 catches on 12 targets. Now, we just talked on Friday about how his catch percentage is much higher this season, 62%. It was 53 last year, 62% this season. And, one game doesn't ruin everything. And, as we talked about last week, that doesn't account for if the ball was thrown poorly or if the quarterback was getting hit and didn't have time to make an accurate throw or if you just drop a pass or if the defender makes a great play. But 3 catches on 12 targets is at least worth looking at.
Yeah, once again, what was amazing about it is almost every throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. seemed contested for the most part.
The Seahawks have a really good defense, and
really,
it pains
really
me to say
good,
that.
Really, really good defense, no doubt about it, and excellent corners, excellent DBs as well. It just seemed like, to me, there was one, maybe 2, that you could say were drops. I thought there was one drop, and I know there's a website that is out there that keeps track of this stuff, drops, and what your drop rate is. Forgive me, base earnings, because I don't know what it is right now. But to me, there was one where I said, oh, man, come on. The other ones, they were contested, I thought.
Yeah.
Did you get the same feeling on that?
I did. That's what I'm saying. It's one game. And Seattle has a really good defense. I mean, Marv had a touchdown, and he should have had a second touchdown if not for an absurd play by that. I mean,
Nehemiah Pritchett.
Yeah, for Pritchett to be diving, to already kind of had made a nice play, and then to somehow extend his arm and just flip the ball out of Marv's hands.
As he was going to the ground.
I don't put that on Marv. That was fairly superhuman. But I'm just saying 3 catches on 12 targets, for as much as we were all talking about, hey, Marv and Jacoby are on the same page the first 3 games that Jacoby was the quarterback, those numbers would indicate they were yesterday. But I tend to agree with you. A lot of that was Seattle's defense.
Yes, a lot of it was. Nehemiah Pritchett, 5th-round pick.
Where do they get these guys?
As a matter of fact, think about that. 5th-round pick. 6 foot. He's long. He's 188 pounds out of Auburn. You know, this guy's a 5th-round pick, and he was making a play like that. I don't know if I've ever seen a corner as they're going to the ground. Marvin had it in both hands, and bam, as he's falling down, literally like 8 inches off the ground, whacked the ball.
Defy gravity. It was like, you said he's 6 feet tall. He was like 6'3" for a second on that play just to knock the ball away.
Just, once again, an incredible play by the Seattle Seahawks defense. Yet at the same time, it was disappointing to see him targeted as often as he was with contested catches. But, ladies and gentlemen, that should be a 50-50 ball. They call them 50-50 with Marv.
With Marv, I mean, when you start to it all comes down to how you're viewing this team right now. If you're looking and saying, how can they win this game or how can they win next week, then you're kind of looking at it a little bit differently. If you're looking at big picture stuff, to me, I'm looking at like, what do you definitively have that you can build on? Like, Marv's going to be here, and Marv's a good receiver already. But is he a great, clear-cut, bona fide number 1 receiver? He's shown flashes of it. I think the situation's been less than ideal, with quarterbacks in and out and, not a ton of greatness on offense across the board. So I think the jury's still out on if he can be a true, clear-cut number 1 receiver that you can build a playoff team around. But I would say yesterday didn't look great, certainly on paper. Here's Jonathan Gannon after the game on the Cardinals radio network.
Well, they're rushing good, so the ball's coming out of his hand maybe a little bit too quick, and I thought they had good coverage.
Here's Jacoby Brissett.
I got to go back and watch the film and be able to assess what I could have did better.
The other part of this is Trey McBride just continues to be amazing, no matter who he's playing against.
Yeah, he does. There's no doubt. I just want to say this before we get off of Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jacoby Brissett. They looked out of sync. I think, to me, the ball was just a little too early or a little too late. They looked out of sync, and it disappointed me, as I said, that the 50-50 balls were more like 20-80 balls in favor of the Seattle Seahawks in terms of getting their hands on the ball and knocking it out. They looked frustrated, too. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. looked about as frustrated as I've seen. This is just me, watching him walk back to the huddle. He just looked like he was shaking his head a little bit, and I'm wondering where he is mentally today. This is something that I'm sure quarterbacks and wide receivers, they talk this stuff out. Kind of like a one-on-one. Sit next to a guy in the locker room, have a conversation as to what is going on. I would expect that to happen, especially with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, it sounds like, based on everything we hear about Jacoby Brissett, he's really good in terms of communicating. So I would think that will get worked out this week. They're playing the reverse of what kind of looked like it was going to undo Marv earlier this season. They ended up jump-starting him when they go San Francisco and he had that bad drop and then played Seattle. Well, they just played Seattle yesterday. They're going to play San Francisco this week. I don't look at yesterday as a red flag or a huge problem or anything to Marv specifically, but I think it's kind of back on your radar, isn't it? Like, to me, it's like, okay, how are you responding against San Francisco? Like, what's going on here? This is not the same as him dropping that pass against San Francisco and then struggling the first half against Seattle. It's not that. But, this is one of the things you're trying to rebuild this team around, so you want to get it moving in the right direction again.
Yeah, were it not for Pritchett, he would have had 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion.
Yeah. He is a beast in the end zone and the red zone, Marv. That is one thing that's been pretty consistent so far in his career. Tonight, 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off, win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate, then take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs, watch party, and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details, and we will see you tonight when we come back. A lot of injuries in that game yesterday, too, and 2 in particular kind of concerning. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, in the past, I have used DISC, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past. As a former professional football player, I can tell you I've done a lot of damage, and it's one of the reasons why I recommend them to you. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to living their life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. Yeah, they come here to get treated by DISC. Get back to living again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson, Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks everybody listening in Guadalupe right now. Appreciate it, Guadalupe. Thanks to everybody listening everywhere right now.
Guadalupe. What up, Guadalupe?
I'm going to do a listeners-only meeting at some point early this week to kind of get a sense of where everybody is, because that was a roller coaster of a week if you're an Arizona Cardinals fan, or if you just are the Arizona Cardinals, where you go into Dallas on Monday night and you beat the Cowboys, and you do it on the biggest stage, and Jerry's walking around the next day doing radio interviews all day, and he starts just bashing Micah Parsons and making trades. I mean, anytime you can do that to the Cowboys is great. And then to respond yesterday with, a loss to a certain extent, would have been understandable short week on the road against Seattle, but to get smoked the way they did, not to mention all the quarterback stuff, that's a lot going on in 1 week for a football team. The other part of yesterday's game that was not great, Wolf, was the number of players that had to leave at a variety of different points with injuries. You had Rabbit, you had Zay Jones, you had Darius Robinson, you had Walter Nolan. At least.
It just, honestly, it's taking a toll right now on the Arizona Cardinals. And I know you can always say that about injuries, Basinonians. Every team has an injury. There's no doubt about that. Every team has injuries that happen to its roster, of course. But, man, when you start getting these young guys, Walter Nolan III and Darius Robinson, leaving games again due to injuries, and I'm really worried about Walter Nolan and how long Walter Nolan is going to be out. He just got back. He just flashed. And Darius Robinson had 4 tackles in the game. Mm-hmm. He flashed a little bit himself. It wasn't like he was locked down at the OK Corral. He was not. But at the same time, he actually made some plays. And that was good to see.
Yeah. It was, but those 2 names in particular, look, I don't want to see Dadrian Taylor Demerson hurt. You know, I love that guy, the way he plays football back there. It's to have him and Jalen Thompson and Buda Baker as your safeties is a real nice luxury to have, with Garrett Williams just occasionally being an honorary safety. And, you know, the Zay Jones injury, got to wait and see. That didn't look great. But specifically, Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson, because, again, you're trying to develop your young players into something. And Walter Nolan, it's just like Jaylen Green, isn't it? With Walter Nolan, he finally gets to play his first game for the Cardinals. Yeah. Looked great. Like, stood out better than I would have expected in his first game. And now he's hurt again.
Yes.
And it's just like, at least with Jaylen Green, it's frustrating, but he has already established what he is in the NBA as a player the first couple years in Houston. Yeah. Now he's trying to take it to a new level. I mean, it's frustrating, don't get me wrong. But with Walter Nolan, he's played 1.5 NFL games.
Yeah, those
Darius
2 guys.
Robinson too.
Yeah, those 2 guys specifically. I am concerned. And you know me. I do not splatter easily based on earnings. Yet at the same time, when I think of Darius Robinson specifically right now, my brow is furrowed. It is. And I'm sure he's going to go on. He's going to get the opportunity. He's going to go on and have a career that will last him 10, 12 years because he's so talented. Yet at the same time, I wonder just how many teams he'll be on because of how hard it is for him to stay on the field. And again, you can love a guy. You can absolutely love a guy that gets hurt on a regular basis and just say logically to yourself, we're going to have to move off this guy that I love because he just can't stay healthy.
It does look like he can play. You know, I mean,
I think he can play.
When he's, yeah, I mean, he's a first-round pick. You would expect him to be able to, but every first-round pick can't, and it just feels like we still have a small sample size with him. But what I'm saying is when he's out there, it looks like he can be an impact player on defense. The issue, as you just said, is keeping him on the field.
Yes, and once again, Basinonians, when you start stacking 5, 6, 7, 8 games in a row where you're playing without injury, that's when you really grow as a football player. You grow when you start going out and doing, listen, you can do it in practice, but everyone knows it's practice, man. It's practice. That's all it is practice. When you do it in a game, the confidence that you can gain when you start seeing yourself do it, where it's just you in the sheets at 2:30 in the night, and you look up at the ceiling and you say to yourself, I got this. I can do this. You have to. Every player has got to do it. Darius Robinson has been hurt so often in his short time here that it's hard for him to get game 6, 7, 8 in a row where you can see yourself grow and develop as a football player. Right now, it's got to be so frustrating for him. And we're all frustrated because of it. Walter Nolan now, man, who knows what happened there.
There's Paris Johnson Jr. after the game on seeing all these injuries to his teammates.
Yeah, that's very hard to see, especially when a lot of your top guys are the ones that are starting to go down, the ones that you need throughout the season. I think it's one of those things where you're starting to not wait, but you're starting to try to talk to the people that are going to start to come in the game next, remind them how much that we need them to continue that role, to do their job, to keep the standard. So, again, there's going to be a lot of guys who now have to step up to do their job depending on how long certain guys are out,
The defense is really suffering because of it right now. That defensive line rotation that we all thought was going to be pretty cool to watch them develop. They have flashed as well. Go back to the Dallas game. Mm-hmm. The Dallas Cowboys, you're talking about one of the best offenses in the National Football League. And that defense went out and gave up one touchdown to the Dallas Cowboys. That defense has flashed. But, man, it's so hard to get any type of consistency going when you have all these injuries. And now Rabbit,
Rabbit too.
Garrett Williams just got back.
You can't have just a complete lost season in the NFL. And I'm not saying that's what this is yet for the Cardinals, but at 3-6, again, let's be realistic here. You're going to have to rip off 4 straight wins before we can even have a conversation about getting in the playoff race. So let's look at this for what it is, especially in the division you're in. A lot of this season now, you're still trying to win the games, don't get me wrong, but big picture, it's like, how does Marv evolve? Do you get an answer at the quarterback situation? Do you already have that? I don't know. How does Walter Nolan, develop as a rookie? How does Darius Robinson get that second-year jump going? Same with Rabbit. Same with, a few of these guys. Tip Ryman's hurt already. But, just, these guys that are your young players that are the lifeblood of your team. If you're trying to build your team basically the way Seattle has built that defense back up, just by drafting guys and developing them, and if these guys are all going to be hurt, it's going to be real tough to even get that out of this season.
Just listening to you say that, it sounded the alarms when you said you've got to win 4 games in a row just to get back into the playoff conversation.
So you think that's about right?
Can I take 3? How about 3 games? Get back to 6 and 6.
3 would get you 6. Okay, well, here's your next
6 and 6. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
With 5 to go.
Here's your next 3 games. San Francisco, Jacksonville, at Tampa.
You read my mind. Because that's what I did. I brought up the schedule. San Francisco, Jacksonville, at Tampa. Where's the coffee?
Yeah, win those 3 games. You want some caffeinated soup? Jarrett's brewing some.
Where is it?
Look, win those next 3 games. We can certainly have that conversation if in 3 weeks we're coming off a win in Tampa against the Buccaneers. And I just don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, they're But if that's the case, if you're not going to make the playoffs, you have to have these guys take this jump in year 2. And Walter Nolan, you're not freaked out that he's, if he's going to miss half of his rookie season. I mean, he's already missed almost half of it, but it's just, it becomes a lost season if you can't even develop your young players because they can't stay on the field. That's not anybody's fault, but it's just the reality you're dealing with right now.
The odds of that happening, Basin, once again, stop and think about the odds. You're drafting a defensive line, a 3 technique. You draft him in the first round. 2 years in a row. Same injury. The same injury to him in training camp. Are you kidding me?
2 players that played a lot of games in college. I'm not saying they never dealt with any injuries, but it's not like you took guys, this guy hasn't played in 3 years.
Odds of it blows my mind.
And in extremely small sample sizes, they both look like they can be impact players at the NFL level. So there's plenty of things you can fault the Cardinals for. Totally get that. But as far as some of these draft picks where guys are getting hurt, it looks like Darius Robinson can play at this level. It looks like Walter Nolan can play at this level, but the sample size is so small, and I don't know. I mean, what do you always say, Wolf? The best. You say the best availability is availability.
No, the best ability is availability.
But you have said the best availability is availability.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fair. Luke. Well, and they don't have the audio, so you're good. Today is the last day to register for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa this Friday, November 14th. Sign up now. Play for cash prizes. The best part is it's all for a great cause. Proceeds benefiting Operation Santa Claus charities. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
Don't you dare, Rick.
He's got to be feverishly looking for it. In fact, he's not moving, so he probably has it. When we come back to the Suns. Jaylen Green had to leave Saturday's game with that injury, so how does this team continue to build if they're not going to have him in the lineup for a while? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, and with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Make sure to tune in at 3 o'clock because Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo. And the Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns. And the good news is the Suns have won 4 or 5. The bad news, it's back to the injured list for Jaylen Green. We're talking about all of it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, ArizonaSports.com, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Suns taking on New Orleans tonight. The chance to go above 500. For actually not the first time this season because they won the opener against Sacramento, but I'll tell you, the deeper the Suns can get into the season where they are 500 or better,
yes,
sign me up.
Boy, how about that?
This is like I said earlier, progress much faster than I expected it.
500 or better. There was one of us, Basinonians, that actually kind of gassed that's what it was going to be, and his name was Rick.
Rick had the Suns in the play-in and then winning the play-in to get into the playoff.
Right.
Yep, I still have that because they're showing me what I thought they would show me.
Wow, it's been
and now it's
impressive.
like without Jaylen Green at times. So, like, you know, that was my key is Jaylen Green, and now he's not playing.
Right. Boy, I hope you're right on that, like, Rick. I really, really do.
I mean, they blew out the Clippers on Saturday without Jaylen Green for the majority of the game. So
yes,
I don't know. I'm feeling good about myself.
Of course, no Kawhi, but James Harden was there. Look, everybody, it's James Harden.
Yeah, can he score? Oh yeah, he can score a lot and has been for however many. It feels like James Harden's been in the league for 15 years now.
We were talking about this earlier, brothers, but I can tell you right now, I am really, really encouraged in what I am seeing from the Phoenix Suns. And I know it's a 500 record. They're 5-5 right now. Hey, everybody. Rick says they're getting into the play-in on the Wolf and Logue show.
To be fair, he said that before they were 5-5.
He said that at the very beginning of the season before any games were played.
Although there are still 72 games left.
We're not trying to get out over our skis here, brothers, but I am really encouraged with the competitiveness of what I am seeing on the defensive end of the floor in particular.
So Jaylen Green, the most recent update that's really out there is that he's out for tonight's game. Hamstring issue, obviously. Gambo had posted over the weekend that Gambo just said he would expect 4 to 6 weeks out. And then he noted that 33% of all hamstring injuries in the NBA get re-aggravated. You know, that was with no doctoral background, not even being there, obviously. That was kind of my reaction, too, isn't that? Gambo's, if he's saying that, he has more to it than just randomly saying it. But my thought when it happened was like, okay, well, he just missed, a month? And you bring him back, he plays one game, and he's immediately out again. He's probably out at least a month. You're probably going to be even extra careful and keep him longer. Now, that might be totally wrong. Hamstring injuries are so weird. He might heal much faster. But it's just like, if you re-aggravated it, you're going to exercise so much more caution this time around.
And that's the part that kills me right there. That's just what I was going to say, Luke. The fact that a strain, Basinonians, a hamstring strain, not a pull, a strain. You're looking at 2 weeks. You're looking at 2, maybe 3, but you're looking at 2 weeks for a guy to fully recover from a strained hamstring, maybe going to 3. A pull, you're looking at 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah.
with a pulled hamstring. So it sounds like he didn't just tweak it again. He may have pulled it
Well,
again.
and based on what you're saying there, it sounds like the initial injury was probably a pull, right? Because I know it didn't seem like he was out 4 to 5 weeks, but he really was if you go back to the start of preseason and start of camp and everything. So, again, this is speculation on a medical level, so it's always dicey, but it feels like it would be a real shock to see Jaylen Green back this week.
Okay, so once again, with the original timeline where he pulled his hamstring and suddenly it was a strain and we thought it was day-to-day for the most part, do you think the Suns are going to be more cautious with him going forward?
I think you have to be.
You would be. It's just natural that you would be.
This guy's a huge piece of what you're trying to build. And as much as we all like their start to this season, it's not like, man, it looks like he re-aggravated it, but the NBA Finals start in 2 weeks. Can you rush him back? You know, it's November. You don't have title aspirations this season. It'd be cool if he could make the play-in or somehow make the playoffs. That'd be awesome. But you're not going to rush Jaylen Green back for that. You're not going to rush Jaylen Green back anyway, unless you're seriously like you're in the Western Conference Finals or something. But especially with what appears to be a re-injury. Here's Jordan Ott after the game.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone felt there initially. You know, as soon as you see him go out, you just feel for him. You know, he worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. Highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, yeah, no real update right now. Dwayne will take him back. There'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
That's really it, though, Wolf. I mean, there's the basketball side of this, and it's brutal because you're trying to build something, and he's a piece you're trying to build around. But also just, didn't you feel bad for Jaylen Green when it happened? Because you know how much it sucks to be trying to work back from an injury and how tough it must have been for him to sit there on the bench and watch his new team for the first couple weeks. Then he gets back, and he's amazing, and now it starts all over again. Like, just on a human, athletic, competitive level, that's just brutal.
It is. And, when you get hurt like that, when you haven't been hurt. And this is the thing with Jaylen Green, talking about the last 3 years. How many games? 6 games he missed?
And they were all 3 years ago that he missed. He didn't miss any last year. He didn't miss any of the year before.
It's just stunning when you think it's new to him. He's got to be going, what is going on here? You know what, Jaylen? You might want to look at what you've been doing the last couple of off seasons. You might want to look at it and say, what did I do this past off season? That wasn't like the other off seasons.
Do whatever you did 2 off seasons ago.
You might want to go ahead and compare and contrast. And I'm sure that he's doing that already. But it's got to be so frustrating to a guy who's never hurt. Can I say this humbly, Base? I don't mean I missed 3 games in 10 years. As a blocking fullback / wedge buster, I missed 3 games in 10 years. And thank you, Lord God, for protecting me as I was out on the field. But those 3 games when I did get hurt, I felt like the biggest fish on the face of the planet. Honestly.
I'm sure you were fun to stand next to on the sidelines.
You should have seen me. I was walking around like I did not even know what to do. Like I wasn't even a part of the team.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jaylen Green is feeling. I'm sure he never felt that, like he wasn't part of the team. But man, he's got to be frustrated.
Well, yeah. I mean, hamstring injury. It's not like he's only hurt for 3 hours every 2 nights when the Suns play. He also just can't walk around because it's a hamstring. It's just it's a rough start for him to his Phoenix Suns career for a guy that is a huge part of what they're building and who legitimately seems very excited to be here.
And by the way, looked really good.
By the way, looked amazing in his first game. All right, today's the last day to register for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa this Friday, November 14th. Sign up now and play for cash prizes. And the best part is it's all for a great cause. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charity. So text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. Don't wait. Secure your spot today. You can see our station mascot, Jarrett Carlin, in the mascot showdown with Sparky and Big Red and the Suns Gorilla. When we come back, all right, what exactly is the rest of this Cardinals season about? We're going to talk to Cardinals sideline reporter Paul Calvisi and get his answer to that and many other questions. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Struck down in Seattle.
Brissett, who takes, drops back to throw, gets hit. The ball flutters out of his hand. It's picked up at the 30-yard line. It's DeMarcus Lawrence returning it left to right. 2010 touchdown.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year, the 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National, November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, we know great teams win with a solid playbook, right? But what about our retirement plans? Paul Calvisi here, and that's why I'm with Matt Dagas from the Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
Thanks, Paul. At Bright Wealth Management, we help you create a custom retirement strategy, so you're not guessing when it counts. Call now 844-726-9116 and schedule your one-on-one appointment. Let's design your winning plan together. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports. Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pigs kind of weak point.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All right, we are back. Paul Calvisi is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line because I just looked at YouTube, Wolf, and it was just Paulie's face.
Just Paulie's face.
Just Paulie. It's a Paulie takeover.
Okay.
As the Cardinals.
I won't say anything about the forehead. I won't. I promise.
I feel like by you pointing out that you're not saying anything, it's almost like you just said something. Paul Calvisi is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line to talk Cardinals football after yesterday's loss, heading into a game against San Francisco at State Farm Stadium this weekend. Paulie, what's going on?
How is it that you can see me and I can't see you? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Maybe because Wolf just walked into the studio and he couldn't. It was, it would have been a little too revealing.
Yeah.
So okay, well,
the
all right.
cheeks
What's
are
the
a little
stinking
full,
question? Let's go. Give me a question.
All right. Well, then what happened yesterday? What was that? That was. I'm not saying I expected a win. Short week going to Seattle, but I didn't expect 35-0 5 minutes into the second quarter.
Yeah, well, I'm in line behind you, Luke, on that one. The football gods they giveth, and the football gods they taketh away. First time in 20-plus years that I actually needed sunglasses in Seattle. I pack them every year. I never really use them. Half my travel bag was rain gear. We didn't need the rain gear, so it was a miraculous forecast in terms of the weather, not so much when it comes to the football forecast. And look, I'll boil it down to this. Back in the day, their heyday, Legion of Boom, it was the ultimate test for any offensive line to go into Seattle. Between the defense, a defensive front, between the crowd, an entire game in silent count, and it's back to that sort of litmus test for any offensive line to go in there against Mike McDonald, the dudes they have stacked the defensive line with, Leonard Williams and company. Nwosu is healthy and playing the best ball of his career. Byron Murphy II looks like the first-round pick. They've hit on the inside linebackers, even though Ernie Jones wasn't playing. Mac Wilson Sr. wasn't playing. But Tyrese Knight, he's sort of like a pseudo-Dre Greenlaw when he was really good for the 49ers. And you know what they're going to do. They did the same thing in Week 4, and the Cardinals' offensive line knew what was in store for. On first and second down, they're going to keep it pretty vanilla. But then on third down or obvious passing downs, look out. They're going to dial up anything and everything. And the Cardinals spent a good portion of last week practicing for complex blitz schemes, but they always bring you something unscouted. Elijah Higgins, after the game, sort of had that look in his face when I asked him about that. It's just some unscouted type stuff. And they got home, and they made two miraculous plays that no one ever saw coming. Just insane how they look similar. And all of a sudden, 7-0 is 14-0 is 28-0 is, WTF. What the football's going on when it's 35-0?
Yeah, Paulie, for me, I think we're going to see a little bit more of this five-man pressure and blitz. I think we're going to see teams starting to do this to the Arizona Cardinals because we have had protection breakdowns. That's number one. And not only that, I think Jacoby Brissett has struggled a little bit with these pressures and blitzes that have come. The Seahawks are not a big blitz team. That's not who they are. And yet they did bring some pressures and blitz against Jacoby Brissett. I think we're going to see more of this, Paulie. Do you think we will? Do you agree with that?
Well, first off, on Seattle, you're right. They had the second highest pressure rate in the NFL, but the second lowest blitz rate.
Right.
Coming in. It's just some of the on third down, third and obvious passing situations where they get, these crazy schemes. And even AQ said he had watched a lot of Seattle tape this year, and there was stuff he hadn't seen before. So, yes, in terms of are you going to see it again? Well, how it works, Wolf, right? If it's successful, you're going to see it until you stop it.
That's right.
So, yes, if the 49ers, who are struggling on defense right now, minus a lot of their top guns, if they're to bring it this week, Robert Saleh, I would not be shocked.
So, Paulie, I also want to ask you this question because you are the sideline guy, and I don't mean that as a joke at you. You are the sideline guy.
Luke, this is the part of the show where Wolf goes, I played 10 years and went to 4 Pro Bowls, and you did not. But go ahead. Here we go.
You are the sideline guy.
Sometimes he does mean that as an insult, but not this time.
Paulie, the Seattle Seahawks took the ball and went right down the field, 7 plays, 65 yards with a 43-yard touchdown pass to JSN. Down the field, they scored a touchdown. And then, of course, came back and fumbled on their first offensive possession. And suddenly you had DeMarcus Lawrence pick the ball up and run it. They were down 14-0 after 2 possessions. What was it like on the sideline? Did you see any type of glum, woe is me feeling on the sideline, or were they ready to go?
You know what? There was a moment, it was early to mid-second quarter, where Calais Campbell and Budda Baker called the entire defense over. It was a players-only meeting while the Cardinals had the ball. And look, it's loud, but Calais did confirm after the game, the message was, and he was pointing to his chest, right? Play with heart, bring it, do your job. Budda Baker, really adamant. So I didn't see any quit. And you saw the fight. I mean, we're talking about a Jonathan Gannon team in year one, went into Pittsburgh and went into Philly and won in December and January. Wolf, you're on those trips. Yeah. So, and that season was already decided, long decided by that point. So I didn't see any quit at all. Was there a bit of being shell-shocked when you look at the scoreboard and you're moments into the game and it's 14-0, 21-0? And by the way, that whole JSN 43-yard touchdown catch, Garrett Williams is right there, stride for stride, and then he stepped on the foot. And here's and the Cardinals knew this as well going in. You saw it in Week 4 on Thursday night. Cardinals went a lot of zone against JSN, gave a lot of help over the top, and he did jack to the squad in the first 3 quarters. And then there were a few moments where the Cardinals went man, and whenever Darnold sees Jackson Smith and Jigba with man coverage, single coverage, it's the old Fitz concept. If he's single covered, he's open. I'm going to chuck it up there and let my guy make a play.
Right.
And that's exactly what Darnold did. And you know what? It worked. I mean, the dude is tracking for 2,000 receiving yards, something that's never been done, not even Jerry Rice in NFL history. Yeah, so that was all part of it. Look, if Garrett Williams makes that play, if he doesn't fall down, if he doesn't step on the foot of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and you don't get rolled right from the beginning, who knows? I'm not predicting a Cardinals win, but I think it would have been a lot more like Week 4, where it went down to the end of the fourth quarter, than being decided by halftime.
Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba's 2 quote worst games of the season have been against the Cardinals now. 79 yards and 93 yards and a touchdown are his 2 worst games of the season. So he's a little bit different from most receivers. Paulie, the Cardinals went through a stretch where they lost 5 straight games by 1 score and 3 of them in a row on a last-second field goal, and that didn't seem to break them. I thought they responded very well coming out of the bye against Dallas. How confident are you that they are able to bounce back with how different of a loss yesterday was? Because to be fair, we're all frustrated today and we're all shaking our head. They hadn't had a game where they had gotten not even blown out, but just beaten convincingly this season until yesterday.
We always ask that question. We look at the film. All right, is it correctable or is it concerning? So this was a game that obviously got sideways in a hurry. So you got to figure out on film, all right, how correctable is it? But Luke, to your question, I've seen no evidence of a team mailing it in under Jonathan Gannon. I just haven't. Mm-hmm. And I think what we've also seen, Monty Ossenfort, when in doubt, he'll make a roster move. And he'll reinforce the best way to motivate in professional athletics, any sport, at any time with pro athletes is job security. So if necessary, if they're not getting the requisite effort and fight, intensity, and physicality, they will make moves. I think they have proven that over the last 2.5 seasons. So I'm not there yet. I've seen no evidence of that. But you got to figure out the trenches, in particular the offensive line. I think that's, and the 49ers, to your point, Wolf, Robert Saleh come in. Does he have the same dudes in defensive front as the Seattle Seahawks? No, but he's going to try and figure out a way to test the Cardinals, especially in obvious passing downs.
Paulie, what were you thinking when you saw Tyrese Knight twice strip Jacoby Brissett and DeMarcus Lawrence twice pick the ball up and run for a touchdown?
Legion of Boom. It really reminded me of the old Seattle days when they had that defense rolling and they were the aggressor and they would come after you and they put you in high leverage moments, and that's what I thought of. And you got to get back to have the ability to do what the Cardinals did when they won, 5 straight in a row? Like AQ was unbeaten in Seattle. Those teams would go up and they would just go with the pound game. Guess what? We're going to run 22 and 23 double. Oh, you like that? Because here it comes again and again. And so you have to have the ability to dictate the line of scrimmage. And obviously, in the key moments, that was not the case yesterday.
Paulie, great stuff, buddy. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Paulie.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. You guys were remarkably civil to each other. Everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
the conversation.
I know. Now
we can't even rip each other.
We just have to
because
focus
it's brutal
on
when we
how-
talk
yeah.
about the Cardinals and what happened.
Yeah. All right. See, that be a lesson to the Cardinals. They need to go beat San Francisco this week so Wolf can rip Pauly next Monday when we have him on. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top sports stories of the day with Wolfing down your lunch. I would say including a Diamondback story that you want to stick around for, at least. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
The Seahawks. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals.
That was a reminder, okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those two teams is vast and eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things.
Bickley and Morada mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape solutions. That's right. If you're like me, your outdoor space, it's everything. Yeah, your backyard's important to you. And now, maybe your front yard. And now, thanks to my friends at Legacy Green Solutions, our backyard is a true oasis over at the compound. They came out and they completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible, Basinonians. It feels good, and our dog, Baron, he absolutely loves it. It's clean, it's cool, and it's built to last. What a difference it truly has made. These guys are simply the best, and you can trust them, Basinonians. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620 and save 15% off artificial turf. Think about that. Text GREEN to 620-620 and save 15%.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Vince Morada with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns Gambo today at 3. And the Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after he re-aggravated his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Looking to boost your testosterone and lose the excess fat? Start TRT for free and add a GLP for as low as $149 a month at Red Mountain Weight Loss, redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Monday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
All right, guys. So the Arizona Cardinals lost 44-22 to the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, what was the biggest issue in the Cardinals' loss to the Seahawks? Offensive line play, run defense, third down inefficiency, or injuries?
I gotta say O-line. I don't even really have to think about it.
Yeah, okay, that was it. Offensive line. There's no doubt about it again. This was an excellent front seven for the Seattle Seahawks. Their defensive linemen, we were ranting and raving about their defensive line all week long. It is dominant. There's no doubt about that. It was a massive concern going into this game, the offensive line and how they would hold up. Not only in terms of pass protection, of course, but also in terms of running the ball. And I don't think they were very successful in either of those areas. And because of that, the Arizona Cardinals got their backs whacked.
The other answers here, the third down inefficiency, they've been really good on third down the previous 3 games, so I think that can get right. And their run defense, I feel like, has been a lot better this year. Now, the injuries, which kind of feeds into the run defense, is concerning. But I just think the biggest thing is offensive line play, because I don't know when it's going to get better.
I don't either.
I agree with you guys. Offensive line play, it's got to get better. So I will vote that. And offensive line play has a big lead, 79%, injuries 10%, run defense 8%, and third down inefficiency.
And that's been from the
3%.
very beginning, from the get.
You can see how many problems get exacerbated if your offensive line is struggling. You can't run the ball, guys get hurt, your quarterback looks bad, your quarterback gets hurt, your next quarterback comes in, doesn't look as good, the play caller's questioned, the coach is questioned. I mean, it all starts with the offensive line. So if that's not working, you're so limited in what you can actually do as a team.
All right, the Suns beat the Los Angeles Clippers 114-103 on Saturday at the Intuit Dome. They've now won 4 of their last 5 games and are 500 on the season, but Suns guard Jaylen Green re-aggravated his hamstring injury in the game. Here is Phoenix head coach Jordan Ott.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone felt there initially, as soon as you see him go out. You just feel for him. He worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. The highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, no real update right now. Dwayne will take him back. There'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but feel for him right now.
How concerning is this latest setback for Jaylen Green?
Yeah, for in the moment, it is a problem because he's one of your best players, and you're 5-5, and you want to keep building this, and you want to make him a part of it as you're building it from the ground level up. I think the bigger concern for me, though, Wolf, is you have to figure out how to get this thing healed and have it never be an issue again. The Suns are not – they didn't come into the season with the thought of, hey, they're going to make the playoffs, and then they're going to take this team out, and they're going to take Oklahoma City out, and they're going to be in the Western Conference Finals. If you got to take a little extra time to make sure he's good to come back, whatever you have to do, this was never an issue for him before, and it can't be an issue for him going forward beyond the first half of this season.
Yeah, my brow is furrowed. There's no doubt about it. I do not splatter easily, my brothers, but it is furrowed right now because this is a man that has not missed a game in 2 years. Not missed a game. And all of a sudden, he can't play a game without getting hurt, it seems. So, once again, he's got to be incredibly frustrated. And that's where my mind goes. That's where my heart goes. To Jaylen Green, who hasn't missed a game, like I said, in 2 years. 6 games he's missed in the last 3. He's got to be really, really frustrated with this. And hopefully he's not going to push it. He's going to be honest with the training staff as to how quickly he needs to come back.
All right. According to USA Today's Bob Nightingale, the Arizona Diamondbacks are motivated to move star second baseman Ketel Marte. However, Nightingale said the Snakes have a high asking price for Marte. What do you guys make of this news?
Well, we were talking about this during the season, right? And certainly when they brought back Torrey after the season, that this would at least be a possibility. Bob Nightingale saying it lends a lot more credibility to it.
Yeah.
Now it's out there. I understand you have a high asking price, and you should have a high asking price for Ketel Marte and the player he is, but it certainly seemed like there was some level of disconnect there during the season when it just sort of seemed like he had a different set of rules, and maybe he kind of pushed that different set of rules a little further than Torrey was expecting.
Man, brothers, can I tell you right now, I said it at the time, and I'm not trying to say, look at me, but I don't know how. I said it at the time. I don't know how you're going to bring back Ketel Marte in that clubhouse. If this is true, that he has a different set of rules, I don't know how you're going to bring him back and make that tenable.
Yeah, and see, this is a problem now because
no matter how good he is,
you can only move so many good players away. You know what I mean? It's not like the Diamondbacks have been doing it, but you just go across all our teams here in this city, and it's like you move KD, and you see. I know everybody has different opinions on Kyler Murray, but it seems like that's where that's going too. And if you move Ketel Marte, you should be able to get a lot back for him.
You should, no doubt. But once again, rules are going to change for him wherever he goes. He's going to get a new set of rules. But never forget the impact that it has on every other dude inside the clubhouse. Every other guy, it impacts. So, it looks bad. How do you get better when you lose a Ketel Marte base audience? If that is going to be the case.
You trade him for Matt Olson.
How do you get, okay, there you go. How do you get better? You typically don't, unless everybody benefits.
Yeah, you typically don't, though. That's at least not talent-wise. And if you're looking at the Diamondbacks with optimism for next year, despite the injuries, you're looking and you're saying, well, yeah, but look, this is a team that has Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo coming off the year he did, and you got Moreno behind the plate. When When you have that, how about just that group right there up the middle on your team?
Man.
Oh, you're going to be in pretty good shape. You're going to be a contender, even if you're in the Dodgers division and your best pitcher is starting the year with, out because of, the elbow injury. But, I mean, who knows? You hear a report like this, and everybody just assumes, the team wants to get rid of him. Maybe Cattell was like, you know what, I kind of want to be moved. I don't know. Maybe both sides were just like, who knows? Or maybe he never gets moved, but this report is out there now, so this isn't Jimmy Rando on X. This is Bob Nightingale.
All I know is that situation last year was a blight in that clubhouse. That was an issue. And it's one of the reasons why you're considering even moving him.
Yeah. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Tonight, 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale. Jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Take round 2. Score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details, and we will see you tonight. All right, when we come back, Jonathan Gannon said the clock was ticking for everyone a few weeks ago. Does that include him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals got the smackdown in Seattle.
Takes the shotgun snap. Blitz coming. Brissett hit. The ball's out again. And it's picked up by Lawrence again at the 20. To the 10. Touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence with 2 fumble recoveries returned for touchdowns in the first half.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade if you live here, of course, in Arizona. Well, All Pro Shade Concepts, they're celebrating 20 years in the Basin in 2025, of course. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade that can open up with the touch of a button once again. That's right. Extend your outdoor living space with a custom fit awning. Hundreds of designs and colors, of course, to choose from. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting looking to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to everybody in Tempe.
Tempe.
I'm a big Tempe fan. You know this, Wolf, for many, many, many reasons.
Speaking of Tempe, Xavier Alford's out for the season for ASU.
Oh.
That was announced.
Come on.
Yeah. Rick, you really rained on my Tempe parade, I got to be honest.
Yeah, sorry. But thanks to everyone listening there.
Yeah.
Man.
The amount of injuries just feels like more injuries this year than usual.
Prince Dorba's going to be back, though, or should be back.
Good.
Yeah.
West Virginia's won a couple games in a row.
Yeah.
Wolf, you going to be there?
No, I'm not.
Oh, come on.
No.
We got to get you there.
Yeah, it's crowds, man. You know me and crowds.
Yeah,
if I don't have to walk into them, I won't.
Well, you don't have to. You can watch it or listen to it. Or if you want, I can text you an update every 10 seconds.
Okay.
That'll be much worse than going.
And don't bump into me. Are you touching me? What are you doing? Okay.
We got to get Wolf to a giant music festival where people are just, oh, sorry. Oh, did I spill my drink on
just
you?
Difficult.
You know, Jonathan Gannon, we've referenced this cut a couple times because he really summed it up after the Tennessee game earlier this season when he's like, you know what, the clock's ticking. It's the NFL. This is now me. This is not him saying that, but it's the NFL. We saw it earlier today. Brian Daboll out as Giants head coach. He was NFL Coach of the Year in 2022, so 2.5 seasons ago. He's out. I don't think anybody thought he was getting fired 4 weeks ago, and Scadaboo was running through everybody. Scadaboo gets hurt. They start blowing some fourth quarter leads, and Daboll's out. Nobody, and you've been saying this specifically for the last few weeks, Wolf, nobody's owed anything in the NFL. Nobody's guaranteed anything. You know, Patrick Mahomes, if Mahomes has a few bad games, he's still going to be the starter in Kansas City. Josh Allen, there's a very short list of guys who have a very long leash. But everybody else, man, you start stacking losses or stacking years where you're not making the playoffs, and everybody, as JG said, the clock's ticking on everybody right now.
Yeah, and JG is so accurate. And the reason why he said that, Luke, is because he knows it. Mm-hmm. He knows the NFL. He knows what's going on. He knows this was year 3. Year 3 was going to be critical. It was going to be critical for Kyler Murray. It was going to be critical for JG, of course. And it was going to be critical for Monty Ossenfort. Coming into this season, I don't think those two guys, the front office, Monty Ossenfort and JG, I don't think they were on the hot seat base and earnings. I really don't.
No.
Coming into this, I thought Kyler Murray, this was going to be a make or break season for Kyler Murray. And I said as much coming into this season. We both did, as a matter of fact. JG and Monty Ossenfort, I think how this team is going to play and how some of these young guys are going to develop over the next 8 weeks, I think that matters.
Yeah, because
I think they know it and would tell you that themselves.
There's so much season left. You know, if this was going to be a season where it's like, man, it comes down to the wire and they're going to L.A. and they're 9-7, and if they win, they get in, and if they lose, they're out and they miss the playoffs, then it kind of felt like, okay, you know, Kyler might be on the hot seat. Everybody else is good. But when you're not mathematically out of it right now, but, you know, let's also deal in reality. They've won 1 of their last 7 games. They're 3-6 right now.
Yeah.
If, you know, when you get to this point this early in the year, and like you said, there's still 8 games left, these games all add up. If you go out there and you play really well and you go 6-2 down the stretch, probably still won't make the playoffs, but, job security feels a lot better for these guys. But if you start stacking more losses, especially losses like yesterday, even if it doesn't put you on the hot seat right after the season, it puts you on the hot seat going into next year. That's not my opinion. That's the way the NFL works. I mean, if you want my opinion, I think Monty should be far and away safe. And I think, I would say probably Nick Rallis is second most safe, and then JG because he's the head coach.
Yeah.
And Petzing's taking a lot of heat, and then Kyler is probably, the least safe in terms of being a Cardinal. But you don't want to push it. You got to start winning.
You've got to start winning. And once again, the only reason why I think JG might be in a tough situation, or Monty Ossenfort for that matter, is because of the schedule. Look at it. You look at the schedule. These next 8 games, I don't think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be favored in one of them. Not one.
No, because if you're looking and saying, well, the Cincinnati game, Joe Burrow returned to practice today.
Right.
So, and that game is still 7 weeks away, so I'm guessing he might get re-injured because they don't block for him.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, you figure probably Joe Burrow's playing in that game.
I'm just saying there's a lot that could happen over the next 8 weeks, of course. And I'd love to see this team. I don't think it's Monty Ossenfort, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's JG. I don't. This has been a crazy year in terms of the injuries, of course, and Kyler Murray.
Here's Jonathan Gannon after the game yesterday. He was asked what exactly caused the sloppiness in the game yesterday.
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
I mean, if you want to draw the line between sloppiness and getting outplayed, fine. I think the second half against Tennessee was sloppy. I think yesterday they did just get outplayed. As I said earlier, my bigger concern with that is Seattle's in your division. You've lost 9 in a row to Seattle. And I know that's not all on JG, but you've lost 9 in a row. This was a legitimate rivalry for a long time.
Yeah.
You lose 9 in a row, is it still a rivalry? You got to start beating Seattle again. You can't do it this year. You're going to have to do it next year. But that's my bigger concern is the fact that the Seahawks looked that much better than them yesterday. Because the first time they met a few weeks ago, Seattle looked better. I get it, but it was close. The Cardinals could have won that game a few weeks ago on Thursday Night Football here. Sometimes teams get blown out. You see it all around the league, and then it's just how you bounce back. But they have to be Seattle.
Yeah, honestly, it was a situation where you can say sloppy. I agree with you. I don't think it was really that sloppy. I thought they were outplayed thoroughly.
I don't know which is worse.
Once again, for me, it's the dudes that are inside the locker room. It's the dudes that are in there. It's not so much the scheme. By way of example, I'll tell you right now, the offensive line was a massive disappointment. And I would challenge every offensive lineman that is in that room for the Arizona Cardinals right now to look at yourself in a critical, jaundiced kind of way and say the truth about how you played. And anybody that has listened to me, you know what a fan I am of Will Hernandez. You know, mijo, you know I love this guy and respect him greatly. Yet at the same time, he cannot play like he played. And he has not played. Game. He had a rough game, and he has not played up to his ability level. And if I were in that locker room, I can guarantee you I'd be, Will, what are you doing? What's going on? I hate to call him out, my mijo, who I love and respect once again, and is going to go on and be the guard that we all know he is. I just don't know if it's going to be here.
Yeah, but what is going on?
If he keeps playing like that.
Because he's a good offensive lineman.
He's a good offensive lineman. How he doesn't look at the tape and go, what am I doing? And Will, if you're listening, you know it.
It's not just him, though. This whole offensive line was decent last year. And it's, by and large, the same guys.
It is.
It's not like they all aged 15 years.
And it's not, everyone says, Justin Fry, you know what, they've gone ahead. They've changed offensive line coaches. I'm sorry. When I watch Will Hernandez, I sit there and I say to myself, Will, you know how to come off the ball with a flat back? Why are you standing up? Why are you standing up? You look exhausted. and it's not just Will. It's the other guys on the offensive line. You know how you're supposed to come off and run block. You know what is a good pass set and what is a bad pass set. You know what it is. What is going on in that offensive line room?
If it was just Will
Hernandez,
Hernandez,
I've been saying it from the very
you've been
beginning.
saying it since they were 2-0. You've been saying it. If it were just Will Hernandez, you could write it off and say, you know what, the dude's coming back from a really brutal injury. You just figure he'll get back to being Will Hernandez. But the problem is, it's not just him. It's
not just Will.
I would kind of set Paris Johnson Jr. aside. I think Paris has been good, but
yeah, I agree.
The rest of the line, what's going on this year?
I hold Will Hernandez to a high level, though. And this is not you, mijo.
We come back. Can the Phoenix Suns keep this rolling without Jaylen Green? Again, we're going to ask their play-by-play guy, Kevin Ray, joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
These other three teams offer something that the Cardinals, quite frankly, are lagging behind. Number one, roster construction, and in particular, your ability to hit on draft picks. Number two, I think you can make an argument that three of the best 8 coaches in the NFL reside in the NFC West. If you're going to compete in this division, you got to be on your game, because these other teams, these other GMs, these other coaches, they're really, really good at what they do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape, brothers, until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look, and they said, you're missing some big opportunities here, and I was missing them. Now I've got a clear path to retirement and a little bit of peace when it comes to the investment portfolio that I have, Basinonians. Trajan Wealth, they have helped me so much from the very beginning, and they will definitely help you. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and also tax concerns. Pick up the phone and give them a call at 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice practice, we have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns Gambo today at 3. The Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. And according to Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham, star safety Xavier Alford is out for the season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, Kevin Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about our basketball team here in town that has a chance with a win tonight to go a game above 500, 11 games into the season. K-Ray, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Happy Monday, boys.
Did you know when you put that Batman mask on Halloween that it was going to be all the Suns needed to trigger this massive turnaround? They're 4-1 since then.
You know, there's something to be said about being able to, find that kind of mysterious mojo. And yeah, who knew that it was a simple Batman mask, but it is right here to my left if we need to pull it out anytime soon.
Yeah, keep that all season just in case. So.
Yeah, okay. What do you think has changed? What has changed in the last 4 or 5 games?
Well, you got to remember, this is an entirely new coaching staff. You got a lot of new players, new system, both into the floor, and it takes a while. Even in the games they lost, guys, and yes, they got down, but you could see little, spurts and little instances where it was clicking. And I think what we've seen now is they've been able to minimize those little spurts of where they're struggling, where they're getting in the hole by, 15, 20 points. The old saying is, at least in the NBA, give me 15 or 20 games and I'll tell you what our identity is. Now, granted, because of injuries, we still really don't know. We got a pretty good glimpse with Jaylen Green in that one game that he was able to play. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of, guys really getting comfortable in the scheme, the coaching staff getting more comfortable in a rotation, the personnel they want to use in certain situations, and a team that is just growing with confidence.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, there's so much good with this team right now to already be playing 500 basketball. The Jaylen Green injury or re-injury on Saturday, how much of a concern is that, not just for him, but in terms of setting back what they're trying to build? Because now they kind of have to build it without him. It seems like, I would assume, for a couple weeks here, and then sort of put him back into it.
Oh, I think we're talking more than a couple of weeks here. I mean, when you're talking about a hamstring, and again, not a doctor. I didn't even play one in a commercial, just so you guys know. So,
even though you tried, your agent did.
But I think when you're talking about multiple hamstring injuries, whether it's a sprain, a strain, regardless of the severity, I think that second time around, I mean, when you consider how, cautious they were with this first one, for him to have done it again, I know I've already seen some timetables of 4 to 6 weeks. And I think that is the most realistic. And I would say 6 weeks probably being a minimum, just because of the way this young man plays. So to get back to your question, yeah, I don't know if I would say concern, because it's just the reality. And the upside is they started the season without him. So it's not as though all of a sudden Jordan Ott's been, dealt this, crazy hand, and now I've got to completely change my rotation. Like he kind of knows what he has. It's unfortunate for the team, his teammates, and more importantly for Jaylen Green, because I tell you, I saw him. I saw him in the locker room after the game the other night, and this is a young fellow. Like he loves to hoop. He really wants to play for this team, for this family. You saw how emotional he was with the fans the other night, and just an absolute gut punch for him, because I know how badly he wants to be out there. But now it's just a matter of like trying to get him healthy. But the good news is we've seen other guys step up, and because with this coaching staff having confidence with the rotations that they put together, it's not as big a setback as you might have had as he started the season. And now all of a sudden you got to kind of scramble and figure out what you got.
Okay, of all the new faces, of the newcomers, who are you most impressed with so far?
I mean, I'd be hard pressed not to say Mark Williams.
Yeah.
And
that's
you
the
have
guy,
to start
I
first.
would say I'd start with him.
Yeah, because I felt really confident about what Colin was going to bring to the table just based on how he finished. I knew how hard he worked in the summer. I felt pretty confident, that Grayson's not a new face, but when you're talking about Mark Williams, you're not only talking about his play guys, but knock on wood, his health. So you credit the organization for really, putting together a structured plan for his well-being to build up his body strength-wise before they were going to throw him out there. You saw his numbers, and they were tantalizing when he did play for Charlotte. You also factor in that Charlotte team, that organization. And so you kind of had a sense, okay, this is what it could be. But I think what people have been stunned by, guys, is what he has brought to this team on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, his plus-minus numbers and the team's plus-minus numbers when he's on the floor versus off, pretty remarkable.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, you look at these first 10 games, and a lot of times coaches will separate the season into 10-game increments. That San Antonio game still stands out. And in a lot of ways, it stands out as maybe a good indicator of what Jordan Ott is capable of as a head coach. Wolf and I were talking earlier. Now they've played the Clippers 3 times. They won the last 2. They played Utah twice. They won the second one. So when they're seeing a team a second and even a third time, their performance and their results are getting better. I know it's early, but what have you seen from Jordan Ott so far that encourages you going forward, this season and hopefully beyond?
Yeah, and a little bit like Mark Williams to a different degree, but just in having the limited conversations I had with Jordan and talking to some people coming into this season, you got a sense of what he was about. But of course, you don't know what it's, how it's going to unfold in the moment, as a head coach, once the games start flying and the whistles start blowing, and you got to start, making adjustments personnel wise. But what I've been impressed by with Jordan and the staff is, the ability and willingness to make changes, to make adjustments in the game plan. We saw that, the last couple of games at halftime. Their last couple of third quarters have been outstanding. And that speaks to me to a coaching staff that can come together, quickly collaborate, and make the necessary, adjustments scheme-wise, whatever it is. And that's something, if we're being honest, the last 2 seasons, third quarters had not been the Suns' strong suit. So it speaks to me of how quickly they can go in, identify what's working, what isn't, make those adjustments, and then the team executes.
Kevin Ray, great stuff, buddy. Thank you.
All right, boys, let's get a dub.
We're going to start calling you Batman on the show. Thank you. It's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Tonight, 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale. Jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Then take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details, and we will see you tonight. All right, when we come back, what is the biggest issue facing the Arizona Cardinals right now? There's a few to choose from, but I think we've isolated 2. We'll get them to you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. All right, so what if you found your dream home that you've been looking for, and instead of waiting around for a long time and potentially losing that dream home while you sort everything out, you could just move in right away? Perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how they do it. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around on a bunch of other people. A lot of times other people you don't even know. No showings, no double moves. Just avoid all that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so that you're able to attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents, they're local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. And Orchard agents also are equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home, though, with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, the new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric, Electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Monday afternoon. Wolf, there's unfortunately a few directions you can go with this conversation, especially after yesterday. But when you look at the Arizona Cardinals and you see a team that's 3-6 and in a division where nobody else seems to be struggling, in fact, two of the teams are really thriving with Seattle and the Rams, you have to ask the question of what's the biggest issue in front of them, whether you're talking about for the rest of this season or big picture or whatever. What jumps out to you?
No, you know what jumps out to me. It's the offensive line. Yeah, it really is. It has been this way from the very beginning, Basinonians. The very first game, even though they won the first game, even though they won the first two games, as a matter of fact. For me, it was the offensive line. It just didn't look the same. It didn't look like they were coming off the ball with a dark heart and a painted face and bloody knuckles. And that's back when they had James Conner, and it just didn't look or feel the same. The same that we've seen the last 2 years with largely the same people. And that's what really was a butt scratcher. Forgive me for that, but it was, man. Get off the tractor and scratch the butt. How is this happening with the offensive line? That was a strength of this team the last 2 years. And, again, you can say, well, they lost Clayton Adams, Wolf. They lost him as their offensive line coach, and now they've got Justin Fry from Ohio State as their offensive line coach.
Should that really make that much of a difference?
I'm watching tape. And I'm saying to myself, this guy's got to know he can't play like that. They're all playing so high. They're coming off the ball out of their stance, and they're high. And I'm wondering what in the world is going on. Man, come off the ball and do it with a flat back. And I'm seeing guys that are physical football players that are not playing physically. And I want to know why.
Well, here's A.Q. Shipley on with Bickley and Murata this morning. They asked him the same question. What's going on with the offensive line this year?
I think it's a combination of things. I just don't think they're blocking very well right now. I mean, I think last week they looked really good, but again, it was against one of the worst defenses in the league, right? And so, but even that, like I don't think they cracked 100 yards rushing last week, right? So, I think whenever you look at that, they're just not blocking it really well. They're on edges. It just doesn't look nearly as smooth as last year. And I'm curious whether it's the running back that, James Conner was able to kind of cover up some of the things last year, if it was Clayton Adams scheming up things, if that was able to cover up some of the inadequacies. But, just right now, they are not blocking real well.
Yeah. I totally agree with AQ. And, boy, is he doing a great job. Can I just throw that in there?
He's been
I
good.
love listening to him, man. AQ, well done by you.
I'm happy we don't have to play against him in pickleball on Friday.
Yeah.
That did not go well for us last year.
That's right. And can I also say quickly, too, I did not hear AQ say that. I've been talking about the offensive line all season long. I know that you don't even want to hear it, Basin Earnings. It's probably been redundant to you. Yet for me, I have been disappointed all season because of the offensive line. And I don't blame the coach. I'm sorry. It's not like they got a bunch of rookies trying to make an impact. They don't have a bunch of rookies. They got guys who have been in the league come off the ball and play. You know what's proper technique at this point in time.
Well, the question now is how quickly can you fix this? I know it's tough mid-season. It shouldn't be out of the question mid-season. I mean, you mentioned this earlier. I think it was when we had Paulie on. You're like, okay, well, Seattle started bringing 5 and it worked pretty well. Why wouldn't Robert Saleh do it this week?
Okay, yeah, right.
I mean, he's going to.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to fix it or your quarterback's just going to get steamrolled.
And not only that, 5 or 6 even with the blitz, they brought it. And you know what was the hardest part about it? The second sack was an 8-man protection. Max protection is what they did. Calvin Beachum was in the game, the 6 offensive linemen, and they motioned him across the formation and had him pick up. And max protection broke down on a 6-man rush. They had 2 more guys that actually were blitzing.
And they still just got right through.
And still, Tyrese Knight got the strip sack. Look, it's DeMarcus Lawrence, everybody, once again, picking up the ball and running it in for a touch.
I understand that it feels more extreme today because you're playing Seattle, and that's one of the very best defensive lines in football. I get that, but we are now 9 games in, Wolf, and you are so right. You were talking about this when they were 1-0.
Yeah.
And it unfortunately has not gotten consistently better. And so that's why my question, I mean, see, this is where the stuff gets complicated. My initial reaction is, hey, I'm just using a first or a second round pick on the offensive line for the next 3 years to make sure this is well, you might need to use one on a quarterback next year. I mean, that's entirely possible, and you have other needs. It's rough because this is something that's in front of you now, and if your offensive line is not playing up to its potential, and we know their potential is higher than this because it was the same guys basically last year, and it was a lot better. It's going to look like this, where all of a sudden you don't have a single 100-yard rusher all season, and we're going into week 11. You don't have the best single-game rushing performance was still Amari DiMercato against the Titans when he had 81 yards, and 71 of them came on one play. You finally got your first 100-yard receiver yesterday, Trey McBride. So, I mean, you're into November, you had 0 100-yard rushers or 100-yard receivers, and you only had, one 300-yard passing game by your quarterback. We can look at a billion different reasons why your offense is struggling, and we have. And people point to Kyler Murray, and they point to Drew Petzing, and I get it. And that's, I'm sure there's some legitimacy to go around when you're struggling like this. But if the offensive line can't do what they did last year, nothing else even gets started. And this is what it looks like.
Yeah, this is what it looks like, and this is what it feels like. And I know they've had injuries as well. And Tip Ryman was a big one because of the stud tight end that I think he is and was going to continue to develop in. But they're using Calvin Beachum an awful lot in 12 personnel.
Beach is running around like, what am I doing here?
It just, man... I thought they were going to be so much more consistent, that offensive line. It's the biggest disappointment. And then watching Seattle's offensive line really gets me fired up. Remember all the problems they had last year?
They were supposed to be bad, yeah.
They were bad.
That was their weakness.
They were really bad last year, and suddenly they have totally turned it around. That offensive line in a year turned it around, Basinonians, and rebuilt it. And now all of a sudden, it's out there and it's wreaking havoc.
Which is at least a good sign that you can do it in a year.
Correct.
Not easy. Here's more from AQ Shipley. Bickley asked him this morning, how much of those 2 identical strip sack touchdowns, how much of that just in general is typically on the quarterback as opposed to the O-line?
So both of those plays were blitzes, right? They brought 6 on the first. I think they brought 5 on the second. I mean, first of all, I said it a couple times yesterday, and I've seen some blitzes. In my 12 years, I felt like I saw everything. There's times where I turn on Mike McDonald in Seattle, and I'm like, never seen that before.
Right.
That is wild. So he's an absolute madman when he's designing defenses and schemes and blitzes and things of that nature. But the 2 that came were pretty, normal stuff that in his case, there were 5-man blitz, 6-man blitz. One was a pick. The problem was it wasn't Jacoby. I mean, those were play action passes. It's going to take a long time. You know that up front. You know that as a quarterback. It's a 7-step, back foot hit the ground at 11 yards, 1 hitch, and let that thing go. And as he takes the 1 hitch, it's ready to come out. Mm-hmm. It's just they're on him at that point. And both of the plays, identical.
Yeah, identical in terms of who actually stripped it and who actually picked it up and ran it back.
And the result?
They were different. He's right. One was a blitz, a true blitz, which is 6 or more Basinonians in the NFL. And one was a pressure, 5-man pressure. Tyrese, of course, Tyrese Knight, the guy who got both strip sacks, he blitzed. And one of them, Amari DiMercato, had a chance to pick him right up and just whiffed on him. I was, man, that was shocking to see that. Just an absolute whiff, especially from Amari, who typically is pretty good at that.
All right, so when we come back, I said going to the last break, there are 2 things that you can isolate, at least to me, as their biggest issues. That was one of them. That's in-game. I would say the other one is what we'll talk about when we come back. How is this team supposed to keep up with the rest of the NFC West and where those teams are headed right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as disrespectful to Jaylen Green. I think the Suns are going to be just fine without him. I know it sounds counterintuitive because everybody saw the best of Jaylen Green and his opening night.
Yes.
I'm just saying in the last 5 games, the Suns have won 4 of 5 games. And I say that because when he got injured, the team did not pout or whine like a lot of sports fans in the Valley were doing in real time. They actually played harder. When he went down.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You know, choosing dental implants, one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's right, healthy mouth, healthy teeth, ladies and gentlemen. Healthy body. That's what the old wives' tale is out there. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix that are locally owned, and they are proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team, they deliver results that you can trust. This is about your health, Basinonians. Come experience the Aria difference. You're going to be really, really glad that you made the decision to use Aria Dental Implant Center. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo today at 3. The Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green is out for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the LA Clippers. And according to Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham, star safety Xavier Alford is out for the season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, the other huge obstacle in the Cardinals' way is just the division they're in. You know, you come into this season, and I'm just trying to think back even, 2.5 months, what the perception of the NFC West was. If I remember right, that's pretty competitive and wide open. That's kind of what the thought was. Hey, the Rams are good, but Matthew Stafford's hurt. And now here we are 9 games in, 10 games for San Francisco, and Matthew Stafford is one of the top MVP candidates in the NFL. He doesn't look hurt at all, and they're 7-2. Seattle's 7-2 and clearly getting better. They've built their defense. Their offensive line, like you just said, is somehow suddenly better. Sam Darnold looks like I can't say top 5 quarterback yet, but he looks like a top 10 quarterback for sure. San Francisco's always tough, and now you got the Cardinals who have an uphill battle, and they have an uphill battle in one of the more difficult divisions in the NFL. And I'm thinking big picture. I'm not even thinking this year. Seattle's not going to suddenly be bad next year.
No, they're not going to be. And once again, you can go ahead and say it with certitude that Sam Darnold is a top 5 quarterback.
I can't do it.
In the National Football League. You can do it. You can look at his quarterback rating and just how well he has played so far. He is protecting the ball. Well, I don't want to say I don't want to get crazy on that because he has thrown 5 picks.
I was going to say, he tried to give it away a couple times yesterday.
Yeah, but he has played so incredibly well for them. And the combination is there, base earnings, and this is something that we have seen in the past. A great quarterback and a great defense is a very good combination.
I mean, that defense is alarming, and they might have the best receiver in the NFL. That alone. You have Jackson Smith and Jigba, and you have that defense. You're going to be good. You're going to at least be a competitive team every year with that.
Yeah, you know what's alarming, too, is to your point, you think of how young the Rams' defense is. how young these guys are and how good they are. And then you think of Matthew Stafford and how experienced and veteran he is as a quarterback in the NFL. Like you said, having an MVP type season. And that is totally legitimate right now.
I think he's second in terms of odds. I think
over
it goes Drake
halfway
May
through the
Matthew
season,
Stafford.
that is totally legitimate. Matthew Stafford and that defense, and yet the same thing applies to Sam Darnold.
I don't want to, paint this completely bleak picture and ignore the fact that it's the NFL and stuff changes from year to year. I don't think the Rams or Seahawks are dropping off at all this year. I really don't. But big picture, the way Seattle's built, even if their quarterback were to get hurt next year or take a step back, they're still good because of that defense. And Darnold, there's no reason that he has to take a step back. The Rams, maybe the Rams are the one of these other three teams that's most likely to drop off in the future because Stafford's not going to play forever. So they at least are going to have a question at quarterback. But the rest of their defense is so strong, and they've got Puka Nacua. They got one of the best receivers in the NFL, and Kyron Williams is a good running back. San Francisco, they're always beat up, but they're still always at least a 500 team. Yesterday's game was such an eye-opener in the sense that last year the Cardinals went 3-3 in the division when they were still on their way up, and now this year they're already 0-3 in the division. And yesterday in particular made it look like there's a huge gap between them and Seattle.
Yeah, and you know what I really love, too, is in regard to Clint Kubiak, Gary Kubiak's son.
There's a lot of Kubiaks around the football
universe.
universe.
Clint Kubiak, their offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, he loves himself a little 21 personnel. A little 21 and a little 22, a little two-back personnel. They went out and they got themselves a beast of a fullback. And 30% of the time, they're in two-back, and they run the ball. I love it, once again, when
Wolves Playbook for Dummies.
21 personnel.
2 backs, 1 tight end, and 2 wide receivers.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. 21 personnel, 22 personnel, 11, 12, 13. They jump into all of it, and they do all of it as well. I love an offense that is capable of doing that. Why not? Why not be capable of doing and becoming whatever you need to be to beat your opponent? It was something Bill Belichick did better than anyone else and still does as far as I'm concerned. In terms of being a coach and having a philosophy, we need to be capable of doing it all. Why are we going to get myopic? Why are we going to get dogmatic and start thinking of one way of doing it? No. We'll be whatever we need to beat you. And that's the way that I see Seattle. I see them being capable of doing that. And that's a direct reflection of their head coach.
Yeah,
Mike
they
McDonald.
clearly got the right head coach. He's been there for a year and a half, and he's completely flipped that team around. And not that they were terrible when he got there, but
where's he come from?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Yeah, their defense looks like Baltimore from a couple
Looks
years
like
ago.
bingo.
Yeah,
Looks like Baltimore, a tough defense. We're going to build it in the box, especially with the defensive line. The physicality is the game of football. It is. And I love the fact they've taken that and they've extended that to their offense as well.
It does not make it impossible for the Cardinals to ever figure this out. I mean, obviously it's going to be an uphill battle now this year, but it just it's a reminder you're not going to back in this division. Last year maybe this division was down a little bit, and that was your chance. And maybe that would have been a little ahead of schedule for the Cardinals, but I would say this division's not down anymore with Seattle and the Rams. Those could be the 2 teams playing in the NFC Championship. That's not crazy. Seattle, how about this? The 2 teams with the best point differential in the NFL, the only 2 teams with a plus 100 or more.
Yeah.
The Colts and the Seahawks. Are you ready for a Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold Super Bowl?
No, I'm not ready for that. I'm not. It's interesting, though. You're talking about the Rams and the Seahawks, and rightfully so. How are the 49ers doing?
They're not bad. I mean, they're 6-4, and they don't have any of their players.
They're not bad. They're not bad. And once again, why are they not bad? They're getting really good play from the quarterback. And Kyle Shanahan, of course, is a quarterback guru as far as I'm concerned. They're getting really, really good play. Now, all of a sudden, even when Brock Purdy is not playing, You got Mac Jones going out there and lighting it up.
I think you just said it, too. The coaches in this division now that the Cardinals are going to have to compete with. Kyle Shanahan, so you know his team's always going to be in it. Sean McVay, who is one of, for my money, one of the very best, top 3 coaches in the NFL. And now Mike McDonald, who his body of work isn't big enough for me to say he's one of the 2 or 3 best coaches in the NFL, but this season he sure looks like it.
Sure does.
So that's what those guys are not going anywhere. Matthew Stafford might, but the coaches aren't, so.
The NFC West looks like it's going to be a super tough division for years to come.
You're going to have to get better to pull this off. Today is the last day to register for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa this Friday, November 14th. Sign up now and play for cash prizes. And the best part is it's all for a great cause. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charities. So text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. Don't wait. Secure your spot today. All right, when we come back, did Jacoby Brissett's performance yesterday make you any different in terms of how you feel about the quarterback position now for this team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991. They reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state of Arizona. That's right, Basinonians. The number 1 pool builder in the state of Arizona is Presidential Pools and Spas. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, and their people, and that really is the difference. They came over to the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you right now, they told us exactly where we needed to put our pool, what the shape of the pool needed to be, and every feature that we needed to enjoy. They'll do the exact same thing for you. Head on over to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's number 1 pool builder.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different And if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
I want to make sure we thank all the listeners, especially in New River right now, Wolf. Special thanks to New River.
Man, I love driving through New River.
Let's play a quick game here, okay?
Okay.
And this means nothing. Kyler Murray might be the quarterback here next year.
Okay.
But Vegas now has odds for his next team.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at the lists. The Cardinals aren't on it, so I think this is obviously just assuming if he moves. Top 5 teams, okay, from 5 to 1. We're like family feuding this, but I'm not going to make you guess. They have Miami at 5, Cleveland, I don't wish that on him, at 4, the Saints at 3, the Jets at 2, and the Raiders at number 1. The Raiders.
The Raiders. Okay, no Commanders.
No Commanders. Sorry, Rick.
The Commanders.
The Commanders aren't even on this list. Goes 17 teams deep, and the Commanders aren't even on.
Commanders have a quarterback.
Well, yeah, I know, but first of all, we have to talk about how we think the Arizona Cardinals are going to move on from Kyler Murray. Do we think he's going to be cut, or do we think he's going to be traded? For me, I think he could be cut. I think he could be.
It's going to be tough to trade him with that contract.
Listen, I wish Kyler well. I really do. I have been a supporter of Kyler Murray since the very beginning. I think he was often looked at with a jaundiced eye, and I don't think it was always the fairest of them all, so to speak.
No, he's had some really good moments here.
He's had some really, really good moments here. There's no doubt about it. The NFL has changed. You have to play from under center. And last year, this is why specifically I was so fired up about Kyler Murray, and you know I was, Luke, because of how he was playing under center last year. And that was boding so well for him going forward because of that. And it just has not happened this year. He has not played well from under center. He's looked like a different quarterback. So because of that, I wish him well. I hope he goes on to a team that is going to use a lot more shotgun and a lot more 11 personnel and go with some up-tempo as well. I think Kyler could do really, really well in that kind of offense. The problem is the NFL is changing. It's changing. The pendulum has swung back to it being a combination of all of it, as opposed to just the spread, which Kyler Murray came into the league under. The spread was taking over the NFL, and Kyler Murray was one of the best at college in doing that and running that kind of spread and giving an offense the kind of explosiveness that the NFL was demanding. It's not the case anymore.
No, and, he's not gone, but if they do move on from him, I've always thought, and I don't even know if it logically makes sense, but I've just always thought he's going to end up in Pittsburgh. Maybe it's because they have Aaron Rodgers, and so they are going to need a quarterback next year, and they don't seem to ever draft one. I don't know. And maybe Mike Tomlin can work his magic there. I don't know. But anyway, I just figured I'd throw that out there.
To me, based on earnings, nobody's told me this either. I specifically have to say this to you because I know everyone, Wolf, you worked for the Cardinals for 20 years. You don't talk to anyone? No. You know what? I don't. I believe, this is my own thought, I believe they have moved on from Kyler Murray. I could be dead wrong on this. All of a sudden, we might see him in week 16, week 15. No, not week 15. He couldn't come back week 15, could he?
I mean, he could, but he wouldn't. He would have no practice. He would just jump right back in and be like,
yes.
"Hey, get out there and play against Houston."
We could see him again, but to me, I think they've already moved on.
Well, you're not the only one who feels that way. There's a story by Adam Schefter that came out over the weekend, and the title on ESPN says Kyler Murray's Cardinals' future in limbo as off-season decision looms. But it's a long story. I'm not going to. It's not that long, but I'm still not going to read the whole thing on air. But there's a lot of stuff in there that you kind of were already thinking. But there is a line that stands out. This is from Adam Schefter. He says, many sources believe, well, let me read this whole sentence. Arizona and Murray are expected to have extensive discussions to help determine whether to move forward together or go their own ways. Many sources believe the latter is the likely outcome, with one source saying this week that, quote, a separation is imminent, unquote. That's the money quote from this story.
Yeah, I think so, because again,
that's how it feels.
No, it's more of a knowledge once deposed. How are you going to go ahead and reinstate him as your franchise quarterback going forward? Even from Kyler's perspective, how am I to trust you that you have my best interest at heart in regard to what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Not just because of the money you're paying me, but obviously you've already kind of moved on from me. So how am I to trust you that I'm going to be? I think it's on both sides where they're probably going to want to part. I could be dead wrong on that, but I don't think so.
There's more and more smoke there, though. And to the point of what you just said, I was listening to Bickley and Murata on the way in, and they asked A.Q. Shipley about that. Like, how difficult would it be when your team has essentially benched you at that position to then come back and be like, okay, I'm the guy again, or even to walk back in that locker room and be like, okay, I'm the backup. And it's one of those things, AQ, I don't remember his whole answer, but part of it, he's like, it rarely happens. But when it does, it's impressive that a guy can do that.
Yeah.
And, you're thinking about it, you're like, oh, yeah, you'd want to step up for your teammates and be able to do that if you're in that situation. But the thing is, like, I guarantee you Kyler doesn't feel like he deserved to be benched. If you're in that position, it's never like, well, I wasn't getting it done. They had to go with the other guy. You always feel like you were wronged in the first place.
Right.
So it feels like a separation is imminent. To see that in a story, word for word, from Adam Schefter, just kind of drives the point home that much more. And to the question, because I saw, you naturally see a lot of people on social media over the weekend be like, oh, Jacoby Brissett can't get it done. See, they never should have gone away from Kyler.
It wasn't about Jacoby.
It's not about Jacoby.
No.
Jacoby has shown you that that a quarterback can make this offense look better than Kyler did. It's not about Jacoby. He'll be here next year. Maybe he's the starter. Maybe he's the backup Jacoby. But if you move on from Kyler, it's about whoever you bring in. That's it.
I think Jacoby Brissett definitely is going to be here next year. I believe that. And yet at the same time, I don't think he's going to be the starting quarterback going forward. I think he's going to be the backup that he has been for the vast majority of his career. Having said that, I'm glad Jacoby Brissett is here. I am. Because he is, I think, a very, very good backup quarterback in the NFL. And he's proven that in the short time that we've seen him play.
I tell you, I would take the Drake May plan that the Patriots did, honestly, last year. I know now you're starting to burn through years.
Yeah.
But if you could, I really wish there was some clear-cut, like, definitive can't-miss prospects at the quarterback position in this draft.
Jackson Dart?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that worked out pretty
well.
well.
How about Jackson Dart?
But with May specifically, it was Jacoby Brissett, right? He's out there playing for a little bit. Okay, Jacoby, thanks. Drake's ready to go. You've been training him up. He's been going in practice. And now Drake May looks unstoppable. And that wasn't a guy the Patriots got with the first pick in the draft. I mean, the Cardinals aren't going to be picking that high. But the problem is, if you're going through the draft, do you see anybody in college football right now where you're like, that's the guy they have to get? They have to get that quarterback. And yet I feel like that's the path they would go.
Yeah, I really have not looked at it. But, again, I think
there isn't anyone.
It's interesting that Jackson Dart was number 25, pick number 25 in the first round, getting a quarterback at the end of the first round as opposed to in the top 5 picks. Interesting.
What was Bo Nix, I think, was 15th? I guess Drake May was 3rd. That was a loaded draft class, too, for quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't say there aren't any quarterbacks out there. It's just not a clear cut. Like in November, you're like, man, if they finish with the 5th pick, they can go ahead and draft this guy because it has changed every week. Even the Heisman race in college football flips every week. So I don't know. But as far as big picture, what one game does yesterday, I don't think it changes anything. I don't either. I don't think the Cardinals are like, we got to get Kyler back in there.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, when we come back, what the Phoenix Suns have to do to win a game they should win tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans, and who are we watching? We'll throw out a round of staring at the Suns next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. I love that, Basinonians. Love walking around the Wolfley compound saying, I am Santan Ford. Let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. That's right, the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. The Maverick has a kind of flair and style to it for the modern truck owner. Maybe like you, brothers, it's perfect for business managers and service companies as well. Take a test drive at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000 right now. That's right. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns Gambo today at 3. The Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. And according to Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham, star safety Xavier Alford is out for the season. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Time for Staring at the Suns. Which player, or I guess which thing, are you watching tonight in this game? Suns, Pelicans. Wolf, I'm going to go first.
Okay.
Because I have a pretty definitive answer.
I like that.
The answer is Devin Booker.
Devin Booker. Why do you say Book?
Now, I know you can pick Devin Booker any game, and that's, there's not, it's maybe the least dramatic decision to make. I haven't picked Booker yet for Staring at the Suns. It's because they're playing New Orleans, okay? So here's their last 6 games against New Orleans and what Devin Booker has done scoring-wise. And remember, no Jaylen Green tonight, so he might be asked to score even more. Last season, he put up 17, 36, and 28 against them. Those are 3 games. Pretty good. The year before, 25, 52, and 52. So 2 seasons ago, he averaged 43 points a game against the Pelicans. When he has to score, especially against New Orleans, he scores. We could be in for a big Devin Booker game tonight.
Okay, I like that, man. That is good. You know what, Base Earnings? I'm not going to stare at any one Sun. I'm going to stare at all of them. I was talking to you about this earlier in the broadcast, Luke, off the air. I really want to see the intensity level of the Phoenix Suns tonight. Show me your desperation. How much does this matter to the Phoenix Suns to go out and win a game that they should win against the New Orleans Pelicans? 2-7 on the season right now. The Suns are playing so well, winning 4 of the last 5 games. I want to see the collective intensity level. Where's the desperation to be a great team? Is it about you, or is it about who you're playing that brings out that intensity level? And of course, we all want it to be about the Suns. This is who we are. We don't care who the opponent is. It's not going to change our approach. It's not going to change our intensity level. It's not going to change our effort. I want to see them come out and seize control of this game as if they were playing the Spurs again, who are 7-2 on the season now.
7-1 when they're not playing the Suns, and Wembanyama looks unbeatable, unstoppable when he's not playing the Suns. Yeah, the intensity level is going to be something to pay attention to tonight because you are playing a team, like you said, that you on paper should beat.
Yeah.
The Suns aren't going to have a lot of those games, or at least you didn't expect them to have a lot coming into the season. And the other part of it is they're at home. And right now they're 4-1 at home. I do think this is important, especially when you are starting a new era of Suns basketball that when fans come to your games, they are right now probably going to see a win. 4 out of 5 times they're seeing a win, and the 5th time they lost by a point to Memphis. And also 6 of the next 8 are at home. So if you can really do this, by the way, culminating with the game against the Houston Rockets on November 24th. So get ready for,
Yeah, how sweet that is.
But 6 of the next 8 at home. So if you can continue to defend the home court, you could make some noise now.
Yeah, no, I love that. Once again, just looking at some of the numbers the Phoenix Suns have put up, would it shock you, Basinonians, to know the Phoenix Suns are number 5 in the association in steals? Number 5. Again, you know me. When I think of intensity, when I think of effort, I think of the defensive end of the floor. And I think of how many times you actually get your hands on the basketball. How many times? I'm not going to kick the seat back, YouTube. I'm not going to do it and suddenly get into my crouch. But that's how I feel. They're number 5. 10 steals a game. That's what they're averaging. You're top 5 in that metric. I love it because it speaks to who you are.
I just like when you bring stats in. We need like a sounder. Wolf comes in. Oh, according to my calculations.
Well, Wolf butchers a stat. We've had that before.
That's true. But you had that stat right, and that is a big stat.
Thank you for that, Luke.
If
that endorsement was huge.
You had that one right. Good job. No, look, it's everything that they were saying before the season and everything that you've been saying since basically the start of the season. If you're going to carve out your identity of being a team that's difficult to play against no matter who you're playing, because at a certain point here, you're going to start to get better and better, and you're going to start to hear about how good you are, and you're going to start to be favored in more and more games. It's happening a little faster than I expected, but either way, it's going to happen if you do this right, whether it's now or in 2 weeks or 2 months. Do you let up intensity-wise when that happens?
Yes. How about this, Basinonians? The Phoenix Suns, number 8 in turnovers, opponent turnovers.
I like it.
They're turning over their opponents.
Do it.
15.7 turnovers when you play the Phoenix Suns. Again, that to me says something. The intensity level and the effort and the ability and the length is there on the defensive end of the floor. They just need to continue to develop it. These are really good metrics, really good signs that the Phoenix Suns are going to be that team that shows up in balls every night. Are you going to be able to do it against a 2-7 Pelicans team? That's what I want to know. See, it's almost like Buda Baker, based on earnings. Buda Baker, he doesn't care who the opponent is. I'm sure he does. I'm just saying, when you watch him play in the effort, he really doesn't care who he's playing. You know what he cares about? Walking in between the white lines. That's what he cares about. He knows once he crosses into that atmosphere that he's going to give all that he has, and he's going to do it play after play after play. This is what I want to see the Phoenix Suns be like. Hey, it's not about them. It's about us and our culture and what we're trying to build here and who we are. So because, they're 2-7, I don't care. They're in the NBA. They're in this association. We're going to go out and we're going to walk between those lines and we're going to ball. Man, that's the mentality that I want to see from this team collectively.
If you do it collectively and you do it now when everything's just starting, then it's something you're building into your foundation, And then
if you can at least show it, can you imagine how everyone buys into it when you can show it?
If you can that's something you can control as you're building this, where it can become, and I know they want it to become this, a huge part of their identity, more so than maybe it is for other teams. And then what happens whenever Jaylen Green is healthy, whenever you maybe add more talent next year or whatever, and yet this is still your foundation for how you play. This is how you build something that can be really successful in the future.
Offensive rebounds. They're number 10 in the association, 12.8 offensive rebounds.
Oh, yeah. What's your what's your stat, your hustle stat or whatever it was?
Yeah, the
intensity
steals, blocks,
index. Yeah, the
turnovers,
intensity index.
and offensive rebound. Yeah, the intensity index. This is what I'm talking about, though. Again, top 10, top 5 in steals, number 8 in turnovers, number 8 in assists, number 10 in offensive rebounds. I love it. The style of play we're seeing right now, love it.
New Orleans tonight, no Zion, no Jordan Poole, no DeJounte Murray. I mean,
Zion.
This is a team on paper you absolutely should beat. And I know every team doesn't win every game they, quote, should in the NBA, but when you are where the Suns are right now and you're trying to really show what you can be and form something as a team, be nice to stack wins when you can do it, especially at home. So this is a chance to continue to do that in a different way tonight. This isn't playing against Victor Wembanyama. This is playing against a team, especially if you had Jaylen Green, that you would probably have more talent than on paper.
So can you bring the same intensity?
Get an answer.
Or is it about you?
Tonight, 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale. Jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs, watch party, and the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. So head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details, and we'll see you tonight. When we come back, the Cardinals still have a lot of football left. If they can't make the playoffs this year, then what is the rest of this season about? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Think of all the sports you could be watching at Twin Peaks right now, tonight, tomorrow, this weekend. You got the playoff push in football. That's in full swing, especially in college, but in pro now as well. Maybe even for your fantasy team, depending on how well you drafted. I don't know how good your team is, but maybe you're still in the playoff push. Plus, basketball is going now. We're starting to get a sense of who might be good this season. Same with hockey. Season's already heating up on the ice. Call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. That way you're good to go. And then with all those TVs at Twin Peaks, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian or the backyard barbecue brisket or the OG pepperoni. And on top of all of that, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even need to wait for the weekend. Experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.99% financing for 60 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or
for SR5 or 0.99% for 72 months on a new Tundra. Or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $1,431 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Monday.
What up?
You saying that to me or you two?
No, what up, you
Or just
two?
everybody in the world? I guess you could listen
At
to the
first I
show
said
in
everybody.
Ireland. You could listen wherever you want.
Screaming.
We were let's just throw out key phrases now. We were talking about this at the start of the show, Wolf. When you come off of a weekend like that, ASU didn't play, but the Cardinals got handed their first real, just lopsided loss of the season. I know a game like that, you feel like, oh, they've lost like this every week. They haven't. Every loss this season's been by a score.
Just
some of them at the last
outplayed
second. But
in this game, and we have not seen that, to your point.
So you come out of that, you come out of the Jaylen Green injury, and we both said, hey, maybe talking this out for the next 4 hours will make us feel better.
Yeah.
I don't know if it makes people listening feel better. We're going to do listeners-only meeting tomorrow, so we can figure that out.
Okay.
But just talking through it, I think it actually did for about maybe 2 hours. I don't know. I'm still frustrated, to be honest.
Yeah, I am.
How can you not be?
As well? Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I didn't expect the Cardinals to win yesterday. I don't think a lot of people did, if we're being honest with ourselves, because you didn't have Mac Wilson, you didn't have Will Johnson, you didn't have Max Melton. It's a short week, back-to-back road games. You're playing Seattle, who, let's just be honest, the Seahawks are better right now. But 35-0 in the second quarter.
See, this is the thing I really don't understand either. I thought they came out and they seemed a little asleep, Basinonians, and this was one game that I did not expect to see them asleep. I did not. Just going up to the 12s, going up to Seattle immediately.
Yeah, you're up. You're awake. There's no way around it.
You better get ready, because this is a good team. We all know they're a good team. And, man, this is a very difficult, if not the most difficult place to play. And here come the 12s, and it's going to be a noisy place. And, to see the way the game started, I can't get over it. The Seattle Seahawks' first 3 possessions, offensively based on needs, they went down the field and scored a touchdown. They were 3 for 3. And the Arizona Cardinals' first 4 possessions, the Seattle Seahawks scored touchdowns on 2 of the Arizona Cardinals' first 4 possessions. 2 strip sacks recovered for a touchdown. Think about this. There were 7 possessions to begin the game. 7. And the Seattle Seahawks scored touchdowns on 5 of them. And I'm talking
the worst stat ever, man.
You don't think about that.
The worst stat.
It was 35-0 before you could even really settle in.
You have the ball 3 times and you score 5 touchdowns. That's mathematically impossible, I thought.
It was incredible to see it. I did not expect to see that. I know the Seattle Seahawks are a good team. We believed the Seahawks were probably going to win the game. We just thought maybe the Arizona Cardinals were going to be a lot more competitive, and that was not the case.
I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. It's a lot of, I think, what we're feeling. This season's depressing. We're never going to get better. There's a lot of that. And I get that feeling after a game like yesterday. I would say, It's just one game in the sense of you getting blown out. But
it's the first game that's happened.
It's the first time. It took 9 games into the season before they were just completely outmatched on the field. But I hate that it was a divisional opponent.
I know.
Hate because there seems to be a really big divide forming right now between the Rams and the Seahawks and the Cardinals. And San Francisco's kind of in the middle of it, but San Francisco's beat up. The thing with San Francisco is they're always beat up, so I don't know that you can like guarantee they'll be healthy next year, but it just looks like you're so far behind Seattle right now. And I know they haven't played the Rams yet. I mean, maybe that's a bad thing. They play them 2 of the final 5 games, but there's work to be done. And I don't think you're going to get any help in this division anytime soon. I mean, like over the next couple years.
Yeah, for me, too, the biggest disappointment while we're talking about it, the defense got embarrassed. They got embarrassed, and we just haven't seen that from them. The defense, they gave up all kinds of yards on the ground. The Seahawks gashed them, the Basinonians, and it didn't matter what defensive front was in the game. The Seahawks handed the ball off 35 times to a running back and gained 181 yards. That's 5.17 yards per carry. I did not expect Seattle to be able to line up and just run over the Arizona Cardinals the way that they did.
And just like, last week they beat Dallas, and for anybody that wanted to say, yeah, big deal, Dallas' defense is terrible, that's fine, but Dallas' offense is amazing, and the Cardinals shut them down. And we were having the conversations last Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday about the Cardinals' defense. It was tangible. You just went into Dallas and shut them down, and you added Walter Nolan and Garrett Williams. So there were like clear reasons like, oh, okay, they're going to be better. Well, now it's the exact opposite. You just got lit up by the Seahawks.
Yep.
You lost Walter Nolan in the game. Maybe he plays next week. I don't know, but you lost him in the game. You lost Darius Robinson. You didn't even have Mac Wilson or Will Johnson or Max Melton for the game. It just feels like this season's been teetering on the brink ever since that Titans game, where anytime something goes that wrong, you kind of have to wonder, like, is this now the way it's going to be for the rest of the season?
Yes. And think about this as well, Basinonians, as we're starting to wind this thing down. Going into yesterday's game, Sam Darnold and the Seahawks were the number 4 and number 1 team, respectively, in passing yards per game and passing yards per play in the National Football League. Number 4 and number 1.
Oh, did those drop?
Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay? And they threw the ball 12 times.
They didn't even have to
in the
do
game.
what they're good at.
They did not have to do what they kill people at.
No.
12 times they threw the ball. Sam Darnold completed 10 of them for 178 yards with a touchdown and a pick. Had a quarterback rating of 111.8. And he threw the ball 12 times.
That's a nice gig.
Once again, how many games have you watched? How many NFL games have you watched that are like that?
I can only think of that Patriots-Bills game
Only the
a few
Patriots.
years ago that you brought up earlier, where Mac Jones was the quarterback and it was horrible weather, and Belichick was like, we're just going to run the whole game. Here's Calais Campbell after the game yesterday talking about what's next.
I mean, the biggest thing is look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what can you do more? What individually can we each do more of to put ourselves in better positions? And I mean, there's not really much more than that. I mean, it's football, right? Play football. Coach always says star your role. But everybody got a job to do. Just do your job. And I mean, let the talent speak for itself. Just playing good, sound football. And so, I mean, you don't want to overreact on big losses. It sucks. But at the end of the day, it's one loss. So we got to put it to bed, get back to work, and find a way to win next week.
Man, I love this guy. I really do. He's so spot on. Look at yourself in the mirror. What more can you do? Do your job. He's so spot on. This is the key to the rest of the season. I just want to see who's going to adopt that mentality for the Arizona Cardinals and go out and do his job. Look at yourself in the mirror. You don't need to point to a scheme or point to a coach. Look at yourself and admit where you can do better.
It's not a surprise, and it wasn't a surprise during the game that when that was bad and it was 35-0, that it was Calais Campbell and Budda Baker gathering guys together on the sideline and be like, hey, like this isn't going to fly, obviously, but still somebody's got to step up and say it in the middle of the game.
Even if you're not doing well yourself, you got to challenge yourself and step up and say, you know what? I'm talking to myself first. Right, Buddha?
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you have a hot seat year if you're starting over with a new quarterback, or does that buy you 2 years? Hey, we're going to start over. We had Kyler Murray. He wasn't any good. Like, he was your guy. He wasn't my guy. I got force-fed Kyler Murray. He wasn't any good. I couldn't win with him. I need a new quarterback. If you do that, can you really say, okay, I'll give you a new quarterback. You have to win this year or you're gone. Okay. Is that fair?
I got 2 words for you. Brian Callahan in Tennessee. He got himself a new quarterback. He didn't care. The new quarterback excuse? The new quarterback doesn't always save you.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Everyday community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort, life well played.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Did
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals were blown out 44-22 by the Seattle Seahawks yesterday in the Emerald City. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns Gambo today at 3. The Phoenix Suns host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jaylen Green will not play for Phoenix after re-aggravating his hamstring injury in Saturday's win over the Los Angeles Clippers. And according to Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham, star safety Xavier Alford is out for the season. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing? We good?
Yeah, I just moved my car, so I think I'm okay.
So how do you...
Second time in 2 weeks, Burns just had to come in and say, yeah, dude, like, you're parked in the wrong spot.
I pull into the parking lot, and I think to myself, oh, God, he's losing his mind.
I am.
He's losing his mind.
No,
His parking spot is there, and he's parking here. How
many years have I had this parking spot? 10?
Yeah.
I have a nice covered parking spot, like you do.
Yeah, like I do.
We have nice covered parking spots.
It's very nice.
It's great, especially in the summer.
It really helps. It does help.
Yes, and twice in the last 2 weeks, I parked in the wrong spot.
So I actually had the internal debate with myself, like, do I say anything or just let it go? Do you want to know you're losing your mind, or would you rather I just ignore it?
Yeah, no, I think
really, seriously, I really would like to know.
Yeah, I think I am starting to like.
Great.
I think I'm starting to.
Yay me.
Yes.
Getting to share a room with you 4 hours every day. And share these airwaves with you.
I just wonder if it's a sign of like things to come when you suddenly just like forget
Can't
people's
remember your parking
names.
spot. Oh, yeah.
You know?
The other day,
just forget somebody's name.
The other day, I couldn't remember the name of a TV show, and it was driving me crazy. It was like I had this just mental block, and I couldn't remember the name of it. And then as soon as I did, oh my God, how did I forget that?
Yeah, we work with somebody named Morgan, and for all these years, I always called her Morgan. Then just like the other day, I called her something else, like Melissa or something.
Yeah, and it's like, no, you called her Meg or something, and it's like, that's not Meg, that's Morgan.
It's Morgan.
Yeah. Like, okay, so you want to know if you're parking in the wrong spot? You want me to tell you?
My daughter got me a bunch of books that are supposed to help your brain, like you
might want to take those back.
I might want to start using them
or read them.
Just read them. Just like they're like assignments. You like to work on your brain. They're assignments.
Yes.
Crossword puzzles and stuff like that.
Hopefully she saved the receipt. Did you save the receipt from however you watched that football game?
Good night, everybody.
Yesterday? Oh boy, let's play into the top story of the day today.
Boy. Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Hey, Rock has it.
And he takes a knee, and this game is over. Cardinals fall to 3-6 and 0-3 in the NFC West. They'll play the 49ers at home next week, the first of 2 straight at State Farm Stadium. Seattle 44, Arizona 22. Seattle and the Rams both at 7-2. Seattle a better division record right now at 2-1. The Rams at 1-1. And the Cardinals in real trouble of missing the postseason at 3-6 with 8 games to go.
Yeah, that was the bloodbath we were. As you said, red rum. I was picturing from The Shining when the blood comes out from by the elevators. Yeah,
35 to nothing.
It was nasty. It was
35 to nothing.
Yeah.
By the time you finished your sandwich for lunch, it was 35 to nothing. You're like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah, I mean, it's what we feared. We feared a bloodbath. I feared that. I said to you last week, I got a really bad feeling about this game. A really bad feeling. No Will Johnson, no Mac Wilson, no Max Melton. I got those names right. Didn't forget their names. And
I'm glad you didn't call any of them Meg. We would have had real problems if you'd called any of those 3 gentlemen Meg. Okay,
yeah, if I start going, they're going to be without Aeneas Williams, and not like then I'm in a lot of trouble.
Tyrann Matthews not going to be out there.
Honey Badger's not playing in this game. Patrick Peterson's out. Then we know we're in a lot of trouble. Eric Hill's not. So yeah, I mean, I feared this. I did. I feared that they were going to get their asses kicked in this game. You know that. I said it to you 5 times last week. And then all of a sudden, sack, fumble, return to Marcus Lawrence. Sack, fumble, return to Marcus Lawrence. Like Tyrese Knight with the 2 hits. Like, what the hell is going on here? I mean, they couldn't get out of their own way. I mean, it was a complete mismatch. At halftime, it's 38-7. The 38 first-half points allowed were the most by a Cardinal team since 1958. 58. I wasn't even alive then in 1958.
No, you weren't, no.
No, I wasn't. That game was a road game against the Redskins at Griffith Stadium. The Cardinals lost 45-31, but they went down 38-10 at halftime. They did something that hadn't been done since 1958 by getting behind that by that much. It was everything that you feared and worse, and worse, and worse, because they were never in the game. They got their butts kicked. Seattle was much better, much more physical, defensively dominated. I mean, to watch DeMarcus Lawrence, it was like deja vu. Is he really
guys?
Did he really just pick it up and score again?
It was the same guy who caused the fumble.
Tyrese,
same guy who caused it. Was just same thing.
DeMarcus Lawrence, yeah.
Same 2 guys both times, and it was just like, man, didn't I just see this? And watching the review and I mean, like the replay. The first one, it was so obviously a fumble. It's like, oh yeah, that's a fumble, guys. That ball's out.
Yeah.
The second one, they took their time with it a little bit more, and they watched it. But I watched the first time I saw it, I'm like, yeah, I don't think his arm was moving forward at all.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely fun. But it brought back memories, and you talk about going into the Wayback Machine. It for a minute there, it felt like it was going to go the path of 56-0 in Seattle from all those years ago.
Yes.
Like and for those of us who have been around long enough, we've been doing this long enough. A lot of Cardinal fans have been long enough that they remember that day, or at least they remember parts of that day. It was so bad. It was pretty much the game that convinced the organization to move on from Rod Graves, to move on from Ken Wisenhunt.
Yes.
That it was time to completely,
yes.
Take a stick of dynamite to it, blow it all up, and that was the beginning of the Keim and Bruce Arians era, and it was really, really precipitated by that 56. It never got that bad. The Cardinals showed a little bit of a pulse in the second half.
They fought back.
And they did, and they didn't, we'll talk to Jonathan Gannon about this at 3 o'clock, get his day after assessment and things like that. And I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, yay them, they didn't quit, but they didn't quit.
They got their asses kicked.
They did, but that could have, there was a moment standing at the crossroads of yesterday's game where that thing could have gone 56-0. Right? That thing could have been, yep, forget it. I just want to go home. I want to be done. This is over.
Yeah.
And at least it didn't. Now, I'm not saying that means everything's great. Everything's
because Seattle
awesome.
Gifted them 2 scores.
They did.
Here, take the ball at the 6-yard line. Here, take the ball at our 19-yard line.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the Cardinals struggled, 3 times inside the 10-yard line on downs that they couldn't, or 3rd and short.
They had one
times.
good drive, 75-yard drive. Outside of that, it was short fields and everything. But
again, I'm not trying to say this to look for the positive in all of this. I'm just trying to say that we've all experienced maybe one of the lowest points in the history of the organization when they went up to Seattle and lost 56-0. This was on that path. And at least they were able to get off that path, but I don't know what that means for anything.
Yeah, I was looking at the DeMarcus Lawrence, the 4th player in NFL history with multiple defensive fumble returns, touchdowns in a single game. One of them happened in 1920 for the Akron Pros against the Wheeling Stogies.
You remember that?
I just don't remember that game.
No.
It was Al Nesser in 1920. He did it for the Akron Pros against the Wheeling Stogies. And Fred Evans for the Bears. Lauren might remember this one. 1948, Fred Evans against Washington. Actually, a return two for a touchdown. Like
Lauren doesn't remember that.
No, but to think like it's like what he did was just absolutely incredible. I mean, you never see that. You'll never see it again. Probably in your lifetime, you'll probably not see anything like that happen again because it's so rare.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon, again, as I mentioned, he'll join us at 3 o'clock. He was asked after yesterday's game if there's any lineup changes or any staff changes. He was very terse with his answer.
No.
What has caused this sloppiness?
I wouldn't say sloppiness. I think that we got out-coached and outplayed. We have to play a lot better versus good teams to have a chance to win, and we did not do that.
But basically, Gambo, what's amazed me the most about what happened yesterday, and we're going to talk a lot about it today, obviously. What happened yesterday was just how quickly every good vibe from Monday
Gone.
Gone. Trey McBride on SportsCenter. Yeah, okay, gone. Jacoby Brissett and the buzz around the building about Jacoby Brissett, gone. Any kind of hope that anybody derived from beating the Cowboys last week on Monday Night Football, gone. I mean, it was by the time that game was 28-0 with about 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, it was all gone. There was that reserve bank had been tapped and had been exhausted. There was nothing left in that reserve tank for you to have any kind of optimism about it. Whatever it was that you got out of Monday night's game, It evaporated after about a quarter and a half of football. It was over.
Yeah, they were able to let the good times roll for about a week, and then once they got into Seattle, it was. I really did fear this. I really did feel like this is going to be the game where it's not, and you know how I felt about it. This is going to be the game where it's not a one-score game. Seattle's defense is dominant. You're coming off a short week. You didn't have three key defensive players. I just kind of felt like this was a really bad matchup. It's just, styles make fights sometimes. Mm-hmm. And look, the Cardinals aren't as bad as they played. They're not as bad as they played. But sometimes styles make fights, and that's a bad style for the Arizona Cardinals. That's a bad matchup for the Cardinals.
Coming up tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and then during our show at 4:30, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. The team clearly needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. When we come back, this history of dominance over the Cardinals continued yesterday. 9 straight games the Cardinals have lost to the Seahawks. We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Shellacked in Seattle.
Seattle 44, Arizona 22. Seattle and the Rams both at 7-2. Seattle a better division record right now at 2-1. The Rams at 1-1, and the Cardinals in real trouble of missing the postseason at 3-6 with 8 games to go.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here with you with a question. Why are you not doing all of your banking at Global Credit Union? Because you should be doing all of your banking at Global Credit Union. Your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your loans. Global Credit Union is committed to a better form of banking, one that has you more in mind, one that has their members more in mind, with benefits that you can see and you can touch and you can experience, and you can really see the difference when it comes to banking with Global Credit Union. Specifically, the low to no fees on their accounts. I mean, it's a real thing at Global. They're very committed to it. The better interest rate you can get at Global than you can at a bank. Because of that, if you're a Global member, like I am a member of Global Credit Union, collectively saved about $195 million last year compared to other options that you could have had out there. It absolutely makes a difference, which is why you should explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, well, I mean, we didn't stay ahead of the sticks on mixed downs, and in known pass, they whooped us pretty good, you know, and then they take away the ball and score twice, and you're in a big-time hole versus a good team. You're not going to win the game.
That's Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network after the game. We'll talk more about the Cardinals loss to the Seahawks in a moment. First, a shout-out to our audience in Scottsdale for joining us here on this Monday. We appreciate you in Scottsdale. Thanks for hanging out with us here. Yesterday's game was not as bad as it could get. It could have been worse, but that's not much of a nice thing to say about what happened yesterday. It was more of the same when it comes to the Cardinals taking on Seattle. We've already seen the Cardinals lose to Seattle this year. We've seen 3 of the last 4 games they've played against Seattle be very non-competitive games. Last year, both of them last year, they lost by double digits, but it goes even further than that. That is now 9 straight losses the Cardinals have suffered at the hands of the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah. It's dominance. It's just like absolute dominance right now.
Harlem Globetrotters against the Washington Generals, for goodness sakes. Yeah, 9 straight games dating back to their last meeting of the 2021 season. They've now swept them in 4 straight years. 4 straight years they played 2 games against Seattle, and they've lost each of those games. It was so bad. The dominance was so bad. Sam Darnold threw 1 pass in the second half. 1. He only had to throw the ball 1 time. So it was ugly. The Seahawks had 12 passing attempts, which breaks a record for the fewest ever thrown by a Cardinal opponent since 1988. We got records galore. I mean, we got records everywhere.
You get a record. You get a record.
I mean,
Everybody's
we're going back
records.
we could go back to 1920. We could go to 1988. We could go to 1948. This game gave us a lot of decades to go back and look at.
Trove of history here.
I mean, it really
game.
did.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 pass in the second half. They rushed for 198 yards in this game. 35 carries between their top 3 backs. They rushed for 198 yards. They didn't have to throw the ball. They just didn't have to. And again, Sam Darnold was making some mistakes throwing the football. He threw a ball off of somebody's helmet and got intercepted, and then the fumble. So I think they just said, let's just run the ball. Let's just kill the clock and run the football, and they did it, and they were effective.
Well,
doing
when they
it.
were up by that much, I mean, it's sort of easy to turn the offense over to that. But that is probably, I mean, look, there's a lot of things about yesterday that's frustrating. I don't even know how to rank them at this point because there's so many of them. But I got to imagine that's one of the more frustrating parts about yesterday's game is because when you had said last week you thought this was going to be a bloodbath, and when we were looking at the numbers and we were looking at how good Seattle was, the one thing we said, okay, here's the soft spot. They don't run the ball really well, right? Like everything else is really, really good. Right. Sam Darnold, the receivers, the defense, it's all really good. They don't run the ball very well. Sam Darnold had to throw the ball 12 times yesterday. They ran for 198 yards or whatever it was as an offense. The one thing, and that's what they're celebrating, well, in addition to the fact that they've got one of the best teams in the NFL, what they're celebrating in Seattle is, hey, we got our run game right. I saw the game balls that Seattle gave out. One of them went to the running backs coach or the running game coordinator because it was like, oh, thank God, here we go. We got this part of our game right. We got this part of our game fixed, and that's just one thing on the list of things to be pissed about if you're a Cardinals player, if you're a Cardinals fan. The one advantage you thought you had over them, they destroyed you on the ground. Absolutely destroyed you on the ground.
They ran the ball on 78% of their plays. That's the third highest rate since 2016.
But when you're up
78%, yeah, you got to run the ball.
35-0 halfway through the second quarter. I mean, it's like
there's no reason to throw.
Come get us, you know. Like, hey, we don't think you can score more than 35 points the rest of the game. Come get us. Right. And if you can, okay, we'll adjust.
Charbonnet, Walker, that rookie kid. I think he was a rookie. Halani. I didn't know who he was, and he was having these big runs. Like George, just call him George. George was getting those runs. It was a very impressive performance. They averaged the 181 rushing yards on 35 attempts by the three main backs, Walker, Halani, and Charbonnet, were 5.17 yards per carry. 5.1 yards per carry. They couldn't stop him. We're going to run the ball. You know we're going to run the ball. Stop us. You can get the ball back. But they couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't stop them. So they just kill the clock.
Big, long drives.
No reason.
Second half, they would end in field goals. That's fine. Right. We don't care.
Take a field goal. Right.
We got such a big lead. We can just get Jason Myers out there to kick a 38-yard field goal. Doesn't matter. We've got such a big lead. You're not going to be able to catch us. And so, yeah, so the 9 straight, though, and I mean, really, and I was looking at this, one of the things we've seen in the Jonathan Gannon era, okay, and it was kind of the hallmark of his first year here, and it certainly has been a major talking point in year 3, was all the close games and how they play everybody close and they play everybody tough and one-score games galore and things like that. Man, against Seattle, not against Seattle. Both games last year were by double digits. This year, remember, and I know this year was a close game because the Cardinals made it close in the fourth quarter. Right. That game was a blowout for the first 3 quarters. That was trending really, really bad until the Cardinals kind of got their hands back on the wheel and steered the car back onto the road a little bit. I mean, 9 straight is bad enough, but for a team that's kind of hung its hat to a certain extent on its ability, win or lose, to play close games, not against the Seattle Seahawks, man. This has just been a terrible matchup for them. A terrible matchup for Jonathan Gannon. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work. And it's frustrating because you want what they've got, and they're just not letting you have it. They have all the consistency in the division. They're always good.
Always 9 wins. They're always 9 or 10 wins. Always good.
They draft well. They coach
all their players are gone from when they had Marshawn Lynch and the Legion of Boom and Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson, and they're still good. They're always good.
So badly want what they have up there, and they're just not giving it to you. They're not letting you come anywhere near it. It's 9 straight. Keep it up.
And they're young.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're young.
Oh, yeah. They're not an old football team.
They're not an old football team. They're a young football team. And they're just so dominant.
And they were hurt. They had injuries they were dealing with, too. Maybe not to the extent that the Cardinals were, but they were playing with reserve guys and backup guys and not their main guy. Didn't matter. They were dominant.
A lot of people thought they looked like the best team in the NFL yesterday. Yeah. Now, you know, it is what it is, but like that's a scary defense, And Jacoby Brissett didn't have any chance. We'll talk about that later on. I was wondering, as you said, that 9 in a row. Seattle has won 9 games in a row against Arizona. I wonder what I don't know this. I wonder what the longest streak in the NFL is right now, one team over another. I mean, I really do. Because, like, it's got to be the Cardinals' Seattle history of Seattle winning 9 straight going back to 2021, having swept 4 straight years of football. 4 straight years. 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022. I mean, I have to think that's got to be in the top 3 or 4 of dominance of one team over another. The Miami Dolphins beat the Bills yesterday. Like, the Dolphins beat the Bills. Like, I'm curious as to what that is. I don't know if you're able to find it out or not. But
according to the website, champs or chumps. So I know. I just Googled. I did a Google search. So I might ask the kids on the other side of the glass who are a little bit better at this than I am to maybe verify this. The current active winning streaks, the longest NFL winning streaks against a single team currently right now. The Dallas Cowboys have beat the New York Giants 9 straight times. The Kansas City Chiefs have beat the Washington Commanders 9 straight times, dating all the way back to 1992.
Oh, you're saying we're tied?
Yeah, I'm saying we're tied.
We're tied.
The Seattle Seahawks have beaten the Arizona Cardinals 9 straight times, dating back to 2022.
We got the record!
We're
number 1!
According to this very sketchy, maybe they got it right, maybe they don't website, fingers crossed, they're saying that we are currently tied.
Giants.
Cowboys over the Giants. The Chiefs over the Commanders, which because they're, different conferences, they don't play each other a ton. That's 9 straight. And the Seahawks over the Arizona Cardinals, 9 straight, dating back to 2022.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is tied for the longest streak.
It is tied for the longest active streak in the NFL.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah. All time, the Miami Dolphins beat the Buffalo Bills 20 straight times in the entire decade of the 70s. The Bills didn't beat the Dolphins once in the decade of the 70s.
That was they were really
good. They were really good. They were
Don
really good.
Shula, the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Bob Greasy. That was Bob. That was a Marino. That was Bob Greasy.
We'll see if we can get some. Is this verified? Lauren, are you verifying this through maybe a more reputable website than champsorchumps.us?
So no team has a greater losing streak right now than the Cardinals have against Seattle in the NFL.
Correctamundo.
Good night, everybody.
Listen to the sad resignation in his voice when he said that. Good night, everybody. I'm going to go home and get in the fetal position and just cry all day.
Terrible. It's just
terrible. Bad, but we come back.
Terrible.
The Phoenix Suns, hey, got some good news. Yeah, 2-game winning streak. But they lost Jaylen Green in the process. For how long?
We cannot have good things.
We
not allowed to have nice things.
Gambo will tell you how long he's going to be out next on Burns and Gambo.
If you live for this sound, if you are the greatest pickleballer in all of Arizona, and if you have a partner who can help you take it to the competition, sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in-store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Save big on eggs. Right now, 18-count cartons of large grade A Kroger brand eggs are on sale for just $1.99 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there is no long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, officially, I should say, he is out tonight after re-aggravating his hamstring injury on Saturday. Pelicans are going to be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football is back from the bye week as they're getting set to host West Virginia this Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced today that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said that Alford has been dealing with the injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll, this following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll is the second head coach to be fired this season, the other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. 4 Arizona locations for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Diamondbacks have motivation to trade Ketel Marte this winter, according to a report. Arizona State safety Xavier Alford has been ruled out for the season, and Cardinals coach Jonathan Gannon is not eyeing changes after a loss to the Seahawks. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Mark Williams grabs another rebound, his 6th to go with 19 points, and he'll hold the ball, give it up to Devin Booker, back to Williams, and that'll do it. Suns win 114-103, the final tonight at Intuit Dome. They win their first road game of the season and are back at 500.
It's 4 of their last 5 that they've won now since that 1-4 start. And before we get into the things that we liked out of the Suns and what we're looking for tonight with them taking on the Pelicans, The Jaylen Green re-injury of the hamstring, let's just start there because
we'll start there.
It really is the number one thing to come out of that game, unfortunately, Saturday night.
Was driving in the lane, re-injured the hamstring on a pass to Dunn. Dunn was out by the three-point line. There was 38 seconds left in the first quarter. The Suns were up 32-29. He drove the paint on Harden, got by Harden, and then he kicked the ball out to Dunn, kind of turned a little bit, and then threw it to Dunn in the corner, and immediately just grabbed his hamstring. Immediately just grabbed it, and you could see, like, oh, my God, this is not good. Now, eventually the Suns had to foul to stop the clock, and you could see him. He had to be helped off, and he re-aggravated the injury. And here's the reality. 33% of all injuries, hamstring injuries in this sport, get re-aggravated. That's the studies. 33%. I spoke with some people, and what are the stats on it? 33%. All the studies have been done. 33% of hamstring. 1 out of every 3 guys re-injures the hamstring. It's a very touchy situation. Anybody's ever had a hamstring injury? Okay, you rest. You think you're okay, and then all of a sudden you're not. It's a very, very difficult injury because a lot of times you feel like you can go out there and play. It actually took him a little bit longer to come back than even I thought it was, a couple extra days. He came back. He had the phenomenal first game where he just dominated, and you look like you're on, and now he's going to be out for a while. Look, he's getting imaging today, so I don't have this. The team hasn't released a report. But, the people that I've spoken with said you can anticipate at least 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, there was you retweeted a doctor who said based off of his inability to fully weight bear on that leg, prognosis return to play approximately 4 to 8 weeks. You had said 4 to 6 weeks on your Twitter account. Jordan Ott, after the game on Saturday.
Yeah, you just feel for him. He worked so hard to get back. Had such a great night the other night. Highs and lows of sports in 48 hours. So, there'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
4 weeks is the first week of December. 8 weeks is obviously after the new year. Anywhere in between is around the holidays, et cetera, et cetera. We can all do the math. What really, and we'll kind of break this down over the course of the show, but what really is going to make this tough is here in about 2 weeks, the schedule just gets brutal. I mean, just absolutely brutal, and you'd really... In a perfect world, you're as full strength gets when you play that brutal schedule in a couple of weeks, but you're not going to be. But I think beyond that, beyond like the nuts and bolts of the schedule and how many games they can win and things like that, the debut was so tantalizing, right? Like the debut was just...
Couldn't have been better.
Was just so... Oh, my God, look at this
He's
kid
23.
play, and look at what everybody's doing off of him. And it lasted one game and 1 quarter, and that was it.
And then
it was
done. The next day, Kevin Durant had like 9 turnovers, and the Rockets got beat by the Spurs, and all the Rockets fans were dissing on KD for the awful game that he had. It was like all the Rocket fans were turning on KD. It's like at 8 or 9 turnovers, and he didn't have any assists or rebounds, like 1 or 2. It's like, it's KD. So, like, it was Jaylen Green, just 23 years old. You're like, okay. It was a terrific debut for him.
And the triple hard part about it, and this has been said, but I'll say it again, dude hadn't missed a game the last 2 years.
Right.
Like 82 games the year before, 82 games the year prior to that. I mean, it's sort of like the Cardinals a couple of years ago when they got those 2 defensive linemen, Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones, and the one thing you could say about them was they never missed any games. And as soon as they got here, they started missing games. Jaylen Green's in the same boat. He was remarkably durable. This was not his issue with Houston, and now it's his issue. And so, look, credit to them, and credit to them for winning that game against the Clippers. They were shorthanded, too. They didn't have Kawhi Leonard, and we'll talk about the game here in just a moment. But this whole team was built on the idea of that backcourt being the centerpiece for it, and now you might go the next 2 months without seeing it. It's a really, really tough blow for them.
I would say 6 weeks is more likely. Could be 7, but somewhere in that 4 to 6 week range. But he's going to be out for a while. Like, he's going to be out for a while. He re-injured the hamstring. Look, here's what they can't do. They don't have. Like, they're deep, but they're not deep with great players. They're deep with good players. So Jaylen Green's a great player. So you lose a guy like Jaylen Green, it's like you can't afford many more losses like that. So look, these, the next couple of games, they've got an easy schedule. They should be able to win some of these games. You hope the way that they've played. They went the first 10 games, only had him play 1 game. So that's one thing. But, you just kind of want to see more and more of him and Book together. And It's going to take so long before we see that.
So the emphasis now put on Mark Williams, and he had 19 points on Saturday.
Oh, he was so good.
Dylan Brooks coming back. He had 16. Grayson had 14. Colin Gillespie, who went just bonkers from 3 at the end of that first half when Green did go out.
So good.
4 before halftime. It's going to be those guys, and it's going to be a renewed commitment, not that they need it, to taking a bunch of threes, making a bunch of threes. We saw it happen again on Saturday night. They were 16 of 38 from deep on Saturday. We've seen them certainly take more than that, but they did rally very well after Jaylen Green left, and they had a fantastic second quarter, right? And they in the second half played really good minutes when Booker sat, which was also really encouraging to see. He sat down for a good stretch in the third going into the fourth quarter, and it was good to see the team respond without him in that moment as well.
Yeah, they opened up the fourth quarter. Allen hit a 3, then Allen hit another 3, then Nick hit a mid-range shot, and their 5-point lead was 13. And you're like, okay, that's great. That buys Book more time. So they were able to bring Book back at like the 7:40 mark. They brought him, Mark, and Royce back. They were able to get them some good rest. Now, Nicholas Batum hit some big threes, 3 in a row, by the way, by Batum, and it was a 5-point game again. But then the Suns were able to put it away. Book had a beautiful three-point play. Royce had this 3 where he shot it and it kind of rolled around the rim and it kind of went in.
Touched every part of the
rim.
And
then Dylan Brooks had a driving layup and they were able to put that game away. Mark Williams continues to impress me more and more with what he's able to do. I mean, the big man, the way he runs the floor, I'm just so impressed by how we've had a lot of big guys here that don't run the floor very well. He runs the floor extremely well. That was a good game, right? I mean, it was a good game for the Phoenix Suns. You played the Clippers 3 times. You know them very well. They were a little shorthanded. They didn't have Kawhi in this one, but it was a good win. And CP3 didn't play. I think he's been kind of benched by them. So, but, one of the things about that game, like what I really liked is, Booker laying out for the ball. There's like 3 minutes, 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Man, he's diving all over the place for a loose ball. You could just see the energy and excitement. They wanted that game and they wanted it bad.
Yeah, they did. And like you say, against a team that they've already played a lot so far this year and is without Kawhi, you can say what you want about how quality of a win that is, but a win is a win, especially on the road. They hadn't won on the road yet this year. Mark Williams has been very impressive. And for me, especially now, and even though they play vastly different positions, now with Jaylen Green, who's going to be out for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it ends up being, Mark Williams' health and his ability to stay on the floor and his ability to give him good minutes becomes of paramount importance because he probably becomes the second most reliable scorer they have out there. He played 29 minutes in that game on Saturday in scoring his 19 points, and it's nice to see that number creep closer and closer to 30 and kind of hover around that spot, right? Because he's never really been a guy to average that many minutes. And if they're starting to feel comfortable enough with him, they can give him that many minutes tonight. That is maybe what they'll need to at least help offset a little bit the Jaylen Green injury.
I think the biggest surprise for the Phoenix Suns is really just how good he is. We all said, he could be a top 15 center when he's healthy. If he's healthy, he's been healthy so far. Knock on some wood there. He's a plus 83 in his last 6 games. A plus 83.
Pretty good. He was plus 18 in this game against the Clips.
He is just such a, when he's on the court, because he's just so active, right? He's a good rebounder. He can block some shots. He definitely alters shots because he gets there quickly. He's very quick on rotations. But, man, I'm telling you, he gets out in transition as good as any big man. His ability to run the court is right up there with all the big men that I've seen because he does. Like, he beats his guy down the court constantly beats it. He was making Zubac having to run the whole game because, he doesn't want to run that hard. But Mark Williams, you grab the rebound, he's off to the races.
Tonight at 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 at the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party. And then the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details, and we will see you tonight. It got a lot of traction around the All-Star break, and it's back. Ketel Marte on the trading block. Is it for real this time? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Colin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's that time of year. Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car. Hey, it's Gambo, and we're extremely proud to partner with the 25th annual Operation Santa Claus. You can make a donation of food, new toys, children's size clothing, or any monetary donation, and you could win your choice of, get this, a brand new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a brand new Lincoln Corsair luxury SUV. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, ABC 15, or select U-Haul donations. All donations benefit local charities. For rules and drop-off locations and list of charities, you can go to givetotheclaus.com. But the more donations you make, the more opportunities you have to win that F-150 Super Crew truck or Lincoln Corsair from Sanderson Ford. For more information, go to givetotheclaus.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
For over 50 years, Spinato's Pizza has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to be a part of Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, where the perks are as delicious as Spinato's Pizza. Earn points every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. Join today at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, we're going to get into the latest with Cattell Marte, including the latest that Gambo knows about Cattell Marte. But first, Lauren just went, but before we get to that, Lauren is here with today's social media poll question of the day. Take it away.
All right, it has to do with the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
And specifically, what was the biggest issue in the Cardinals' loss to the Seattle Seahawks yesterday?
Okay.
I've narrowed it down. I've given you some options.
So many choices you could go with.
So many. Do you think it's the offensive line?
Okay.
The run defense? The inefficiency on third downs? Or other and please write in your answer.
Offensive line.
Yeah, I was going to say pass pro, offensive line.
Offensive line.
Yeah, it was abysmal yesterday.
I thought the offensive line too, and I went, how many other people agree? Well, 87% of our audience thinks it's the offensive line, 7% going with the run defense, 3% going with other, which I will applaud the people writing in saying, when you give up 14 points right away on turnovers being the biggest issue.
Yeah, when DeMarcus Lawrence becomes, the fourth player in the history of the NFL?
Fourth player.
To have 2 fumble returns in the same game for a touchdown. Yeah, and they were both precipitated by the pressure. Yeah, it's
doubling his career high.
The offensive line. Very frustrating day yesterday.
Bears, 1948 had a guy that did it.
By the way, congrats on the Bears.
Yeah, you got Brian Dable fired.
You got a coach fired. You got another win, and you're.
Okay, did you watch that game?
Yes, I watched every single Bears game.
What the hell were the Giants doing after they kicked the field goal to go up by 10 and they called a penalty on the Bears not taking the ball and trying to score a touchdown? It was the dumbest coaching decision this year. It might be the dumbest coaching decision. Hey, there's a penalty on the play. But no, we'll just take the 3.
I didn't watch the game.
Like, really?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if you go for it, they're going to have the ball inside their 5 if you don't get it. But if you get the first down, you might score a touchdown and go up by 2 scores and 2 touchdowns instead of 10. It was dumb.
You're a playoff team if the season ended right now.
I know.
You're a playoff team.
Nope.
These are things we do not speak of?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Instead, let's speak about Ketel Marte because the report came to us from Bob Nightingale from USA Today. We've had him on the show many, many times, obviously. We've had him on the station many, many times. He's reporting, and it was part of a larger sort of, what could happen this offseason kind of piece that he wrote. And it was, quite honestly, kind of at the bottom of the piece, near the bottom of the piece.
Yeah.
It wasn't like his headliner by any stretch. But Bob Nightingale wrote, and I quote, the Diamondbacks will ask for a lot in return, but they are definitely motivated in moving Ketel Marte with $71 million remaining on his deal through 2030. If they don't move him by mid-April, Ketel Marte will have 10 and 5 rights and a full no-trade provision, close quote. It's the definitely motivated in moving him part that has captured everybody's attention.
Yeah, what I'll say about this, and Bob does a great job, so I don't want to dispute it. The Diamondbacks are not actively shopping Ketel Marte. I can tell you that as a fact. They're not calling around and trying to get to Ketel Marte. Hey, would you be interested in Ketel Marte? Everybody knows what happened over the summer. Everybody knows what happened. Okay, we don't have to rehash it. But a lot of people thought, okay, would that lead to the Diamondbacks trying to get rid of Marte? Now, but I will also tell you, if somebody calls and wants to offer you 2 starting pitchers for Ketel Marte, they're definitely going to listen. So are they actively calling and shopping Ketel Marte? No. Is he untradeable? No. The only guys that are untradeable is probably Corbin Carroll. I put Ryan Nelson and maybe Geraldo Perdomo in that list. Okay, those 3 guys would probably be the guys I would say that they're not going to trade any of those guys. Those 3, Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Ryan Nelson. So I don't believe that, if somebody called and said, hey, listen, we know what happened over the summer. We want to give you this for Ketel Marte. Ketel Marte's got a great contract and he's a great player. I'd be shocked if teams don't call. But are they actively trying to move him? That answer is no. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody does call. And yes, I would expect them to take the call.
Yeah, I think that the GM meetings are this week in Las Vegas, I believe.
Then the owners' meetings.
And then the owners' meetings after that. And that's usually when things start to happen a little bit with stuff like this, right? I was reading a story from Nick Picoro on AZ Central, and he's absolutely right. A lot of times, and Mike Hazen went on record and said as much, that the seeds for deals are kind of planted at the GM meetings a little bit. That's when you start have the conversations. I think a story like this and the timing of a story like this is very much look, if you wanted to call us and make us an offer for Ketel Marte, we wouldn't be disappointed if you called. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this. As you're going into the most important part of the offseason with the GM meetings and the owners' meetings and the winter meetings and things like that, I think sending a message out there that he's not untouchable, that we'll listen, that we'll entertain offers. It doesn't mean we're motivated to move him necessarily. I know that's the word that Bob used, but it's not like we got to get him off this roster now, otherwise the whole world's going to come to it. It's not like that.
It's not like that.
But it's very much a, hey, just so you know, we're not opposed to listening to what you have to say about Ketel Marte. We have no problem with you calling us up and telling us what you think about him. And I think it's a very wise idea for them to put that out in the marketplace to see what comes back at them. See if somebody does make them an offer that, you know what, we got to think about that. We could get quite a bit for him.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks have a lot of holes. They do have a lot of holes. And they have $65 million that's going to start the season on the injured list. $65 million in payroll that will not be with the team for at least the first half of the season. But again, not shopping Ketel Marte. General managers meetings in Vegas, owners meetings will follow. It's a situation where, again, if somebody said, hey, I'd like to give you 2 starting pitches for Ketel Marte, you'd have to think about it. You would. But do I expect them to actively be trying to trade him? No, I don't.
But like we said, with so many holes to fill, I would think Ketel Marte is a really efficient way of filling some of those holes.
Yeah, but it gives you a major weakness. He's a switch hitter, top of the lineup.
Of course it does,
hits for power, hits for average, hard to replace.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that when you've got a limited payroll, a payroll that's not growing, and you've got a lot of holes to fill, it's a 4
kill 2 birds with 1 stone,
it's a
3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, however many birds you can kill with that.
Poor birds.
I know. I mean, to me, even a suggestion like this, honestly, and this might be hot take, this might not be. It's less about Ketel and what went down last year. I mean, I'm not blind to it. I understand that's a deal. But it's less about Ketel and what went down last year, and it might be more about we want to remain competitive, and trading him might be a great way for us to get 3 good players as opposed to 1.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I admit it was kind of awkward last year. It was more than kind of awkward. It was really awkward last year. But this isn't so much about that. This is more about, can we use him as a path to kind of rebuild things a little bit and get 3 players for 1. It might be just as much about that as it is anything else.
The part that's definitely accurate is he's very close to being a 10-5 guy and would have the ability to veto trades. And do you want to get rid of him before that? That's an excellent point by Bob. And that part, that part could be a factor there. You might be like, okay. Now, again, he's a really great player, but he's very difficult, right? He's a very difficult guy to work with, okay? So he's not the easiest guy. So that becomes an issue, too. Would I be shocked if they traded him? No. Right now, I would lean towards they're probably not going to. But again, if somebody makes you a great offer, then all bets are off. They could do it.
When we come back, the Arizona Cardinals head coach has his exclusive conversation with us next. Jonathan Gannon coming up here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Bickley and Marana mornings. The Seahawks. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals.
That was a reminder, okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those 2 teams is vast and eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things.
Bickley and Marana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team, local, right here to help you, and they do a great job of helping people with their mortgage situation. Is there a big difference between mortgage companies? You're damn right there is. There's a big difference when you work with the Lund Mortgage Team. You could just look at all the 5-star Google reviews. You'll see one that recently came in where this couple went to refinance. They had a rate that kept going up, one of those adjustable rates, and it kept going higher and higher and higher to the point where they couldn't afford their mortgage. They called another company, and they're like, yeah, $20,000 will help you get the rate down. And I was like, to them, was like, we don't have $20,000 to give you. They called the Lund Mortgage Team. Matt Oliver put together an incredible plan that got them a fixed rate at a good rate that they liked for only $2,000. Why a difference of $18,000? Why? Because the Lund Mortgage Team truly cares about making sure that you get the best fees, making sure you get the best rate, and taking care of you so that way you leave a review like that and more people. Like to them, it's more about like, hey, that one review, people are going to see that and they're going to get 10 other customers out of that than that one company that just tried to make a killing off of one person to get $20,000. So if you want to work with a company with a lot of integrity, call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
Is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams.
Thank you for making our dreams come true.
To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today, only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there is no long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, he is out tonight after he re-aggravated his hamstring injury on Saturday. Pelicans are going to be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football, they're back from the bye week, getting set for West Virginia on Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced today that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2. Dillingham said today that Alford has been dealing with his injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll, this following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll is the second head coach to be fired this season, the other being Brian Callahan with Tennessee. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Your home for everything Cardinals. Everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No bull.
Welcome back. Burns and Gambo show on this Monday. Cardinals lose to the Seattle Seahawks yesterday on the road, and as he does every single Monday after a game on Sunday, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Coach, welcome back to the show. We appreciate the time, man. How we doing today?
Well, better days. That didn't feel great, but we're back at it.
Yeah, I gotta start with this. Do you have a parking space at the Cardinals facility, like your own parking space?
No.
You don't? You can just park anywhere?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have a parking space here, and I keep parking in the wrong spot.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I'm trying to. Burnsy's come in twice in the last 2 weeks and be like, "Hey, dude, you parked in the wrong spot." So I was just curious if you've ever done that.
What you should do, Burnsy, is just park in Gambo's spot.
To really mess him up, I'm worried he's losing his mind, Coach.
I'm worried I'm starting to lose. I was just wondering if you had. So you don't even have your own private spot there. You have to park with all the other schleps, huh?
Because parking around here is a little limited. So all the players have assigned spots, and I tell everybody else, get in where you fit in, man.
All right. So you're not very special. You don't have your own spot.
No, I don't.
All right, good to know. I thought if you did, maybe you would have some advice for me as I keep parking in the wrong spot. But we'll save that for another day.
Find your name on the concrete and park there.
That's a great idea. Maybe I spray paint. I might spray paint my name on the parking spot.
You can do that, or you put one of those things on the stick and a sign that says Gambo.
That's a good idea.
Italian flag, and they'll know. Don't park there.
Okay, an Italian flag. It might be the way to go. All right, we'll get into the game in a second, but I heard you were just giving the injury news. Zay Jones out for the year, and Walter Nolan with a knee injury. I know you had, I think, 7 guys ended up leaving that football game yesterday not to return. So if you could do it again with us, just give us the update on how bad the injuries are.
Yeah, so Zay Jones is going to be done for the year. He's going to go to IR. Simi Fehoko, he's got an arm. We're still kind of but he's going to miss some time. And everybody else, we'll see kind of how it comes out the week that's ahead. I don't exactly know what it looks like, as we sit here today going into playing San Francisco, but hopefully we'll, rebound from our bumps and bruises and be ready to go.
All right, that's a really good football team. It might be the best in the NFL. So, losing to them, I'm not surprised. It's a really good football team. But you guys got down 35-0. A lot of things went their way. Nothing really went your way. I think the obvious question is, you worked all week to get ready for this game. Did you feel like you were prepared for the start of that football game?
Yeah, 100%. I felt really good going into that game. But, that plans changed, huh? They got to say, too, I told the team today, no one should be looking around why that happened. We all had our hand in that. And, on defense, you give up 3 touchdowns in the first 3 drives. And on offense, and, 2 out of the first 3 drives, they take the ball away and score. You find yourself down a really big hole. So obviously not the result we wanted, not how we got that result, how we wanted it. And, you're really fighting uphill there early in the game with how that game fell out.
Now that you've got, time to process and look back on it, when it comes to their defense versus your offensive line, was it mental mistakes? Was it physical mistakes? And I'm sure there's going to be a combination of kind of all of the above. The scheme that they were running, when you look back on it, all of those pressures, what did you find the root cause of it to be, Coach?
Yeah, it's probably a blend of everything, truthfully. One, they got us. Another one we handled pretty good. A couple different ones we handled pretty good. We're on the right people, but they won their one-on-ones. We didn't. I would say a couple other ones, we got to get the ball out of his hand, and there's different ways to do that. We got to get the ball out of his hand. But credit to them, they did a good job, and I thought we had a plan to, go in and try to negate 99 a little bit, and they had some compliments off of it. So, and then I would say that when that game fell out of balance early, when it's known pass, you're going to be swimming upstream versus a really good front.
So many of your games this year in particular, almost all of your games, have been close, one score, right down to the end, fourth quarter. When you've got one like this, is it when you watch it back on the film, is it easier to diagnose what you guys did when it's something as blatant as it was yesterday, when it's so one-sided as it was yesterday? Does that make it easier to go back and find the mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, they're all. It's never really hard to, when you watch the tape, to figure out the reasons why you lost the game. That one is a lot different than the games that this year, that how they've kicked out is we got down a lot really early. And that was like I said, with the team, that was easy to see why. But I do appreciate, being down that much coming out of half. I felt like we had a chance to get back in it. You had a chance in the red zone there to cut it to a 2-score game with a little bit of time left in the third, and who knows, but ultimately couldn't dig ourselves out. But yeah, they know exactly why that happened.
You guys went up tempo to start the second half. You had a terrific drive. Unfortunately, it 4th and goal at the 2, incomplete. I believe it was to Bam, incomplete. But the up tempo seemed to work a little bit. Did you like what you ran out of that?
Yeah. I mean, that was a necessity a little bit where the score was, but Jacoby operates well in those situations. And honestly, the first time we played him, we got back into that. We were down a lot in that game too, not quite that much, but some of the up-tempo stuff worked against them. So you try to mix it if you think it's the best thing, but honestly, that was a decision made of where the score was, and you're going to start running out of possessions if you play normal ball. So decided to start tempo on that thing a little bit.
What was their defense on Marvin Harrison Jr.? I know Pritchett made the incredible play on him on the 4th and 5, in that second half. That was a really good defensive play. But you guys really struggled to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. in this game. What did you see?
Yeah, I think, a combination of, just they're a little bit off here and there. I mean, there's a couple times that he won that couldn't get the ball to him. A couple times that was probably 50-50. The DBs made good plays. I think, we got to continue to feature him and get the ball in his hands because he's a premier playmaker for us. So we got to uptick that production there. There's no doubt.
You talked about the fight that your team showed getting back into this thing. I think you had said after yesterday's game, where you've been in moments like this where you can just tell the team just wants to go home, and you didn't see that yesterday. What do you look for in the second half of a game like that when you're looking to see that your team is still engaged in a moment like that when things get so sideways so quickly on you like that?
Yeah, I would say effort and physicality. I always say effort and hitting. And we weren't turning anything down, and we did not stop playing hard. And like I said, I told the media that, did you think you were going to respond the way you guys did? I said, you never, play in your mind if you're down 35, what does it look like?
Right.
But I figured that. I would have bet that, and I was right. So it was good to see, and that's the fabric of our guys that we have. We got a good locker room, good leaders, good captains, good leadership committee, good vets, and the coaches too. They're not pointing fingers, and they're trying to solve problems. And, at halftime, it was a collective effort how we try to get back in the game. And like I said, we had a couple chances to really get back in the game. We just didn't get it done.
I know you took full responsibility after the game. I heard your comments afterwards on, on the loss. This is a tough division. I mean, it might be the best division in all of football. It's really tough. But you're now 0-6 against Seattle and 3-12 against the NFC West. When you look in the mirror, what are some of the things you need to do to get this turned around so this team can have some success in the division?
Yeah, it's not good enough. Obviously, you got to win division games. Your best path to get in the playoffs is winning your division, and we haven't done enough. But we got another opportunity this week, so that's what we're going to try to do. And I'm excited about that challenge. But there's no doubt we got to be better.
Coach, as always, we appreciate the conversation.
Italian
Best of luck
flag.
this
I'm
week.
going to go put one out there.
And Gambo's going to go put a flag in the parking lot as we speak.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
have a good
Coach.
week.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay.
Coach Jonathan Gannon, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly visit. You can win tickets to go see the Cardinals take on the Niners or the Jags starting tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. They clearly need you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Once again, that's tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. Jonathan Gannon says no changes are going to happen going into this weekend against San Francisco. When will change come? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Listen to what folks are saying about NoBull.com.
NoBull.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
NoBull.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge. Quick financing. Just go to NoBull.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop NoBull.com. Simple as that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals are back in action at State Farm Stadium Sunday against the San Francisco 49ers. Be part of the Red Sea for this exciting NFC West matchup.
Let's go, rush!
Secure your seats. Protect the nest.
Fans on their feet. It is packed again here.
Tickets are available at azcardinals.com/tix.
This place going crazy.
That's azcardinals.com/TIX.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, U-Haul, and ABC 15. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 truck or Lincoln Corsair SUV. For more info, go to givetothecloth.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in-store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Welcome back on the Burns and Gambo Show. A shout out to my adopted hometown of Gilbert. Appreciate everybody out in Gilbert listening to us here on the Burns and Gambo show today.
Such favoritism.
Huh?
Such favoritism,
really,
shouting out, your hometown.
It really is my adopted hometown in Gilbert. It really is all about me here on the Burns and Gambo show, isn't it?
Like,
shameful how centric.
When you hear me shouting out my towns.
No,
this is Gilbert.
No. You were downstairs in the parking lot planting an Italian flag in your parking spot. It's never about you here on the Burns and
Twice
Gambo
in the
show.
last 2 weeks.
Hey, it's Gambo from the Gambo Show.
That's right. Twice in the last 2 weeks, I parked in the wrong spot, and I have my own spot. I have my own parking spot here.
You do.
I keep parking in the wrong spot.
I like Gannon's idea. I think you should go paint your name in it. You heard our diligent crew on the other side of the glass, Lauren and Mitch, are working hard on flipping the sound from Jonathan Gannon. But the one there at the end is probably the one that stood out the most, and that's, you read back his record to him in the division and against division rivals. And it is terrible. It's not just the 0-6 against Seattle. It's all across the board in this division, and it's getting to the point where people are starting to wonder what, if anything, is going to happen.
He is 0-6 against Seattle. He is 3-12 against the NFC West. 15-28 overall. So, like winning a third of his games, but 3-12 against the NFC West. That's a 20% winning percentage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was able to do math on the fly there. 3, 6.
With your fingers.
With my fingers.
Yeah, with your fingers.
I went 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 5. They've won one of the 5. That's 20%. They're winning 20% of their games against the NFC West.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had to ask him that. Like, what are you doing to look in the mirror and figure out, like, why you keep losing these division games?
Yeah, and he said, and like I said, we're working on getting the cut, but he said he is very well aware of that. He was asked yesterday, and he gave a very brief answer if lineup or staff changes need to be made.
No.
But we're to that point where, and honestly, I think it's kind of the second time we've gotten to this point this year. The first time was the Tennessee game, where what did we come in here and say after the Tennessee game? We came in here and said, this is a loss that causes you to question everything. I kind of feel like this is another one of those losses that causes you to question everything, where you just say to yourself, well, you have the record. Will you play it for me, please, Lauren? Thank you.
Yeah, it's not good enough, obviously. You gotta win division games. Your best path to get in the playoffs is winning your division. And we haven't done enough, but we got another opportunity this week, so that's what we're going to try to do. And I'm excited about that challenge, but there's no doubt we got to be better.
So all the questions about staff changes and lineup changes, and you can go right on down the list and say, hey, are we talking about Drew Petzing? Are we talking about Justin Fry on the offensive line? Or we have now gotten to the point of this season, Gambo, where none of us expected to get to. It has gotten so off the rails, and it's gone so bad, we never thought we'd be in a position to question whether Jonathan Gannon would continue to be the coach of this football team at the end of the season.
Yeah.
We are there now.
The Giants just fired
that point.
The Giants just fired a coach. That's the second coach fired this year. It's Michael Bidwell was at the game yesterday. There's a photo of him and Monty Ossenfort walking off the field. It's the first time that they didn't really compete very well, but they've been in all these close games. I'm not a fire the coach guy. Do I think they should fire Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort? I don't know. The answer is no. I don't. Could you get to that point? I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, there's 8 games left. Are the Cardinals going to go 4-13, 5-12? That's a freaking disaster. That's not only a step back. Like, that's a ginormous step back.
Yes.
You can't go 5-12. Mm-hmm. This team was supposed to compete for a playoff spot. You go 5. So if they go, what did I say? If they got 8 games left, if they went 2-6, they'd be 5-12. Now, what can they do? They're like, playoffs are gone. You're 3-6, not going anywhere.
Nope.
But you've got 8 games left. You got to find a way to win 5 or 6 of these games, I think. You got to kind of finish strong with some momentum. They didn't quit yesterday. To their credit, they didn't quit. They fought back.
But when that's not translating into wins,
it doesn't translate to wins.
It feels like empty calories, right? Like it feels like you're eating out of a vending machine for lunch. I mean, no, I'm being serious. Like at some point, you can sit there and say, "Hey, they fight. That's great." But if you're not winning the games in which you're showing that fight, if you're not winning the games in which you're keeping it close, what's the point? Like at some point, it's like, yeah, you're eating, but are you? When you're eating a bag of Ruffles,
well, you don't want to see the players
for lunch every day.
You don't want to see the players quit on the coach. That's the first thing. You don't want to see them quit.
And that didn't happen yesterday.
And it didn't happen. They didn't quit. But it is something when you look at this division record. Like, okay, I know the division's great. Like, I get it. It's a great division. But these numbers for Gannon, I mean, it sucks, but 0-6 against Seattle, 3-12 against the NFC West, and 15-28. He took responsibility. He did. He did take responsibility, but, listen, were they ready to start that game? I mean, the Seahawks have jumped on teams early. They were up 38-6 at halftime against New Orleans. They were up 31-17 at halftime against the Commanders. You got to be prepared for them. You got to be prepared that they're going to come out of the gates. I mean, it's like you're fighting a power puncher, and he's going to come out and he's going to try to hit you as hard as he can early in that first round. He's not feeling you out. He's going to come out and try to knock you out in the first round. Were they prepared for that?
In my mind, this comes down to two things. If we're talking specifically about Jonathan Gannon, okay? In my mind, this comes down to two things. Number one, and we're going to have a more specific Kyler conversation later, okay? But I don't think we can have this conversation and not at least say, will the ownership look at the quarterback situation and say, I want to give this coach one more chance with a different quarterback to see what he can do. That's number one, okay? And number two is exactly the point that was made last week about Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury still being on the payroll. Is that going to be a factor in ownership's decision to whether to roll it back with Jonathan Gannon one more year or not? And I think, to me, the question about whether Jonathan Gannon's going to be back, it's not going to be determined by those two factors, but I think those two factors are maybe two of the most important things at play here. Number one, is there not so much a financial component to it, but sort of a, like you say, I don't want to be reactive and just be firing the coach every 3 years and keep paying the coaches that I'm firing every 3 years. One, do I want to stick with the guy for a little bit longer because I want to or have to? And number two, do I want to give this coach another opportunity with a different quarterback for the duration of a season and see what happens? I think those are the two most determining factors on whether Jonathan Gannon is going to be ultimately held responsible for this. Agree, disagree, but those are the two things that pop in my mind.
I don't disagree with anything you said. I agree. I totally agree with that. I mean, this is the first time they lost a game where they weren't competitive. So it's not like they're not a competitive football team. They just haven't learned how to win. They haven't figured out how to win. I will ask you this, though. They were 0-6 in the division in 2023. They're 0-3 right now. They've got the 49ers game and then 2 against the Rams, who look like world beaters, by the way. The Rams look great.
Yeah.
Can he survive an 0-6 in the division? Can you go 0-6 in the division?
The first year, he obviously could survive it because it was the first year and that roster was that. Yeah, but this year, can he survive 0-6?
That would be 3 more losses. Then you're guaranteed 9 losses on the season.
I just go back to my two. Do you want to keep firing the coach every 3 years? Number one, and keep paying the coaches that you're fired every 3 years. Number one, and number two, the quarterback thing. But to answer your question in general, if they finish this year 0-6 in the division, I do have a very hard time seeing him surviving that. No matter who the quarterback is, I have a
this
very
division thing's a problem.
Hard time believing. But then
I'm tired of losing to Seattle.
But I am too. But I'm also tired of starting over with a different coach every 3 years too, and it doesn't mean you just stick with him out of fatigue and go, I'm tired of making a coaching change. Let's stick with him one more year and see. But you know what I mean?
Seattle made a coaching change.
I know, but
look at that guy.
Look at that guy.
Look at that guy.
Yeah.
McDonald, defensive coordinator, Rams.
I know.
Oh my God.
And if you find the right guy, you find the right guy. I thought they had found the right guy. That's the frustrating part. I really thought they had found the right guy in Jonathan Gannon.
Sure.
Like the guy who could be here for 6 or 7 years and make this thing work.
I'm still hopeful. But I think before you say, can you find the right guy, you've got to determine, do you have the right guy? If you've got the wrong guy, the Suns had the wrong guy in Budenholzer. I totally agreed with firing him. I wouldn't have fired Frank Vogel, but I would have fired Mike Budenholzer. Is Gannon, they've got to determine that with Gannon what they think they have in him.
When we come back, Devin Booker, is he back to being himself? Is he back to being maybe even better than he's ever been? That's next on the Burns Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Colin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're watching on the old YouTube and you notice the guy to my right looking especially fresh today, that's because he just went to V's Barbershop. John Gambadoro hanging out at V's today, getting that haircut like he does every couple of weeks or so. V's is simply the best. You can catch me at mine every 3.5 weeks, the one in Gilbert. V's is absolutely a Valley institution because they did this thing 26 years ago where Jimmy V, the founder there, opened the first store in Arcadia, and people came from miles and miles and miles to go get their haircut at V's Barbershop because they had the best barbers in town. They had this cool vibe, and they've grown and they've expanded over the last 26 years. They're all over the Valley. There's one close to Gambo's house. There's one really close to my house. And it's the exact same thing at every single one. The best barbers, that cool old-fashioned vibe, and experience unlike any that you've ever had when you're getting your hair cut. You won't ever go back once you've had V's. You won't try anything different. You're going to stick with V's and be a loyal customer. That's how it works. Go to vbarbershop.com to book your next great experience at V's Barbershop.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Are you craving bold flavor and fast lunch that hits the spot? Mitch Varel this year. I want to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They're serving up handheld street food that's big on taste and easy on your wallet. From tacos to wings, you can grab lunch Monday through Thursday from 11 to 2. Deals start at just $10.99. 4 Arizona locations, all bringing the heat and the hustle. Perfect for a midday break that doesn't slow you down. Ojos Locos. Más tacos, más wings.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there is no long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, he is out tonight after re-aggravating his hamstring injury. The Pelicans will be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football back from the bye week, getting set to host West Virginia this Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced today that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said that Alford has been dealing with his injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll, this following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll, the second head coach to be fired this season, the other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the rest of the season be about for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Suns back in action tonight. They're hosting the New Orleans Pelicans down at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns beat the Clippers on Saturday 114-103, their first road win of the year. They've won 4 of their last 5. They led by as many as 18 points. They've rebounded very nicely from that 1-4 start, and they have a chance to move above 500 tonight. And in the middle of it, certainly in the middle of everything that was going on Saturday night, I think when we talked about the game earlier in the show, I don't even think we mentioned his name, and if so, shame on us, because we were so focused on Jaylen Green. Devin Booker, near triple-double, 21 points, 10 rebounds. 9 assists. He had the 5 turnovers.
Could not get that last assist.
I know.
Just could not get that last. Everybody was pulling from at the end of the game, pulling from it, and it just couldn't get it. Could not get it.
Diving all over the floor.
He was great.
Devin Booker, okay, he got off to a rough start. Mm-hmm. He was scoring the basketball fine the first couple of games. But I wasn't happy with his defense. I don't think anybody was really happy with his defense or how he was playing. He's playing, and I know it's a small sample size. Such a great brand of basketball these last, 10 days or so.
I think he's playing the best basketball of his career.
You think so?
Now. Yeah, I think this is the best start Devin Booker's ever had. His field goal percentage is 50%. He's shooting 50% from the field. He's never done that before. His three-point percentage is 41%. He's never done that before, shot that high. His rebounding mark is 4.7. That's the second best mark of his career. His assist number is 7.2 per game. That's the best of his career. The points is 29.3 points per game, best of his career. I think what we are looking at is he's free. Devin Booker's been freed from the constraints of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and Mike Budenholzer and everybody that was holding him back. And I think Devin Booker has a new lease on life with this basketball team. That doesn't mean they're going to win a championship or be a top seed in a playoff. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that Devin Booker is now back to being Devin Booker. We have not seen this version of Devin Booker the last couple of years. That did not work, him playing with those other guys and also playing for that coach. But what we're seeing now is Devin Booker absolutely playing, to me, the best basketball of his career. He has been great.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has to go wrong for, it to fall off that drastically. But I think it makes you appreciate more the details of the game, the chemistry of the game, the relationships that, matter off the court to on the court. You've seen, with our finals team, just the vibe and the energy was totally different. So, I don't want to thrash the last couple years, but they have been the hardest of my career of, being at that almost top and not getting there and then going to this.
Was Devin Booker with us on September 24th?
That's an unbelievable comment.
Day.
Just the hardest of his career, those 2 years.
And we even followed up, and we said tougher than even the early years when you were first here.
Way hard. That was, we had started a rebuild then, and this last couple of years it was a win a championship or bust, and, we didn't even make the play-in. So definitely the toughest 2 years of my career.
Yeah, and I know I keep beating this drum here, but for me, honestly, the offensive numbers are fantastic. They're great. It's awesome to see. I get so much of a charge out of watching him play engaged defense. I mean, to me, because that really is That to me is peak Devin Booker. Not so much that he is one of the elite defenders in the NBA, but I think when he was at his very best under Monty Williams was when he was engaged and active defensively and trying. And I think that's, you hear me talk all the time about Olympic Book and how much I like Olympic Book. That's my favorite version of Devin Booker. And defensively, again, no one's ever going to confuse him with an all-NBA first-team defensive guy. He's never going to be that good. But watching him give the effort that he's given, again, I would say over the last 7 games, maybe 6 games, watching him give that effort to me is what separates. Devin Booker's always going to be good offensively, right? He just, and I know he's been better without those 2 guys and with a different coach, but those skills are there. Watching him be that to me is peak level Devin Booker when he's doing that stuff.
The play that he made where he went all out, face first, diving for a loose ball with 3:50 left is the type of hustle that you want to see from your leader. And I think what we're seeing now is we're seeing for the very first time, I think we're seeing Devin Booker become that leader that people questioned.
That's a great point.
If he could be that guy. Because your leader has to go full-blown laying out for a loose ball in a close game. That's what you have to do. You don't want to leave that for Dylan Brooks and other guys. Grace, you want to do that. You want to lead by example. And what I think we are seeing, and I think a lot of people question this, me too, as to whether Devin Booker could be the true leader of this basketball team. What I'm seeing, the way he's playing right now, I'm seeing an unselfish player that's not just trying to take all the shots. He's getting everybody else involved. He's getting his, but he's also leading with this play on the court. And I think that is a great sign for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, and now it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, is that with the other development on Saturday night, the loss of Jaylen Green could be 4 weeks, could be 6 weeks, could be 8 weeks. It's going to be a while, whatever it is. Get used to it. He's not going to be around for a while. It's more incumbent on Devin Booker than ever to continue doing what he's doing, right? Like it's okay. The work doesn't, and I know he knows this, and I know I don't need to say this, but the work, it does not stop. It continues tonight against New Orleans, and it continues Wednesday against Dallas and Thursday against Indiana. And without Jaylen Green especially, that burden on Devin Booker's shoulders, it's just going to get greater and greater and greater, especially as we get to the part of the schedule where it gets tougher and tougher and tougher. It's coming. We're about 2 weeks away from the schedule getting nasty. Yeah. Really, really nasty. And Devin's going to have to navigate.
And Green won't be there for
some chunk of that without Jaylen Green.
And Jaylen will not be there
He's
for that.
He's going to have to figure it out without Jaylen Green, which means he's going to have to keep tapping into that leadership and that style for a couple of months probably.
Yeah. You're seeing a guy that, one, looks like he's having a lot more fun. The amount of times you see him smiling on the court, getting involved with his teammates, he likes this team. This team likes each other. The last 2 teams really didn't like each other. For whatever reason, it was a disconnect on the court.
Oh, I got the cut from Booker here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a disconnect. I don't think there was any hatred in our last groups amongst the guys. I think just when you're all on a different plan and, you don't have the same common goal or same objective, then that's what it turns into.
Again, that was from our interview on Media Day with him.
And that was the disconnect that was there. They didn't like each other. Like they didn't hate each other, but there was a disconnect. They just didn't connect. They didn't get along on the court. They were arguing with each other all the time. You're not seeing that so much. How many times have you seen Booker arguing with the ref? I saw it last year every game. I haven't seen it this year. You're not seeing the arguing. No,
you're seeing it as much this year.
Yeah, so I think you're seeing a Devin Booker that is enjoying playing basketball again, but also a Devin Booker that I truly believe is playing the best basketball right now of his career. I think he's playing great.
Tonight at 5 o'clock at Tailgaters in Glendale, jump into Bud Light's football face-off. Win round 1 to advance to round 2 with the Cardinals-Rams tailgate. Take round 2 to score a Vegas trip for the NFL playoffs watch party. And then the final showdown with a shot at the big game in San Francisco. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details, and we will see you tonight. There was a bright spot to yesterday's Cardinals loss, and you didn't have to work very hard to find it. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
50 years in business for Christian Brothers. I would love for you to give them their business. Just a great company. Plumbing, AC, electric, they do it all. I want to tell you about their plumbing special right now because celebrating 50 years in business, they've decided to do this for $50. A $50 plumbing inspection for your home. It includes a complete water heater flush, which is going to help preserve your tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. Most people don't do that on their own. They're going to flush your water heater for you. It's going to help preserve your tank. That's included for the $50. They'll also do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and you'll get a peace of mind report, all for $50. You say, that's pretty good. They're also doing a $50 inspection for your AC unit and your electrical unit. Check out the one for the electrical unit. $50, that's all you pay. Full panel and circuit safety check, GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report. You'll get all of that for $50 when you call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love, or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com, or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Shotgun snap to Brissett. Back to throw. Pass left side. Caught by McBride. Breaks a tackle at the 5. And into the end zone for the Cardinal touchdown.
We told you there was a bright spot from yesterday's game. It was him.
It was. I thought there were 2 bright spots.
What was the other one?
Amari DiMarcado.
Okay.
I think Amari played well. He had that big 55-yard run.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he had, numbers were good.
I mean, it's
a big run.
Yeah, I look, it's sort of, when you say bright spots, it's sort of, it does feel like you're selling a little bit of a lemon. It was it really, because in a moment like yesterday's game, it's really hard. It's almost impossible to find anything worth getting excited about, because it's just not. It's not worth the energy. And I'm not trying to demean or diminish anything Trey McBride or Amari DiMercato did, but when you're down 35-0 halfway through the second quarter, you can really easily make the argument there's nothing to get excited about with a game like that. Really, that there's nothing there of value to extract from it and say, oh, this was good or that was good. They individually both had good games. It's always nice to see Trey McBride do well because we love Trey McBride. We like seeing him do well. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's a pretty empty victory when you're talking about
bright spots are hard. I had a trainer once named Pete Brodsky, and after a big training session, he goes, "You want the good news?" He goes, "You didn't break your nose." And that's what I kind of felt like. Yeah, you didn't do very good, but you didn't break your nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Trey McBride was great yesterday, and he was playing hard, and I like that. I mean, Trey McBride was, I don't care what the score is, I'm going to give you everything I have on every single play. And you got to have guys like that. You have to have guys like that. You can't throw in the towel. You can't quit. You got to keep going. Trey McBride was a beast out there. They had a really hard time covering Trey McBride. They had an easy time covering Marvin Harrison Jr., but they had no answer for Trey McBride. The guy covering him was just too small and too slow. So that was a mismatch, and usually it is a mismatch. But I liked how hard he played. He was playing as hard as he could, even though they were out of the game.
That's a given. That's a constant in the equation. It really, Trey McBride, he might not always have as many catches or as many yards, but you can always count on him giving him your very best. Now, when the laundry list of what you don't like about yesterday's game is made, there's a lot to not like. We asked Marvin Harrison Jr., or we asked Jonathan Gannon, I should say, about the struggles to get Marvin Harrison Jr. the ball, because that was pronounced yesterday.
Yeah, I think, a combination of, just they're a little bit off here and there. I mean, there's a couple times that he won that couldn't get the ball to him. A couple times that was probably 50-50. The DBs made good plays. I think, we got to continue to feature him and get the ball in his hands because he's a premier playmaker for us. So, we got to uptick that production there. There's no doubt.
12 targets and only 3 catches yesterday for Marvin Harrison.
Witherspoon, they were all over him like glue, man. Just could not get him the ball. He had one where he dropped it, just dropped the ball straight over the middle of the field. Almost felt like he was going to get hit, and for some reason he dropped the ball. Not a good game for Marvin Harrison Jr. After all the great that happened last week, we're all raving about how well he played against the Cowboys and coming off the article that ESPN had about his father saying he couldn't watch the games. They went to him often in that football game, and they just couldn't get the ball to him. They just could not. He couldn't get separation, didn't make the catches. It was just not a good game. Like I said, there's very, very few bright spots. Hey, Trey McBride played hard. Okay. Amari DiMercato had a 55-yard. Okay. I mean, Josh Sweat had one terrific play where he strip sack and fumble. Like, you could find some individual plays, but there's not a lot of positives coming out of football game.
And I think the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing, in part, and you heard Jonathan Gannon when he was on with us earlier kind of explain why Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't have a great game. I think a lot of it, our poll question today is asking the question, what was the root problem with yesterday? The root problem yesterday was that Jacoby Brissett was under such duress for the entire game. I mean, it was 23 pressures, I think, that he was under. It was constant. It was never ending. And I think now in a moment like that, he's able to get the ball to Trey McBride. Mm-hmm. He's not able to get it to Marvin Harrison Jr. So you do have to figure out how to get, how to fix that, how to make that work. But I think so much of what happened yesterday could be traced back to the fact that he was under pressure. He completed only 50% of his passes. He was under
throw the ball a lot.
He was under so much duress in that game, and had, like to your point, had to drop back so many times when you're that far behind. There's no other way for you to play football other than that.
Yeah, 33 yards receiving for Marvin Harrison Jr. 33 yards. I always like to look at the projections because he had a good game last week, and I was like, oh, okay, what do you project to have? So he projects
for a season. Now.
Yeah. I always like to look at this. He does project to be under 1,000 yards this season at 992. Now, maybe that'll change, but right now he is and here's the number 2. 64 receptions for 117 targets. This is incredible. This is really incredible. This was one of the main problems we had last year is all the targets that didn't turn into catches, right?
Yep.
Write this down. Last year, he had 62 catches on 116 targets.
Okay.
This year, he's projected to have, this is almost incredible, 64 catches on 117 targets.
Almost exactly the same.
It's almost exactly the same.
Almost exactly the same. Yeah.
But last year, all we did was complain about, there's too many targets that he's not catching.
But what I want to see is going forward now with Jacoby Brissett and what could be a lot of Jacoby Brissett is how much that changes. And I know we've seen, 4 games worth now of Jacoby Brissett throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr., and it's gotten better. It didn't get better yesterday, but for the most part, it's been better. We presume it's going to be a lot of Jacoby Brissett throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's see if those numbers specific, the receptions and the targets, how much better that gets. I know what he's projected for, but that also takes into account the games that he played with Kyler Murray.
But there was only the Dallas. So he had 3 receptions on 12 targets in this game. Dallas, he was 7 for 10. Okay. The Green Bay game, he was only 2 receptions for 6
that wasn't
targets.
a great game for him. Yeah.
No. And then in the Indianapolis game, he only had 2 catches for 32 yards. So, the only game that stood out was that he still does not have a 100-yard receiving game this year.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it's not as good under Jacoby as I thought. It must be that Dallas game that I'm thinking
The Dallas game sticks out.
It stands out and kind of makes you forget about everything else. The other, again, in a litany of bad news for the Cardinals yesterday, the other bad news coming out of yesterday is just the injuries. I mean, if we're going to talk about not bright spots.
It was 7 different guys. I had 5 of them, but I guess 7 left and didn't return.
Zay Jones, Dadrian Taylor-Demerson, Jonah Williams, Bam Knight, Simi Fehoko, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan. All at one point left that game yesterday. Zay Jones, we know he's out for the season. He tore his Achilles. Simi Fehoko, we know he's going to be out a while with a wrist. Jonathan Gannon said as much. He said the other ones we'll just kind of see as the week goes on. But
Zay thought you knew it was Achilles with Zay.
You saw the calf pop.
You could just see it.
You could see they had that slow-mo replay where you could literally see his calf ripple.
You could just see he turns around like he got shot in the back of the leg, and that's what happens with your Achilles.
He's looking for the thing that bit him. He's like, what bit me?
Was there a snake? Scorpion?
He's trying to figure out what it was that jumped up and bit him like that.
Somebody shoot me in the that was Achilles.
And it's so it's crazy how much sports you watch, how you can almost instantly diagnose that as a Joe Schmo fan sitting on the couch watching the TV, and you see the calf ripple. And you see him turn around and look, you're like, oh, yeah, he tore his Achilles.
I mean, when Jaylen Green got hurt, I immediately tweeted out, he's going to be out a while. He's going to be out a while.
He's be helped off the floor.
Some guy's like, well, how do you know? I'm like, he's going to be out a while.
He missed a month and a half with his injury in the first place, right?
Yeah.
He missed all of training camp in the first 2 weeks of the season.
How do you? I'm like, then I was able to talk with some people, and 4 to 6 probably, but yeah, he's going to be out a while.
Yeah, this is going to be potentially, and I think the one to watch in all of this, of all the names that I just mentioned, and no disrespect to one over
Darius
the other,
Robinson,
Walter Nolan.
Oh, Nolan with me.
Walter Nolan. He's the one to watch, because not that I've given up on Darius Robinson. I don't want to suggest that.
It sucked when he went out, though, again.
This time a week ago, we were talking about how great it was to see Walter Nolan and how glad we were that Walter Nolan's first year wasn't going to get lost in the shuffle like Darius Robinson's did. He is the name to watch this week with the hope that he's going to be okay, because you just can't play this game with him this year.
I'm telling you.
Can't.
I'm telling you. We're cursed here. We need to sacrifice something. I'm not kidding.
Something.
The Diamondbacks, you want to sacrifice Mitch?
He's got the headphones on. Should we just talk
We've got
about
a guy
him
that works in
back?
the office that's like a real Viking. We could have him. The big tall guy with the beard.
Connor
goes back
we could ask Connor to sacrifice
Connor's
something?
got Viking blood in him.
No, I like Connor, and Connor's very good at his job.
No. We're not talking about sacrificing.
No, we could have
Connor.
him make the sacrifice.
Him making the sacrifice.
Yes,
then yes, 100%.
Because of his Viking
He's got
blood,
Viking blood in him.
We assume he wouldn't mind killing something.
Yeah.
So
ask him today. Ask Connor. Connor, will you kill something for us? With something, because Diamondbacks injured all year.
When we come
Cardinals
back,
injured.
Yeah,
Son's injured.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, while she's not busy sacrificing Mitch, she's also putting together the 4 o'clock reset. reset. Lauren is in to tell us what's going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo. Don't hurt him.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as disrespectful to Jaylen Green. I think the Suns are going to be just fine without him. I know it sounds counterintuitive because everybody saw the best of Jaylen Green and his opening night.
Yes.
I'm just saying in the last 5 games, the Suns have won 4 of 5 games. And I say that because when he got injured, the team did not pout or whine like a lot of sports fans in the Valley were doing in real time. They actually played harder. When he went down.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there is no long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, he is out tonight after re-aggravating his hamstring injury Saturday evening. The Pelicans will be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football back from their bye week, getting set for West Virginia on Saturday. That'll be here in Tempe, by the way. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said today that Alford has even been dealing with his injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll. This following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll, the second head coach to be fired this season in the NFL, the other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text CHARACTER to 62620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, let's find out what's going on in sports. Here's Lauren. Get us caught up. 4 o'clock reset time. Wearing her Philadelphia Eagles Kelly Green
Philadelphia freedom.
Is that by design?
Shot on me.
No.
It's almost the exact shade of the Kelly Green jerseys they wear. No.
Now that you've said that, you're completely right.
It is.
No.
No, you're not an Eagles fan tonight on Monday Night Football?
Well, yeah, I am.
Oh, you are? Well, of course, they're playing the Packers. They're playing the Packers. Yeah,
so, yes, I am, but no, this was not on purpose.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
I got you. All right, take it away. What's going on in sports?
All right, well, there's actually quite a lot going on in sports that we haven't talked about today.
Rapid fire, let's go.
All right, let's do this thing. And we'll start with the Arizona Cardinals because they lost 44-22 to the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. The Cardinals are now 3-6.
Oh, no.
And 0-3 in division play.
Goodness.
Here is Jonathan Gannon post-game on Jackson Smith-Njigba's early touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, you're down. I thought they converted that third down, and then they hit us on an explosive. He's a good player. I thought Garrett was in pretty good position, good throw and good catch. And then we're in known pass, and you got a sack fumble, and you're down 14-0. So, but all's not lost. But we punt the ball back, and then they go right down the field and score. So, I mean, it's just you dig yourself a hole. I think it was 28-0 after on the third down sack fumble. It's going to be tough to win a game.
And the reason I bring that up is because Jackson Smith-Njigba joined Antonio Brown from 2014 and Michael Irvin from 1995 as the only players in NFL history with at least 75 receiving yards in their first 9 games of the season.
I mean, he got screwed because they were up so big they didn't have to throw the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold threw 1 pass in the second half.
And he still almost had 100 yards receiving in that game, which is crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think anybody... I think very few people thought the Cardinals were going to go there and win, so it's not the loss necessarily that we're reacting to, but God, it is the way that they lost. That just, again, it's the second time this season we've kind of had one of those, God, this kind of reshapes everything. This redefines the whole conversation about the Cardinals. We had it after the Titans game, now we're doing it after this one. I think we all knew they were going to lose, right? Like,
I knew it was going to be bad.
But this is bad.
I expected a bloodbath. I kept saying to us, red rum.
It was bloody.
Yeah, it was not good. And Jonathan Gannon also added today during his presser, Zay Jones is out for the year with a torn ACL, and Walter Nolan has a knee injury. The severity of that, we do not know.
Just the player to watch this week.
It's a lost season. Just a lost season.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks.
Yeah. And the Rams, they beat the 49ers 42-26. Matthew Stafford, 4 touchdowns.
Okay, he's made a deal with somebody.
Him and Tom Brady made deals with the devil.
He's thrown more touchdown passes against the blitz than all but 2 quarterbacks in the season in the last decade. In the last decade.
I can't believe I thought he was going to get old this season. I'm like, he's done. He's back. What are you doing, man? You should have retired. What are you doing? He's got 25 touchdowns and 2 interceptions on the season. He's got 25 touchdowns and 2 interceptions on the season.
Yeah, he's your MVP. Him or Jonathan Taylor?
Jonathan Taylor.
3 more yesterday.
Oh my God, Jonathan Taylor. Oh
And
my God.
Brian Dable has been relieved of his duties in New York. Giants ownership has also announced that their GM will remain in his position and, quote, lead the search for a new head
Here comes
coach.
Bill Belichick and his 20-year-old girlfriend.
God, you better hope not.
No.
Here comes Bill.
You as a Giants fan, you better pray that is not the answer.
Belichick back in the NFL.
Look, I hate to bring it up like this, but I'm going to. With every
Where
coach
it all
that gets
began.
fired, it moves the line closer and closer to Jonathan Gannon. You know what I mean? Like, pretty soon you start looking at the coaching hot list, the hot
And
seat
we're running
list,
out of names
and we're
above
running
it.
out of names above him. I mean, we really are. There's not that many names above him. When it comes to that, that's also something to keep an eye on.
Won 2 Super Bowls with the Giants, Bill Belichick.
There's no way you're rooting for that.
No, I don't want. I mean, he's
Okay,
too,
good.
no, I don't. No, he's just too old.
Then quit speaking it into existence.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they did call him. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow.
Also, the Giants, they have another set of issues. Jackson Dart is in concussion protocol for the 4th time this season.
Okay, that kid takes way too many hits.
Because he runs the ball
He
too
runs the
freely.
ball. I know, and he's reckless when he runs.
Yeah.
He fumbled and got a concussion on the play against the Bears.
Yeah, that's problematic. He's going to have to redefine how he plays the game. And we'll see if he can. We'll see if he's capable of redefining how he plays, because I don't think he can't continue to play like that.
No, and the biggest quarterback news coming out of today, Joe Burrow is returning to practice.
He's back!
And has officially been designated to return off of the IR. His practice window's opened. He was limited today in practice.
I heard that driving in on the Wolf and Luke show, and we thought he might not play against the Cardinals in Week 17. Dude's going to come back in like 3 weeks.
He told Jay Glazer he wants to play their Thanksgiving game against the Ravens.
The Ravens don't have a good defense anymore.
Although, hey, don't look now. They're making a little bit
They've
of
won 3 in a row.
A little charge up those
Yeah,
standings.
they beat the Vikings. They won 3 in a row.
Pittsburgh, objects in the rearview mirror are closer than they appear.
Because the division stinks.
I know, but the Ravens are coming. They're coming.
Gonna, they were 2-5, and I said they'll probably make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the Phoenix Suns, they have back-to-back wins over the Clippers.
You're damn right they do.
Now they make... I can't even take that seriously. Yeah! They look to make it 3 in a row tonight against the Pelicans. That one starts at 7. They will be without Jaylen Green, and it seems like they will be without Jaylen Green for a while.
All right, I'm not looking at the rah-rah room menu just yet. I'm not. Plenty of time.
Wow, that is a 180 from last week. We'll do it again tomorrow.
If they win tonight and they're above 500,
Oh,
he's
my
going to start
goodness.
looking at the rah-rah
Oh, my
room.
goodness.
No
All
Zion.
this food I've never heard of.
No Zion Williamson for the Pelicans. No DeJounte Murray with an Achilles rupture.
No chance.
No Jordan Poole with a left quad strain. So they're missing quite a few guys.
Down goes the
themselves.
Pelicans.
And Royce O'Neal,
You see, they're
he's
old.
probable he has an illness.
Apparently that flu bug has gone through that
my-
locker room. The
yeah.
one that had Grayson Allen sick.
Yeah.
Mark Williams was
Relatable.
dealing with it. Huh?
I was also sick like 3 weeks ago, so relatable
yeah,
that
you
flu
were.
bug.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, like
it
everybody's
took
getting
me
sick.
down. I know.
You see Brandon Ingram, the former Pelican, got like fined $25,000 for slamming his water bottle on the ground. Hit some guy in the head.
No, I did not see
No.
that.
Yeah.
Did not see that.
No,
saw
did
that
you
too.
see Rodriguez for the Commanders spike the football in front of the photographer's face and it hits her?
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah.
Broken nose?
No idea. No idea, but the video doesn't look good.
My nose!
Marsha.
From Brady Bunch. Oh, my nose!
I watched Laverne and Shirley the other day.
That's just a day of the week
swear.
for you, Gambo.
I swear, I was at the gym, and they have like a TV, and I put on Laverne and Shirley.
All right, I'm gonna also.
We're moving along here.
We're moving. We're gonna keep going.
Shops Incorporated.
Here, no, you want to hear this.
Okay.
U of A basketball is now ranked number 5
Let's go,
in
baby!
the AP poll.
Let's go, bear
after
down!
beating Florida last
Oh, and
week.
you see the kid we just got?
Yes, I did.
See the big time player we just added?
I did, yes.
One of the top players in Arizona.
We're already back to we.
Oh, yeah.
We're using we
Didn't
again.
take us long.
Yep.
We are
back, baby.
Just to be clear, 1 week.
In March, when they get bounced in the second round,
I'll never watch another game.
They'll be they. But now, after beating
Now-
Florida and
now
being
they're
ranked
we.
5th, they're we.
Cameron Holmes, he is the brother of Duran Holmes. Duran Holmes went to Dayton. Everybody thought this kid was going to go to Dayton. He had a chance to go to a few different schools. And North Carolina was one of them. He chose the U of A. 6'6", small forward, 6'9", wingspan, high basketball IQ, chose the U of A.
You can always tell what time of year it is when Gambo refers to U of A basketball as either we or they. You can set your calendar to it.
Truly, yeah.
In March, it'll be they. Right now, it's we.
Gambo's We is back in action tomorrow. They will play NAU. Koa Pete won Big 12 Newcomer of the Week and co-Big 12 Player of the Week with Christian Anderson of Texas
Well, we
Tech.
got a big game this week against UCLA.
Yes, Friday,
Yeah.
8 p.m.
UCLA
Peacock.
Friday. Where's that game at?
SoFi?
Is it so? Okay.
It's somewhere like it's
Like big, somewhere
yes,
big. Okay.
and it's
Yeah.
not home for either of
Right.
them. And very quickly, because we've talked about it a bunch this week,
Yeah.
former LSU football coach Brian Kelly rejected 2 financial settlement offers from the university. His attorneys gave LSU officials a Monday deadline to confirm in writing they will pay him the $54 million he's owed under the terms of his contract.
As he should. As he should. Yes. It's
You don't sign coaches to huge deals if you don't want to pay
them.
them.
White. Pay me. That's what you owe me.
That's
Pay
crazy.
me.
These
I'm not
contracts
taking a
are
dime less.
just crazy. They got to stop these contracts. You have to stop owing a coach $54 million. What does LSU want? You want him to take less?
Yes.
Why?
Exactly. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
If I get fired here, they owe me a certain amount of money. Am I going to tell them, oh, you know what? You don't have to pay me as much. No.
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 No one would do that. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. Enter the Football, Family, and Flavor giveaway for a chance to win a prize package worth $1,650, including 2 Cardinals Club seats at the December 7th game against the Rams, 2 pregame passes for the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion, free parking, and Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. Jacoby Brissett has piloted the offense well this season, but yesterday that dude didn't stand a chance. And that's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday, the 14th of November. It's a date on the calendar when the rest of the country looks to Arizona with envy. Because our weather? Chef's kiss, baby. So why don't you take a day off next Friday? Make it a long weekend and start it off by getting a buddy and signing up to play some pickleball for cash prizes and pride, huh? Text the word pickle to 620-620. You need a 3-day weekend. We need you and your paddle. 100% of your entry fee goes to Arizona kids and families this holiday season. Text pickle to 620-620 now. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620 right now.
Of course, no one would ever hope that you get involved in any kind of an accident, and God forbid if you should hurt yourself in that accident. But if you do find yourself in that position, you want to make sure you absolutely do your homework and your research, and you figure out who to call, who to represent you, who to stand by you, and who to fight the fight for you. Something my wife and I didn't do. We thought we could handle it on our own, and we were wrong. That person is the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Those attorneys are the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Because when you do your homework and you do your research, you're going to find that in a world filled with choices, Berg Simpson is simply different. Over 24 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. Listed consistently as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. You do your homework, you do your research, and you'll find they are just different. Hopefully you don't need, but if you do and you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.99% 60-month financing. Or get low 0.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $14.31 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, U-Haul, and ABC 15. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 truck or Lincoln Corsair SUV. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Shout out to the audience in New River on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Cardinals lose to the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. New River is on.
Where is that? Never heard of that.
That's on the I-17, like you're going to Flagstaff.
New River.
New River. It's where the pie place is.
Oh!
It's where the pie place is.
Oh, my God, I love those pies. Anybody driving on the I-17 right now, heading past that area, call me.
I am going
Message
to Rock
me.
Springs Cafe for Thanksgiving pies.
You are?
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we
Cherry
might have to,
crumb.
We might have to place an order.
If my mom didn't bake some of the best pies, I would do the same thing. But
my
she bakes really good pies. So
my sister does too. Makes her own
But
crust. Does the whole
fantastic.
thing.
They're fantastic pies.
She won't make a fruit pie. So I gotta get.
You gotta go get the fruit pie. Yeah.
Yes.
So
you can drive all the way there.
So I say New River. That's.
Well, I'm going to Flagstaff for Thanksgiving anyway,
Okay.
so it's on the way.
Oh, you're on the way there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. We're gonna be in Flagstaff. Not together.
Burnsy and I are having Thanksgiving together.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
No.
It's my birthday.
Yeah.
Raise the toast. That's my birthday.
It is. I will toast a fine glass of cab in your general direction on Thanksgiving Day. So Jacoby Brissett basically had no chance yesterday.
No chance
against that Seattle
no
defense.
Chance.
They were in his face the whole time. 23 pressures, I believe, was the final number.
He didn't have a snowball's chance in hell having success.
He didn't, and it really for now derailed the whole Jacoby Brissett momentum train. Right, the last few weeks, it's been a lot of fun watching him. It's been obviously a source of conversation how much better the offense has looked with him versus Kyler. And yesterday, that whole thing just went askew.
A hell in a handbasket.
It really did. It just went askew with how aggressively they defended him, how much pressure he had to face. He wasn't getting the ball out very quick. And it was ironic, coincidence, I'm not sure, one of the two, that his worst game as a Cardinal came on a weekend in which Kyler Murray was very much the center of conversation around the NFL. Both noted NFL insiders had very specific reporting about Kyler Murray over the weekend, whether it was Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport.
Rappaport's story was a lot better. It just was. Had a lot more details in it. And, you know, there was a lot in that story. I'm going to read one part to you. Sources say Murray is dealing with a mid-foot sprain in the area of the Liz Frank injury, well, not actually being a Liz Frank injury. It's a ligament partial tear, otherwise known as a sprain, but there are no broken bones and there's no dislocation. There's still swelling in that area. There remains some risk of re-injury. I know when I was talking about whether Kyler was going to come back and play, that's one of the things I was told, and we reported that he has to have the ability to not re-injure it. So here you are, and they says if they cut him, they'll be on the hook for all of the money. Through the season, he'll have earned $140.5 million, with another $36.8 million fully guaranteed for 2026. If they cut him, they're on the hook for that full $36.8 million. It says additionally, there is a deadline, because if he's on the roster on the 5th day of the league year, this gets interesting, which is in March, $19.5 million of 2027 becomes fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
No. Well,
that can't happen.
That's the deadline for a decision. I mean, it becomes March 22nd of 2026. You need to kind of decide what you're going to do by then. I mean, and these details, the numbers, you know, we've understood for a while that it wasn't going to be cheap. I just think it was very interesting that both Schefter and Rappaport, and I agree with you, Rappaport's had a little more information in it, but they both basically kind of presented the same idea. Hey, this is coming. Hey, everybody get ready for this. Kyler Murray's about to not be a Cardinal, right?
Right.
I mean, that's basically the tone of both of their articles was, hey, prepare yourself. Kyler Murray's about to not become a Cardinal. And while it's early and while there's more conversations to have and how exactly we get there, is it a trade? Is it a cut? Is it post-June 1? Is it pre-June 1? Just everybody gets ready for it. And it's funny, not funny, haha, funny, strange, that it happened on the same day that Jacoby Brissett had this awful game, because for the few Kyler defenders that are left, it was, hey, wait, well, it's your boy, it's Jacoby Brissett. He looked terrible. He didn't, and I mean, really, that's not. Yesterday to me was not about Jacoby Brissett versus Kyler Murray. It was about Jacoby Brissett having a really poor game, but that doesn't mean they should all of a sudden reverse field and go back to Kyler Murray. We've had 7 years of Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
We know what Kyler Murray is about. That is one game of Jacoby Brissett playing poorly and being pressured 23. But for some people, it does.
Well, all the Kyler fans were like, you're going to blame this one on Kyler? You're going to blame this one on Kyler?
That's exactly what I mean. And for them, yesterday was their day. Yesterday was their, hey, you're going to blame this on Kyler? Kind of, and there aren't that many
I'll find a way if you want me to.
But I don't think that's fair to the whole situation to just say, oh, one game all of a sudden, you know what, never mind, we were wrong. Jacoby Brissett, not the guy. Kyler's totally the guy. Put him back in there, and he's going to be fine. He's gone. He's not going to be the quarterback of this team.
Here's what they said. A trade would take coordination between 3 parties, the Cardinals, Murray, and an interested team, and an agreement that the Cardinals would take on some or all the money and then a mutually agreed upon trade partner. It's possible, but it has proven in the past to be a challenge with so many moving parts. So Rappaport kind of made it seem like the better option might be just cutting him before that deadline in March and then splitting up that money over a couple of years.
Because we've kind of seen this play out. It becomes hey, we're not going to trade for him because you're just going to cut him, and we know it. You know? We're just going to wait for you to cut him. And if we are going to trade for him, you're going to have to eat some of that money. You're going to have to pay some of that money. There's no way we're taking him off your hands. And yeah, it does, because then it becomes Kyler, where do you want to go? Making sure it's a situation that he wants to be a part of, right? Like all it does, it becomes a 3-tiered kind of negotiation that you have to conduct.
Yeah, the team whatever team Kyler's going to be on next year, what motivation do they have to trade for him?
Not if they think the Cardinals are going to cut him anyway. No, not if they think they're going to cut him anyway. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it is time to hear from you. A Monday tradition here on the Burns and Gambo show. We call it the Monday Blitz, 602-260 602 260-9870. We know you're disillusioned. We know you're disgruntled. We know you have questions about Jonathan Gannon and about Kyler Murray, and we want to talk to you about it at 602-260-9870. Your thoughts, your calls on yesterday's Cardinals loss. Next on the Burns Gambo Show.
Struck down in Seattle.
Brissett, who takes, drops back to throw, gets hit, the ball flutters out of his hand, is picked up at the 30-yard line. It's DeMarcus Lawrence returning it left to right, 2010 touchdown.
We react to a rough road loss in Seattle on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs, ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, and of course, he specializes in that vision correction procedure. Whether you need the clear lens exchange or you just want regular LASIK surgery, there is no better place to go to than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And a lot of people love this. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing for your LASIK surgery or any vision correction procedure. So if you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, struggling with your eyesight, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com and let's get a vision correction procedure done by Dr. Jay Schwartz.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? It's football season. While our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now and Sitting Down Now, with Parker & Sons sponsoring Trending Now, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're coming off of their first road win of the year. Back now at Mortgage Matchup Center. They're going to host the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. While there is no official long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, he is out tonight after re-aggravating his hamstring injury. Pelicans will be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football is back from the bye week. They're getting set to host West Virginia on Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham today announced that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said today that Alford has been dealing with his current injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll, this following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll is the second head coach to be fired in the NFL this season, the other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Maybe it's the future quarterback. Maybe it's the future at head coach. Either way, a loss like that yesterday against the Seattle Seahawks for the second time this year has kind of put us into question everything mode. Time number 1 was the Tennessee Titans game. This time you lose as badly as it did yesterday, 35-0 halfway through the second quarter. You're kind of in question everything mode when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals. So with that in mind, we're going to try to get as many phone calls as we can. We always appreciate the opportunity to talk to the audience here and talk to the listener of the Burns Gambo Show. Start with Eli in Sun City, who's first up here on Arizona Sports. Eli, welcome to the show. What's up?
Burns and Gambo, what's going on?
What's up, Eli? What's up?
Hey, guys, I saw you flexing, Gambo, on the YouTube thing. I'm watching you guys on YouTube now. But it's kind of such a different way to watch and listen and all that stuff, but it's fun.
Well, we appreciate you doing that too, Eli. Thank you for watching us.
I flex every day
I know
on
you
YouTube.
guys do. Absolutely. I know you guys do. I don't know what's going to happen, man. The Seahawks were just way better, and, of course, Dallas's defense was not good at all, and so it's just two completely different comparable games, and I don't know, like, is Kyler coming back? Is he not? I mean, I was listening to Ron Wolf and Luke this morning, and he was saying, he thinks Kyler's done, but then maybe there's that flip side where he might not be, and he comes back later. Like, it's just no one knows. No one's leaking literally anything.
Well,
and people are calling for Gannon's head and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, guys, but yeah, I love the show. I'll take your thoughts and comments off the air.
So we could speculate, right? Because there's injury guarantees. You don't want to have Kyler come back if you're not going to have him on the team next year and then get hurt, and then all of a sudden you can't trade him, and you're locked into having to pay a certain amount of money. That becomes a disaster for you. The only way I saw him coming back is if they had won a bunch of games, and then Jacoby got hurt, and then you're trying to get to the playoffs, then you would play him. But I mean, at 3-6 right now, they're not playing for the playoffs. No. So I don't think he plays again for the Cardinals.
And I 100% agree with that assessment. I think that now you're so far out of the playoff race, I can't see a scenario where you feel like you need to play him, and you're probably just better off protecting him. Tony in Scottsdale is next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Tony.
Hey guys, how you guys doing today?
Good, thanks.
Tony.
What's up?
Awesome. The only plus about Kyler not playing or not playing is we don't have to hear Jonathan Gannon give us any more mumble answers. With the record that you guys just said a little while ago, he's 0-6, I think, against Seattle, and then 3-12. I mean, hey, that's a hard case to keep him on. And if you're at the end of the season, you only win 5 or 6 games, man. It's just makes it's really, really difficult to keep him. Yep. But he seems, I don't know, it seems very, very comfortable. Like if he's staying on and he's maybe not a lot of pressure. But I think there's a lot to do with ownership too, because if you look at this roster top to bottom, we do have 5-6 dogs on defense, and then we got Trey McBride at tight end. But other than that, like if you look at our rosters compared to the other three teams in the division, I mean, guys, it's like night and day. I mean, it's not even close. And, part of that is going out there and, spending some money. I mean, has Zayvon Collins made a play, all year? I mean, and then having a successful draft. But I'll take your comments off the air, and I'm going to keep supporting the team. Go Cardinals. Bye-bye.
And we thank you for the phone call very much. There's no doubt you can't just ignore the division record, and you certainly, when you're talking about roster building, they're behind, and that's why. When you look at the rookies and you look at Marvin Harrison Jr. having a step back game in terms of his production, you look at Walter Nolan and you wonder, is he going to be hurt? Is he going to be available to play? Part of that roster building comes with those draft picks coming through and being productive. And that has not happened nearly enough under this regime either. JT is in Mesa next up on Burns and Gambo. JT, happy Monday to you, man. What's up?
Hey, happy Monday. Quick shout out to you guys. Thanks for doing the Lord's work out here. I know it's probably not fun to be talking about all our teams that just keep disappointing us no matter how high the expectations are.
God bless you, JT. We love our jobs, but God bless you for saying that.
Come on, his Suns are playing good.
We appreciate it, but we have some of the coolest jobs in the world, so I appreciate that, though. We're good.
You guys definitely do. You definitely do. A couple thoughts. The Cardinals need to hire consultants or something to figure out why all the teams in our division and then across the NFL seem to be able to have a retool, when they get down. They seem to find a way to bring it back. And we're over here, conducting 3 to 4 year rebuilds. And I don't even know if we're any further along now than we were 3 years ago. And that it sucks to say that out loud, but it's the truth. And then the last thought I have too, guys, is, I don't know why we're not able to look at how Kyler Murray's being used. I get it. He has a flawed game in some areas, but other teams, good teams, seem to be able to look at their players, isolate their strengths and weaknesses, and come up with a game plan around them. I think you saw that a little bit in the early years with Cliff. And Petsing just seems like the kind of guy where it's like, hey, this is my system, and I'm not changing it. So whoever walks through that door, they got to either run the system or get out. And so, I think maybe there's some 50-50 blame there. Obviously, Kyler's got to play better, but I just don't see any sort of adjustments when different players are in there. They seem to be just running the same deal. So, again, thanks for the Lord's work. I'll take your comments.
Thank you.
Have a good one, guys.
It can be difficult when you're talking about teams that lose all the time. It does suck. I'm going to comment on you. Are they any better 3 years? Are they better now than they were 3 years ago? I think so. I think they are. They have a franchise left tackle. They do have that in Paris Johnson. I think they've got some good cornerstone pieces defensively with some of the guys they have, like Will Johnson, and I think Walter Nolan. And Garrett Williams. I do think that they are better. Trey McBride's blossomed into the best tight end 3 years ago. He wasn't. So I do think they're better off than they were 3 years ago. But the results aren't showing. Like they're not winning enough football games, and that's the problem.
They're not nearly far enough along. Not nearly far enough
along. Right. I think they're better, but
they're better.
They should be even
they should
more
be more
better.
They should be more better. Let's go out to San Diego. Paul is joining us live from the beautiful San Diego region. Paul, welcome to the show. What's up?
Yes, and John, it's not San Juan Capistrano, that's for sure.
Oh, San Diego, great weather, beautiful weather.
All right, so here's what's grossly unfair. When you look at this, and I want everyone at the station online to think about this, all John has is next month and a few days in January, and he has 1 year left of the Cardinals. All the rest of us, he's going to leave us all behind, and we're stuck with this team forever. And that's grossly unfair. We should do something to force him to stay in that seat and have all this upset and grief for a number of years like all the rest of us do. I mean, that's the only thing that's fair. Because when you look at the schedule, who are the Cardinals going to beat? They've got a chance against Atlanta, got a chance against Cincinnati, maybe, but not really. Other than that, this whole schedule is going to be a wipeout. And then he's going to leave, and we're stuck here.
Well, we'll work on a system of chaining him to his desk to make sure that doesn't happen. And hopefully what we saw against Seattle, I'm not going to call it a blip because it happened and it was very real. But hopefully, at the very least, they can get back to the competitive brand of football that's mostly defined the Jonathan Gannon era and certainly has mostly defined this season. Doesn't mean the wins are going to follow, but they've just been so competitive in all these games. I have to think that at least from a default position, they're going to get back to that. They're going to at least get back to the competitive, because if they don't,
they will.
If they don't,
I think they will.
Then Jonathan Gannon really is in trouble.
Yeah.
Like if it gets so sideways that they're just that competitive spirit is lost, then there's no decision to make at the end of the season. He'll be gone too.
Yeah.
If they don't get that competitive spirit
To
back.
Paul's point, I am going to become a front runner and start just to root for like the best Italian soccer teams, the best soccer teams in England. Like I'm only going to root for front runners.
Only
from
if
now
your
on.
team wins.
I'm only going by
care.
history and success in my front runners.
Okay. We thank everybody for the phone calls. We'll try to do a little bit better next time, getting more in, but we do appreciate everybody calling. There's no doubt about that. When we come back on the Burns Gambo show, the first 10 games of the season are done for the Phoenix Suns. What do the next 10 hold in store? That is next on Burns Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to say about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. They're online all the time, so you can buy your next vehicle from your living room at libertygmcaz.com, because nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. That is absolutely well known. Here's what also is well known. Nobody likes getting their car serviced, right? You just, at least I don't. You go there and it's just a giant waste of time, and you've got so many other things you'd rather be doing, which is why I love telling you about this brand new service at Liberty GMC, this concierge service. They'll come to you. They'll pick up your vehicle. They'll perform whatever service needs to be done. They'll return your vehicle to you. If you crave the convenience of this service, it's great, and you can schedule it online at libertygmcaz.com. So, you want to go shopping for a new GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Playing a blame game on today's poll question on Burns and Gambo. When you lose 44-22 and you're down 35-0 halfway through the second quarter of a game, a lot of things went wrong.
Who do we want to blame?
Well, Lauren, who are the people blaming?
Here are your options for blame, I should say. What was the biggest issue in the Cardinals' loss to the Seahawks? Was it the offensive line, the run defense, the inefficiency on third down, or other? And if it's other, please write in your answer.
The offensive line.
Offensive line.
I mean, just schematically.
He got bludgeoned.
They got destroyed.
5 sacks in the first half.
I'm looking at screenshots of 3 offensive linemen blocking 1 Seattle Seahawk while the dude runs free to knock the ball out of Brissett's hand. Yeah, it's offensive line. That was a mess.
And the answer is offensive line, because 85% of our audience is going with that. 8% of our audience both going with other and run defense. And lowly 1% going with third down. Some of those other options that we have in there is injuries, coaching, and giving up 14 points from your team's quarterback right away.
Anybody say the pilot?
For flying them to Seattle?
For flying them to Seattle? Should have just taken a detour.
No.
Go somewhere else. Blame the pilot. Should have never brought him there.
The pilot didn't get that was strangely not a mention.
The NFL scheduling gods were also not an option.
Well, I mean, look, I'll save it for the next time we talk about the Cardinals, but that is maybe the best team in the NFL, or certainly playing the best.
Seattle's but how sick and tired. I feel like Bobby Knight about Purdue. How sick and tired of you of losing to Seattle? I'm sick and tired of losing to Seattle.
I'm sick and tired of it. But it's Seattle's. They're at a different level than even the Garden Variety Seattle teams that have beaten the Cardinals.
It's the longest losing streak in the NFL currently right now. 9 straight games to one team.
Yes, it is indeed. We'll talk more Cardinals football. Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate that. In the meantime, the Suns are back in action tonight. They're taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Suns will be without Jaylen Green. They're going to be without Jaylen Green for a while, obviously, after re-injuring the hamstring. Pelicans are going to be without Zion Williamson. DeJounte Murray's not going to play. Jordan Poole is going to be out as well. That game starts at 7. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You can take an NBA season, and for the most part, you can break it into 8 10-game chunks.
Yes.
For the most part.
Yeah.
There's obviously 2 games left over at the end.
10-game sample size.
They're 10 games in, and they went 5-5 in their first 10 games.
Good.
And they had a rally to do it, right? They started 1-4, so they had to bounce back to be able to do that. But the first 10-game chunk is down, and I think we can say with a great deal of confidence, we are very pleasantly surprised with how they handled the first 10-game chunk of the season.
That stretch included games against the Nuggets, the Warriors, the Spurs, 3 against the Clippers. And in that 10-game block, and again, I could look at it that way, 8 10-game blocks. It's a good way to look at it. They went 5-5. That projects to 41-41. It would be much better than anyone anticipated. It would beat expectations by quite a bit. Now, the next 10-game block, I think there's a chance they can go 5-5 again here. I think that would be good. I look at it. I look at the 10 games, and I did wonder, how many times will they do better than 5-5? How many times will they do worse than 5-5? Because there are some stretches coming up, Burnsy, that are going to, they might have a 2-8 stretch coming up here. There's a really difficult stretch coming up real soon. But the next block has games against the Spurs and the Timberwolves and Oklahoma City and Houston. Those are tough games. They did beat the Spurs, but they got the Spurs again, the Timberwolves, Oklahoma City, and Houston. They're going to play Dallas, but Dallas, everybody's talking about them firing Nico Harrison. It's been a bad stretch of basketball for the Mavericks. I think that this next 10 games, I think they can win 5 again, maybe 6. But I think that they've got to have more of the 4, 5, 6, 10-game blocks and avoid the 2 and 8 stretches.
It's interesting because if they're to win 6, it means they will have beaten likely either Oklahoma City, Houston, San Antonio, or Minnesota. If they're
they could go 6 and 4, and that would be their 4 losses.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess they could.
Yeah, so they could win 6 games and lose to the Spurs, T-Wolves, Oklahoma City, and Houston.
They could do that. Yeah, I guess I was doing the math wrong, but they could absolutely do that. I mean, look, I think no matter how you want to break it up, and I'm not saying you're wrong in breaking it up into 10-game chunks. I think we can all appreciate how pleasantly surprising this team has been. And how and maybe more surprising to some than others, probably less surprising to you because your expectation level was higher, probably more surprising to me because my expectation level was lower. But I think, and you saw that on Saturday night, the reaction nationally on ESPN, Doris Burke, this team plays hard. Their announcers were very impressed by what they were seeing from the Phoenix Suns. It's clearly the message of Jordan Ott has taken root, right? And you can see it with how they're playing on a nightly basis. And I think we've all been pleasantly surprised with what we've seen. Can it last without Jaylen Green? Because they're going to be without him now for at least a month, probably closer to a month and a half, maybe closer to 2. I heard Bickley this morning say he thinks they're going to be fine without him because they've already kind of been trained without him. We'll see. I think
they only played 1 full game out of those first 10, but it does suck because he's such a good player and a good scorer. But I was watching the game when Doris Burke said that this Phoenix team plays hard, and Ryan Ruocco said really hard. And you could just tell that people like watching the Suns play again. I mean, the social media reaction is that the fans are enjoying watching the team play hard. And it's not about, can they get to the playoffs and win 50? It's not about that anymore. It's about, it's about after 2 years of being a complete embarrassment to build a team that the fans could be proud of. And again, they're not going to win a championship. We all know it, but that doesn't mean you can't root for the team and hope that there's, signs that they have the ability to, be better than they have been the last couple of years. And that's all I'm really looking for.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, in a way, I'm looking forward to them being tested against some of the really, really good teams. Because I don't, I so far in that first 10-game block, they played the Clippers 3 times already. Twice they were without Kawhi in those 3 games.
The Denver game.
The Denver game is the one that stands out. That's the one, okay, they played an elite basketball team on the second night of a back-to-back, and they lost by 22 points.
Yeah.
So I want to see another redo of a situation like that to see how they do. For example, Friday, November 21st. It's part of the next 10-game block that you're talking about. They're taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. I want to see how they do in that game. Houston, when Kevin Durant comes to town, I want to see how they do in that game. Like the teams that we think are going to be elite, I want to see how they hold up against those teams.
Yeah, me too. No, me too.
But I think most people
But there's going to be 5 or 6 teams in this league that they're just not very competitive with because those teams just talent-wise, they're just better than the Suns. Now, the one saving grace for Phoenix is they're shooting a 3-ball so well. We've always said it's like the great equalizer is the 3.
That's going to
Maybe they can hang with some of these teams if they're able to shoot the 3 well.
That is not going to stop. That is not going to
Yeah.
That is not going to stop. They will be. I will be very surprised if they're not in the top 10 in the NBA this year in 3-pointers attempted per game. I think that'll be a steady, consistent all year long. Jaylen Green, no Jaylen Green. I think that'll be a focused part of their game plan every single night because it's the
way to get back when you're down.
Yeah, and along those lines, part of the reason why they went 5-5. I mean, 2 guys I don't feel like we've talked about
Allen
nearly
and
enough.
Royce.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Grayson Allen's playing
I
great.
don't feel like we've talked nearly enough about both of those guys so far this year. I know we're so focused on Mark Williams and Jaylen Green and Devin Booker. Man, those 2 guys have balled to start the season.
So many people have brought up that their trade value is going through the roof. And who knows? I mean, listen, if somebody calls and makes you like both guys, you don't want to trade both guys, but if somebody calls you and makes you an incredible offer, you might have to do it. You might because do I think that those guys are going to be part of the next great Suns basketball team? I mean, probably not. So if you could go get a good draft pick, it's something you have to consider.
Today is the last day to register for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Coming up at Dink and Dine in Pickle Park in Mesa this Friday, November 14th. We've got a few spots left. We want you to take one. Sign up now. Play for cash prizes. And the best part, it's all for a great cause as the proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charities. Text the word pickle to 620-620. We're all going to be out there, all of the hosts, the whole station, all day long. Text pickle to 620-620. Register your team now before the event sells out. Text pickle to 620-620. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
Need 2 or 3 teams right now. Text pickle to 620 so you get a free lunch. It's only $100. You get a free lunch.
And you get to play pickleball.
And you get to play pickleball.
It's a fantastic facility.
And you get to see Burnsy.
Yeah, there's that too. Now at 0-3 in the division. What happens next for the Arizona Cardinals?
Good night, everybody.
You got an hour left. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This does not look anywhere near like one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the NBA to me, as they were widely projected to be. They look like, I mean, right now they look like the middle of the pack team. Which if they finished 41-41, I'll take it.
All right, command and control. Let's go. Come on, round of applause. Right now, they've won 4 of their last 5 games. That's the good news. Forget about Jaylen Green, ladies and gentlemen. Walking into the disappointments room. Give me the bat again. No, don't.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling everybody about financial news because it's something I'm very passionate about. Outside of sports, I am really interested in finances. I've worked with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax for a long time now, putting together my financial plan, retirement plan, my estate plan, making sure I have a tax plan. One of the first things I learned from Stuart, it's like, hey, it's not about how much money you made. It's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep? Because so many of us are putting money away tax deferred, and there's going to be a tax bill due at some point. So it really is, how much of that money did you make? Oh, you think you have all this money? Wrong, because you're going to have to pay taxes on a lot of it because it's all tax deferred. How much of that money can you end up keeping? And there's ways to go about it to help you pay taxes at the right time so you can take advantage and keep more of your money. Stuart Willis does a great job of helping people with that. That's why I think he is different than almost any other financial advisor, because he does have a tax plan for you as well as a financial plan and a retirement plan. All you have to do, he's got 5 locations in the Valley. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler has got Black Friday deals all month long? GM John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot, like on award-winning Ford Super Duty with all the torque and horsepower you will ever need. And now you can own it for 1.9% APR financing. And that's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas, hybrid, and electric models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all, and price to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. Just stop by in person, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. Well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there is not an official long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, he is out tonight after re-aggravating his hamstring injury on Saturday. The Pelicans will be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football, they've returned from the bye week, getting set to host West Virginia on Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced today that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this year. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said today that Alford has been dealing with this injury since the offseason. And in NFL news today, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll, this following their latest loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll is the second head coach to be fired this season in the NFL, other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. At The Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock, ready to go. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
The Seattle Seahawks have not trailed in a game this year since week 6. They've outscored their opponents by more than 100 points this year. In some ways, everything that happened on Sunday was the least surprising development of the year for the Arizona Cardinals. They went to Seattle and they lost a football game, right? That's a really, really good. And I know we're sitting here and we're sick of them losing to Seattle, and it's been 9 straight, and it feels like it just goes on and on. You made me look it up. I looked it up. It's tied for the longest active winning streak of one team over another in the NFL right now.
Yeah. The Cardinals have lost 9 straight games to Seattle. Is not a team in the NFL has lost more straight games to a team than Arizona has.
And I'm
sick and tired of losing to Seattle, too. It's been 4 straight years of being swept by Seattle.
I get it, but the outcome was very predictable. You were predicting a bloodbath
last week. I totally predicted a bloodbath.
So we're not sitting here surprised by this. We're not sitting here, oh, man, it's like there's part of us very much expected what happened yesterday. Maybe not 35-0 halfway through the second.
No, but I expected that Seattle was going to thump Arizona. No Max Melton, no Mac Wilson, no Will Johnson. They're playing great football. Their defense, yes, I expected that Seattle was going to thump the Cardinals, and they did. But, yeah, nobody saw that start happening.
Exactly. It's the outcome. it's the way we got to the outcome that is shocking. The outcome itself is not a shock at all that they lost and that they're 3-6 on the season. It's just the way that we got there. So now, with 8 games to go in the season, and with once again the Cardinals, just like after the Titans game, kind of having this, okay, everything's on the table kind of moment, right? Question everything.
Yeah.
When you suffer a loss like that, I feel like we were there then, and I feel like we're there now.
Well,
the question is what does it mean? Okay, that they lost. They're 3-6. What does it mean?
Well, I'll tell you what. Usually every week I look at how the other NFC teams did. And I'm like, okay, that, because if you wanted to just hold out hope that the Cardinals could catch somebody, you cared about what the other teams did. I didn't even look. Like, I know the Bears won, right? I know the Rams beat the 49ers. Like, but I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it because it doesn't matter now. At 3-6, it doesn't matter. You're not making the playoffs. There are 8 games left. They're not going 7-1 in those 8 games to get to 10 wins. It's not going to happen. But I also don't want them to go 2-6 and end up with five wins because that's devastating. I don't know what Michael Bidwell's thought process is on this. It's a disappointing season. It's an unacceptable season. But there's something in these next 8 games that I think will determine the future of the organization. And I don't know what that is, but I think I think wins and losses are going to matter here. Like I said, I don't think you could go 2-6 and go into the offseason. Hey, we went 5-12. Like, that would be a disaster. So they got to find a way to rebound. They got to find a win some games. They haven't won a division game yet. They're 0-3 in the division. Jonathan Gannon 2 years ago went 0-6 in the division. You can't go 0-6 again. The Rams are really good. You can't lose this game to the 49ers and then 2 to the Rams and be 0-6 in your division. So I don't know what it means is what that loss means is, for all intent and purposes, you're done looking at scores and it matters what other NFC teams did. It doesn't matter. What matters is what can they do in these final 8 games to give some hope for the future, and that's what they need to do. And a lot of it to me is the young guys, now Walter Nolan's hurt and Darius Robinson got hurt. Right. I would have been really keen on watching the young guys develop. I would have been really keen on that. Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan, Garrett Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm all for watching those young guys develop, but there's a lot of injuries now.
Yeah, to me, it's actually way less about watching the young guys' development. And I'm not trying to minimize it and say that doesn't matter. Of course, that matters. It's very, very important. I think there's a direct correlation here between winning football games and not winning football games for the purpose of getting back in it. Because you're right, you're not going to get back in it. You have to go. You have 8 games left. You have to go 7-1 to really give yourself a true chance, and you're not going to do that. You need to win enough football games so that when you get to the end of the year, you can sell your fan base on the idea, hey, we went 5-3 in our last 8 games. We started to figure things out. You know what I mean? We won enough of our games in the second half of the season, kind of like the inverse of what they've done the last couple of years, where they've started strong and faded badly. They need to do exactly the opposite. And you're shaking your head.
I'm shaking my head because the biggest conversation we had going into the season was that stretch.
I know.
And like late November and December where we said this is the stretch is going to define the Cardinals season. No, the stretch that defined the Cardinals season was what happened in September and October.
And so they're going to have to rise above that. They're going to have to. So now the added degree of difficulty in this is not only do you need to win enough games so you can sell your fan base on hope next year, you need to do it against one of the toughest schedules in the NFL. Sorry, but that's the deal. That's the gig. And if you're not going to do it against one of the toughest schedules in the NFL, then you leave yourself open to all those questions at the end of the season. Is Jonathan Gannon going to be the head coach? Is Monty Ossenfort going to be the general manager? Are they going to take a stick of dynamite to this and blow it all up?
Who's your quarterback?
All of those. The quarterback thing, man, I think that's done. I think that decision. I don't know who the next quarterback is going to be, but I know who it's not going to be. I think that decision has been made. But all those other things will be determined by it's gone beyond just show me your heart, compete, fight, play close. Nah, win games. Win enough games to make me think that you can sell hope to your fan base. And the fact that it comes against the toughest schedule in the NFL, tough. Do it anyway. You got to do it anyway.
A lot of people that thought this was the year you've got to make a jump. You've got to get to the playoffs.
Yep.
And I had a little bit of a gray line. I had a little bit of a, I think you could have a successful season and not make the playoffs. I think there was a scenario there. You just gotta avoid going 5-12, man. You gotta avoid going 5-12. Now, the other thing, and I'm a big believer in this. Like when your team's not good, I always prefer to have the best draft pick I can have. I'm sorry, that's the way I am. That's with all my teams. I prefer to have the best possible draft pick that I can have, which means, yes, you root against your team. You want them to lose. Now, again, but the twofold...
Is that different here, though?
No, I still think... But
everything I just said, no. You're not rooting for your team to go 5-3 in the last 8.
No, there's two ways to look at it. I do think that if you do struggle, you do end up with a great draft pick. That's a good thing. The better draft pick... whether you want a quarterback or not, even though this is not a great quarterback class. But, I mean, the difference between picking 5th and 10th is huge.
I agree.
Okay, you could be picking 5th, and maybe somebody wants to trade you 2 of their first to move up, and then all of a sudden you could – but you don't get those opportunities when you're picking 10th.
What I'm asking you is which way are you looking at it? Because they are in direct opposition of each other.
Yeah.
Direct opposition of each other.
I think it's a little early. But I think probably after the 49er game, you got to make a decision. Yeah, because I'm not a fire the coach guy. Like, I like Gannon and Imani. I don't want to see those guys get fired. I mean, I really don't want to see those guys get fired.
Because if they finish 5-12,
yeah, they're probably going to have to make changes.
They're going to have a great draft pick, and it could be there are going to be a lot of people advocating to take a stick of dynamite to it and blow it all up. If they finish 5, so you'll get what you want.
Monty drafted Parrish Johnson. He drafted Will Johnson. He drafted Walter Nolan. I still think that he's a good GM. I don't think he's a terrible general manager. It's some of the guys that he signed last year. Unfortunately, Jonah Williams, Bilal Nichols, guys got hurt. Guys got hurt. He signed Calais Campbell this year. That ended up being good. Tomlinson hasn't been great. I was hoping for more from him. Sweat's been good. They signed Josh Sweat. He's been good. He's been a good football player.
Not good enough, though. None of it has been good enough. None of it has been even close to good enough.
I can't argue with you. I can't argue.
I'm
torn because I don't want to see those guys lose their job. But I also want the Cardinals to have the best draft pick they could possibly have in a season that's not going anywhere.
And that is going to be the battle we're all fighting. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the defense against Dallas? Yeah. The defense against Seattle?
Uh-huh.
That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
12 on the shot clock. Collin goes between his legs, penetrates, gives to Richards for the jam time. Beautiful drive and dish from Collin Gillespie, and Nick Richards throws it down.
Suns host the Pelicans tonight, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental. How many of you out there do not like the way your smile looks? Not your fault. It's just years of wear and tear on your teeth. You may have some gaps. Your teeth may be too short. You might have your gums might be too big and your teeth are short. It doesn't look good when you smile. You might have a lot of discoloration in your teeth. Well, you need to know about Pro Smile because the Pro Smile, they've got the all-on-4 dental implants, and nobody does it better than Pro Smile. Nobody. They do a great job. Matter of fact, they use oral surgeons, not general dentists. There's a lot of people out there that do surgery, and they're not surgeons. They're just dentists. You want the Pro Smile difference, and that is having a full-service oral surgeon facility take care of your surgery. They also have the lab, the mills, the technician, the anesthesiologist, all in one place. Most places, they don't have that. They got to farm everything out to 3 or 4 different places. Mistakes get made. Time takes forever. Not at Pro Smile. And Pro Smile offers up to 10 years of financing. They don't want to hold you back. They want you to look your best. So that's why they offer up to 10 years of financing. Whether you want dental implants or custom veneers, make it the Pro Smile difference. Text PRO to 620-620 for all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your X-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com, or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
Shout out to Litchfield Park for joining us on this Big Red Monday on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Litchfield Park. Thank you for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Cardinals lose yesterday, 44-22 to the Seattle Seahawks, and you give up 44 points. You give up 35 points halfway through the second quarter. Clearly something broke defensively yesterday for the Cards, even though it wasn't all the defense's fault. 2 of those touchdowns, 14 of those points came off of Jacoby Brissett fumbles, off of strip sacks and DeMarcus Lawrence fumble returns for touchdowns. He had 2 in the same game. 4th player in the history of the NFL to have 2 of those bad boys in the same game. But coming off of a performance against the Dallas Cowboys where the defense was so on point against one of the best offenses in all the National Football League, in many ways, Gambo, to go from that to this was one of the real shocking things to see, because the Cardinals defense was so on point against the Dallas Cowboys this time a week ago.
And the Cowboys are just a mess, and that's just the difference of the teams. This did not make styles make fight. This did not make for a good style. Seattle is just, they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL. The stat, this is a weird stat because of, but it's 23-1. The Seahawks defense recorded 23 pressures. That's the 9th most of any team in a game this season. The Cardinals defense recorded only 1 pressure. Now, but take it with a grain of salt. Seattle had 23 pressures on the quarterback. The Cardinals had 1. But Seattle only dropped back 13 times. So they only dropped back 13 times. But still, that is the fewest pressures of any team in a game since 2022. 13 times Sam Darnold dropped back. He was pressured once in the game. Their defense was phenomenal. Their front 7 was terrific. They did a tremendous job of, hitting Brissett, getting to him. You look at those first half numbers for Jacoby Brissett, I was blown away. He was knocked down 6 times. He lost 2 fumbles. He was sacked 5 times. He was hurried 9 times. Like, they were getting after it. Like, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight. That's why we said the offensive line was a problem. They had no ability to protect Jacoby Brissett. Those people had to say, you want to blame Kyler now? Nobody would have had any chance against that defense. They were just bringing it. Should Jacoby have gotten rid of the ball a little bit quicker? Probably. Yeah, but there was nobody open. And he likes to try to make a play.
He likes to stand in the pocket. He likes to hang in there, and I think it got him yesterday. And maybe an adjustment to get the ball out of his hand a little faster should have happened. It didn't. But like you said, when you're down 35-0 halfway through the second quarter, it changes everything about the game. Everything, right?
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to be 23-1 in terms of pressure. Seattle's not going to. Sam Darnold dropped back to pass 12 times in the game, right? Like he didn't throw. He didn't have to throw. 35-0. I'm going to run the ball every single time, and I'm going to dare you to stop it. And even if you do, you have so much ground that you have to make up. I'm just trying to kill clock. At that point, it becomes a math problem. I'm trying to get to the end of the game by putting the ball in harm's way as little as possible, by killing as much clock as possible, and just basically keeping the ball away from you. And that's what happened yesterday. So I'm more worried if we're talking about defensively. I'm more worried about the injuries. Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson. What's Will Johnson's status this week? What's Max Melton's status this week?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? What's Rabbit Taylor Demerson's status this week? I mean, you talk about a knife to a gunfight.
That's what Seattle for you. Not only do you get your ass kicked, but they leave you with the bumps and the bruises.
Yes, it's
right? When you play a team like that, it's just like you're going to get beat mentally and physically when you play them.
Yeah, I can't remember one of the writers who basically said the same thing at the end of yesterday's game as part of their recap. They said that at least with a game like that, what you hope is that you come out clean and you're not hurt and you don't have to deal with a bunch of injuries. But when you have a bunch of injuries from a game like that, it beats you 2 times, 3 times over. And the Cardinals got beat to hell yesterday with the injuries and key guys and then not knowing who's going to come back this week. Now, San Francisco's, they're also beat to hell. And San Francisco, after getting their butts kicked yesterday by the LA Rams, would appear that this is going to be a battle for who the worst team in the NFC West is between the 49ers and the Cardinals.
And it's a big game for them, too, because, I did take a look at the standings, this morning, although I didn't factor it into, what does it mean for the Cardinals type of thing. But when you look at the standings and you're like, okay, San Francisco needs to win. So the Rams are clearly the best team, I think, and in Seattle, they're the 2 best teams. San Francisco's a game behind everybody, but it's 6-4. If you take a look at the wild card standings, they're in a battle right now. So right now, the 7th seed is the Bears at 6-3, and then the 49ers are right behind them. So they've got some work to do at 6-4 to get in. They probably got to get to 10 wins too. So they've got to go 4-3 in the next 7. This will be a big game for them against the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, this is Jacoby Brissett talking about the Seahawks defense and whether he was surprised they brought as much pressure as they did.
No, good team. Good team, good coach well. Do a lot of things on defense that, is favorable for them. Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon.
Some of your takeaways. Operationally, we're fine, but too many explosives. The early one-ding Jigba. That was a good throw and catch. I thought Garrett was in good position, but really didn't get a chance to play the game on our terms because I'm first and second down there ahead of the sticks all day. A bunch of 3rd and 1 conversions. It's not even pass, on 3rd down. So didn't do enough, really, all 3 phases.
Calais Campbell was on the roster, if you can believe this, on that Cardinals team that went to Seattle and lost 58-0.
Yes.
He was on that team.
Yes.
He was asked what went wrong on defense.
We dug ourselves in such a big hole that it was tough, and then in that situation, they're just going to keep running the ball, and they're just, too many gashes here and there, too many explosive plays. When we did it right, it was, we got stops, but, just too many plays where they had big gashes, and, we'll watch the tape and we'll figure out exactly what we need to do better, but, it's hard to win this league when you spot them 35 points. We gave them 3 scores on the first 3 drives, maybe 4 drives. You can't do that, as a defense, give them 21 points in the first half, it's hard to win. And then, they had made those big plays on their defense, but we fought, though. That's one thing I can say, though, is that, nobody quit. We showed a lot of heart, but in this business, you can't put yourself in a hole like that. NFL, good teams are going to, find a way to exploit those. So, we got to be better.
I always say to you, I think it's easier to flush that type of game than losing by a point on a field goal at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's easier to flush. We got our ass kicked. It's just it. It just got out of hand. There was nothing we could do about it. We got down 35-0. They had 2 freak plays that ended up scoring touchdowns from their defense. There's nothing we could do. We got too far behind and we couldn't do anything. So I think it's a lot easier to flush a game like that, and when you get your ass handed to you, than it is to flush a game that you lose in the last minute.
Well, we're going to find out this week.
We are.
Because the Cardinals have not beaten a team with a winning record in over a year.
Oh, jeez.
They haven't beaten it, and by beating San Francisco at home, you can satisfy a couple of things. Number one, you can get your first division win of the year, which Jonathan Gannon desperately needs, and you can beat a team with a winning record, which is something that has not happened in a full calendar year for the Arizona Cardinals. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, were the Arizona Cardinals prepared for the Seahawks, and how can they play better in division games? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain. Also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today. That's the sound of fun, All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, coming off of their first road win of the year. They're back at Mortgage Matchup Center to host the New Orleans Pelicans. While there has not been a long-term determination on the health of Jaylen Green, and that even from head coach Ott pregame minutes ago, he is still out tonight after he re-aggravated his hamstring injury on Saturday. Pelicans will be without Zion Williamson, DeJounte Murray, and Jordan Poole. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football back from the bye week, getting set to host West Virginia on Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham announced today that defensive back Xavier Alford will miss the remainder of this season. Alford has been out since week 2, and Dillingham said that Alford has been dealing with his injury since the offseason, I should say. And in NFL news, the New York Giants have parted ways with head coach Brian Daboll following their loss to the Chicago Bears. Daboll, the second head coach to be fired in the NFL this year, the other being Brian Callahan in Tennessee. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with Tailgate Touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevy Silverado.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. More fallout from the Cardinals' big-time loss to Seattle. We'll talk about it Tuesday starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube
Meant
channel.
to remind everybody going into the last break, today is the last day to register for our pickleball tournament coming up Friday.
What?
Second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. The last one we had last year was so much fun. Everybody had such a good time.
Doesn't cost a whole lot.
It does not cost a whole lot.
$100.
It's at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. It's this Friday, November 14th. And I'm telling everybody how much fun it was because if you play pickleball, if you have a buddy that you like to play pickleball with, sign up your team.
You get free lunch.
Cash prizes, free lunch. It's all for a great cause, Operation Santa Claus Charities
Yeah,
and Sanderson Ford.
$100. You get to play pickleball, you and your buddy, and you get free lunch.
Yeah, come on. Why not? Can't beat it. Text PICKLE to 620-620 and register your team now because today's the last day to do it. Again, text PICKLE, PICKLE, to 620-620. Do not wait. Secure your spot today. We'll be out there. We'll be doing our show from out there. Wolf and Luke will be doing their show. Everybody will be out there doing their show. We'll all be there. We're looking forward to having you out there.
Living our best life.
As well. There's no doubt about it. Jonathan Gannon, unfortunately, right now is not living his best professional life.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Obviously, you got to win division games. You know, your best path to get in the playoffs is winning your division, and we haven't done enough. But we got another opportunity this week, so that's what we're going to try to do. And I'm excited about that challenge, but there's no doubt we got to be better.
3-12 was the divisional record under Jonathan Gannon.
3 wins and 12 losses. Yeah. They've lost 9 straight to Seattle. He's 0-6 against Seattle in his career. He's 3-12 overall in the NFC West. And I asked him, you got to, when you look in the mirror, what do you got to do differently to win some of these division games? And it's a good division. There's no question about it. But it's not good enough. I mean, he's won 20% of the division games. It's a hard division. I get it. But it has to be better than that. And at some point, it's got to start. Maybe it's this week against San Francisco. But he did address it when we asked him.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really say what he's going to do differently, just that it was, as he did repeatedly yesterday, fell on the sword. It's my fault. It's my responsibility. And as the coach, that's what you do. You take the fall for it and things like that. But enough more, more games like that, what we saw this past week, and pretty soon it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault. You run the risk of the owner going, yeah, you know what, it is. It's your fault. And we're going to do something different. Now, whether that's Gonna happen? I don't know. Whether that should happen, I don't know. Got 8 games to go. We'll see what happens. He did, and this is when Jonathan Gannon was on with us earlier, he did kind of like what he saw from his team in the second half.
I would say effort and physicality. I always say effort and hitting. And we weren't turning anything down, and we did not stop playing hard. And like I said, I told the media that, like, did you think you're going to respond the way you guys did? I said, you never, play in your mind if you're down 35. What does it look like?
Right.
But I figured that. I would have bet that, and I was right. So it was good to see, and that's the fabric of our guys that we have. We got a good locker room, good leaders, good captains, good leadership committee, good vets, and the coaches too. They're not pointing fingers, and they're trying to solve problems. And at halftime, it was a collective effort how we try to get back in the game. And like I said, we had a couple chances to really get back in the game. We just didn't get it done.
I feel for him. I do. I feel for him and the coaching staff and everything. You came off that Dallas win and you felt like maybe you turned the corner a little bit and you got shellacked the way you did right there. And this season has been, nothing short of a disappointment. And it sucks. It sucks for him and Monty and the whole team that felt like this was a team that could compete for a playoff spot and maybe take that next step. And it just hasn't happened. And there's a myriad of reasons why. Injuries are a big reason why, but not being able to close out games, not being able to win the fourth quarter of a lot of those football games. I mean, you had said it last week. God, if they had just beaten Tennessee, they would have been a 500 team going into this game, right? Yeah. If they had just beaten Tennessee. So there have been some games that just got away from them. They had the lead and they lost it. So they didn't learn how to win. They put themselves in a big hole with the start of the season. Then they put themselves in a big hole at the start of that football game. And it is what it is, right? You can't sugarcoat it. The Arizona Cardinals are 3-6. Mm-hmm. They're not going to the playoffs this year. They're going to have a high draft pick. They got a tough schedule the remaining way. So it's going to be interesting to see how they respond, how the coaching staff responds, and what they could do in these final 8 games.
And it's weird. I mean, for the rest of the season, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know if they're going to win enough games to be able to sell us on some sort of hope that maybe they figured some things out going into next year. Certainly the playoffs are off the table. There's no question about that. Or is this going to end up being more about draft positioning and losing a bunch of games and getting the best draft pick you can? I don't know which way it's going to go, but I am oddly optimistic that they will respond this weekend at home against San Francisco. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of what Gannon has been talking about, the type of team they have and the veterans and the fact that they played as hard as they did in the second half when that game could have very easily been a repeat of the 58-0 that we saw back in 12 when they went up to Seattle and just got drubbed and they just couldn't stop the bleeding all those years ago. They were able to stop the bleeding yesterday. I don't know. I am oddly confident that for at least one game, they'll be able to flush it, move on, find that leadership in the room, and find a way to respond in what you called it a must-win game for San Francisco. Man, I think it's a must-win game for the Arizona Cardinals. Division game, a 500 team. Not must-win in the sense that you've got something on the line, but just to get the bad taste of last week out of your mouth, I feel like it is a must-win game for the Arizona Cardinals.
You do get to a point as a player, right? You've got all these goals as a team, and your goal is to win the division or make the playoffs and do these things. There's that when realization sets in that none of those goals are going to happen, you got to find a way to motivate yourself to play every week. And that, it should be easy, right? It should be easy. You're getting paid a lot of money. You just got to go play hard. And a lot of guys do. But, man, it is difficult. It is difficult when you finally realize that everything that you work so hard for is not going to happen.
And to be honest with you, that's what I was so impressed by the Dallas game. Now, Dallas is not Seattle, but I was impressed by the Dallas game because even at 2-5, we all kind of knew the season was done, right?
But they didn't. They still said, okay, look, at 2-5, there's still 10 games left.
I know, but
there's still 10 games.
But the reality, yes, you're right. And Jonathan Gannon himself had even said,
now there's 8.
I've been on a couple of teams that started off 2-5 and made the postseason.
But as you get to less and less games, as the season shrinks,
I get it.
You realize what you're up against.
I get it. I just, again, I for some reason, I think that for this 1 week, and maybe it's just a 1 week only thing, they'll dig deep and they'll respond. I don't know why.
I do too.
I don't know why. I feel like I think they will dig deep and they will respond and they'll come up with the kind of moment
be a close game
that will. But you know what? And I'm saving this for my 2-minute warning. I don't I don't care about close games anymore. That is not. That is not the metric. That is not the metric anymore.
I don't think you're going to save your job by, hey, we played a lot of close games, but you lost them.
Jonathan Gannon on the struggles to get Marvin Harrison Jr. the ball again in this game against Seattle.
Yeah, I think, a combination of, just they're a little bit off here and there. I mean, there's a couple times that he won that couldn't get the ball to him. A couple times that was probably 50-50. The DBs made good plays. I think, we got to continue to feature him and get the ball in his hands because he's a premier playmaker for us. So, we got to uptick that production there. There's no doubt.
And mostly the big question for Jonathan Gannon was when you're down 35-0 halfway through the second quarter. Were you ready? Was your team adequately prepared for that game?
Yeah, 100%. I felt really good going into that game. But, that plans changed, huh? They got to say, too, I told the team today, no one should be looking around like why that happened. Like, we all had our hand in that. And, on defense, you give up 3 touchdowns in the first 3 drives. And on offense, and, 2 out of the first 3 drives, they take the ball away and score. You find yourself down a really big hole. So, obviously, not the result we wanted, not how we got that result, how we wanted it. And, you're really fighting uphill there early in the game with how that game fell out.
Really is the epitome of everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
No doubt.
And they got punched in the face.
Yeah, big time. When we come back on the Burns Gambo show, the latest on Jaylen Green's injury. We got an update from Jordan Ott moments ago. You'll hear what he had to say next on the Burns Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Not since the merger has a player come up with 2 strip sacks, and then the same player recovered it and took it back for a touchdown.
Even Lawrence Taylor didn't do it.
1970, the merger. When I go ahead and I get on X and I'm going to tweet this out or exit out, I'm talking about the impossibility
the way
of what
they
I
lost.
saw.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right.
Disappointments room. I'm done with it.
Can we do a 3-hour and 45-minute Pantera call-out?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down, plus make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down, plus no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. That's globalcu.org. Pelicans taking on the Suns. You'll hear that game coming up at 7 o'clock here on the flagship home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. Our pregame coverage begins in about 15 minutes with Mitch Vereldes, who is actually my co-host for the next 15 minutes or so here because we have sent Gambo home for the evening. He's got a baseball game for Q to go check out that starts in like an hour from right now. So he's free. He's gone. It's going to be me and Mitch for the rest of the show. But Suns-Pelicans tonight, a great Monday Night Football game tonight. The Eagles taking on the Green Bay Packers from Lambeau. Lauren.
Low-key fraud watch for me. Do the Packers throw up another stinker like they did last week against the Panthers? Do the Eagles have a consistent offensive showing?
So loser of this game is a fraud, is what you're saying?
They're both going to be in the playoffs, I think it's fair to say.
Yes,
right?
I think that's fair to say.
So it's just who is
yes.
the team that is more likely to be top of the NFC as opposed to just hanging on by a thread?
Those are all good questions, and I'm not saying they don't matter. And I can't believe I've waited until 5:47 in the evening to bring this up with Gambo long gone. Probably in the car right now. I just need 7 fantasy points from Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown to beat Gambo in our head-to-head fantasy matchup this week. That's it. So while all of that's important, don't get me wrong, getting my 7 points is kind of what I'm looking for tonight.
That feels like that should have been the weigh-in.
I probably should have been. It probably should have. And it can be tomorrow. It's odd that he didn't bring it up at all, given how competitive he is on such things. But 7 points and all that other stuff about fraud alert. Yeah, that all matters. That's all important.
Or the tush-push team versus the team that tried to ban it this year.
That's right. That's good. That's good. That's right. This is a matchup of that, isn't it?
Yep.
That's a good hook right there. I like that. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. So Mitch is going to be filling in for Gambo on the 2-minute warning, our final thoughts about the Arizona Cardinals game. But first, this is Jordan Ott from moments ago on how Jaylen Green is feeling.
You know, even after a big road win, great road win for the team, it's still on top of our mind. Just, you know, someone that you've seen work your way back, have such a great game one, and knowing who he is and what he's all about. He wants to play basketball. So I think it was on top of mind. Everyone the other night in L.A. was on top of our mind this morning when we saw him. So you'll see him. You'll see him around. You know, he'll definitely still be in part of our group. He's an integral part of our group, and we want him around us.
As far as a specific update, and Mitch will flesh a lot of this out when Suns pre-rolls around, but as far as a specific update on Jaylen Green.
Obviously, he's out tonight. I think where we're at right now is he's going through multiple tests to see exactly what's going on. So out tonight, we'll give you further updates when we get him. as soon as we get him.
An MRI?
He's had testing, Dwayne. That's where we'll be, and I think it's going to be a little bit till we gather all the information. So he's obviously gone under testing.
And then obviously how they'll determine time away for Jaylen Green.
Yeah, I think we'll take all the information that we can get at this point. When these things happen, I think you look at everything. So, it'll be a little bit of time. That's why we want to give some grace here, just a little bit of time till we gather all the information so we get it out to you to know exactly what's going on.
There's obviously no rush to make a declaration on his, how long he's going to be away or the specific testing. We know he's going to be out a while, right? Like we know it's
2026 at minimum.
Yeah, and by that you mean the 2026
January or February
exactly.
or March.
You're not talking about next.
I was talking
season.
with a listener the other night about it. They said 26, and I'm like, "What do you mean next year?" And then I remember, oh, right, we play in 2 years.
In all likelihood, whether it's a best case 4-week scenario, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, as some have reported. Gambo said 4 to 6. That you're probably, in all honesty, to avoid the recurrence of a re-injury, you're probably talking at least around the holidays before he's going to be back, right? And so, this idea of anticipating his return to see how Devin Booker and Jaylen Green are going to play, that's gone. That's out the window now. Now it's about figuring out how to play without him and how to make this work without him, which I would imagine puts a really bright light on Colin Gillespie, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and the guys who have been playing well in his place to continue playing well in his place so they can keep doing this.
I would say the positive is that it was only one full game of Green that they got before they lost him within the first 10 games. So you at least have 9-ish games of continuity with the rest of that rotation that has already been playing up to the level of minutes that they have been. And then secondarily, I think the fact that Mark Williams has been playing up to levels that we knew he was capable of given his time in Charlotte, but it was just a matter of could he stay healthy? Well, based on the plan that the Suns have had him on, he has stayed healthy. There's a back-to-back coming up, I think, later this week. Does that...
Dallas and Indiana. I'll be curious to see how they handle that.
Is he taken out of that one?
Yeah.
Probably. But, you have this group of guys that have already played together for 10 games. They've already played 9 of them without Jaylen. It is, to your point, just a matter of can the role players continue to play well. I'm mostly worried about Colin, though, because the 3-point numbers, he started off hot, and then he just absolutely could not hit anything on Saturday against the Clippers.
He made the first 4, and then after, I don't think he made one the rest of the day.
He still plays hard on defense.
He still plays hard, and I think he's going to be okay, but now this idea that, him in limited moments or in spurts, that's not going to happen now. He's going to be getting his minutes. Time for our final thoughts on the Cardinals game.
Ooh, baby.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
All right, Mitch is going to be pinch hitting for Gambo on this one. My final thoughts on the Cardinals' loss to the Seattle Seahawks, as bad as and embarrassing as it was. There haven't been a lot of non-competitive duds in the Jonathan Gannon era. It happened last year against Green Bay. It happened last year against the Commanders, but for the most part, they've been competitive. And I know that sounds like I'm looking for something nice to say about them, or maybe it makes it easier to toss this game aside as a one-off because it doesn't happen very often. I bring it up to point out that from this point on, moving forward, it doesn't matter whether they're competitive. It doesn't matter how close they keep these games. They need wins. I'm no longer keeping score when it comes to, hey, they played close. Hey, they played tough. Hey, they played they played hard. They need to win games to give us all a reason to think that the foundation is there for them to do something next year. And the only thing that shows us that is wins. Mitch?
It's funny because I could kind of play off of yours based off of that foundation setting for next year, because they not only get the blowout loss, but then in the second half, as they're making their attempted at a surge at a comeback, more players start dropping off like flies. And I could count the number of times that I just had the head back. Oh, no. Darius Robinson goes down. Oh, no. Walter Nolan goes down. How are you supposed to establish that next great Cardinals team if the guys that you're relying on can't stay on the field